Hello and welcome everybody to the Rainbow Six North American League. I'm your host, Doa. Welcome to the pre-show for week 3 and guess week 4 actually. Oh my gosh, time flies. But look, check it out. Caliber Jacob as usual, but we also have pro player extraordinaire Tommy joining us this week on the analyst desk. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate you guys, for the warm welcome.
Yeah,
He just kind of materialized under a desk. We just found him and wanted to drag him on. He's just like, hey,
Like,
Tommy, you're not on the team anymore. Are you okay? We were like, it was the next best thing to being huddled in a cardboard box when you're not a Siege pro. So we're like, you know what? We'll take some pity on him. We'll bring him on for like a week.
We want that insight. That's what we're going to get throughout the days. Diving into the mind of our pro players, we see what emerges over the week of Rainbow Six North American League. And it's going to be a good one. But let's go back in time, not too far. We'll go back in time to last week, to week number 3, and check out a little bit of what happened there. But before we do, let's check out what happened around the world as well. That's right, we got to do our global recap. Taking a look at EU first.
Dude,
this
is good for the top 3 at the minute. And if I'm honest, we've only seen 3 games of the EUL so far. I still look at Wolves, Heroic, and Rogue. They're probably all going to go, just because I feel like they have enough separation between everybody else right now. They've got the most consistency. They'll probably all make it to Berlin. Down here is where it's a little bit more of a problem, specifically. Tommy, G2, Secret.
All I'm going to say is you guys say NA isn't competitive?
Oh, I think
EU is competitive.
No, not you guys. I'm saying the fans,
Yeah, true.
Do you think anyone from Europe has a chance to win the major in Berlin? I mean, it is on home turf, so to speak.
I really like Heroic and Rogue. I feel like they right now have the strongest chance international if they get there. I think Heroic didn't have a good showing, but they will soon.
I'm kind of hoping Heroic gets like a bit of a do-over, right? And
yeah.
hope that they can actually get back to the next major and do something.
Well, let's check out the LATAM region and see how things are going down there. Now, that's another region, obviously, that people expect a lot from, right? And we had Liquid perform fairly well. Furia was like, not, they had their major, but I think everyone's kind of looking more at but look at Liquid.
You're talking about Liquid.
Exactly. I know, right?
They're down here. They've had a bit of a struggle bus. I want to say they did win one of the games over the last weekend, which means they're not down as low as they could have been, or like down in 9th or 10th place permanently. The big question for me is Furia doing well in spite of coaching changes and looking at what else they might be able to do for the rest of the stage. W7M is still performing very well. Team 1 is Black Dragons. Suddenly is completely flipping the script on what every other big 4 team in Latin America was doing before. Again, we haven't seen Black Dragons, this org, do anything since back when they were the old Ninjas in Pajamas core from like 4 or 5 years ago.
My question is what are the W7M players having for breakfast? Because that round differential is insane, isn't it?
It is crazy. W7M, you got to give them props because like when you watch them, you're like, these guys have no strats, and then they're just all together, like fragging each other out, like trading each other. So it's like you got to give them props where props due. They work together amazingly.
Yeah, that team's looking incredible right now. Let's take a look at the North APAC North division. All right, we got there eventually. It's the start of the week. We're all waking up. It was a long 4th of July yesterday. Damwon Kia on top there, and my big question, obviously, being like having a lot of experience in the Korean esports scene, will a Korean team do well at the major? At least we know there will be one there. In theory, not like last time.
Well, honestly, I'd say there's a pretty good chance we're going to see 2. It's Sandbox and Damwon. Both of them have been in that running for a while. Damwon, at this point, I'd say pulling a bit of ahead. But again, it's only these top 2 teams. It's not like the 4 spread that we have in every other league. If Talon can't do anything to pull things back, maybe we could see them compete with Sandbox. But right now, it feels like the whole Japanese core of APAC North isn't nearly doing as well as the Korean core.
Yeah, I kind of want to see Damwon there again. I really want to see, as watching Siege and playing Siege for a while, I want to see Fnatic back up there.
Same.
I really miss seeing Fnatic, Mag, and Dizzle being up there on the stage. So, yeah, hopefully we can see them soon.
Still fairly early on in the season for them too. Only 3 maps
only
played.
3, yeah.
So yeah,
but
small
to be fair,
sample size.
it's 3 of what is it? 3 of 7 as opposed to 3 of 9 because there's 2 less teams.
Yeah,
so they're almost halfway done with their stage.
That's a good point. Yeah, got to get it going if you're Fnatic. Let's take a look at APAC South. See how things are shaking up down there.
Dude, no way, they're still there?
Wow. They're doing it.
Dude, Gaming Gladiators, what the heck? Like, this team only just hopped into the league this year when they won relegations, and then they had some org problems. They didn't do very hot in stage 1. To see them and then maybe Elevate back up there, everyone wants to see Elevate again because they want to see what Onigiri can do against some fools on land. But to see Gaming Gladiators up there would be insane if they're able to hold on to the top 2.
Yeah, honestly, I just heard about Gaming Gladiators also because they also have a SEAL team, so I'm like kind of surprised. It's like their pro team is really doing good, especially in APAC South, and then you have Elevate. Everyone wants to see Elevate there again, so you know, hopefully we will.
Yeah, that's right. Let's talk about NA. That's right, it is a North American league, so we probably should talk about North America a little bit. And we'll start things off, I believe, by talking a little bit about what we saw last week, week number 3 in the past. It was another week of upsets, per se. It was another week of, you know, teams being extremely, extremely close. We are going to go down to the last Playday as far as who's going to go to the Berlin Major, I think. But yeah, a lot was going on.
Too many things to focus on as far as the Playday is concerned, and the best part about this was there still never really felt like a game where it was a done deal unless it happened to be some of those Mirage games, and not even then. But this Beastcoast Parabellum one, this goes down to the wire. It's a question of whether Parabellum are actually able to close the deal. They have a massive lead, and regrettably, they blow it. They're not able to make it work. We go right back to back on Villa again. This is Playday 4. This is the XSET TSM game. A lot of us hyped this up as kind of being the game of the day. Everyone picked TSM, no one picked XSET, and they pull off a crazy upset to keep them within top 2 contention. It's fantastic to see them at that point. Astralis DZ, again, a moment where we kind of underestimated what Astralis would do, given that they had 2 weeks on the shelf. They're trying to find a way to get back into things, and the major champs don't have a response. That border game goes all the way down, and we look at this Astralis team. It seems like they're on a bit of a comeback after not being there for very long, and the same thing kind of lies with the Soniqs, but this game actually raised more questions about whether SSG will be able to finish matchups, because they had a massive lead in this game and they still weren't able to pull off what they needed to. And then, Tommy, the Mirage game against OXG.
It was, I mean, I see improvement from them, you know. I like what I'm seeing, especially from Kento. Kento being, you know, an amazing player, you know, really getting to debut his performance out there.
Well, I mean, it was what, Mirage won 3 rounds in a row and then OXG came back, right? OXG was playing a little bit maybe silly early on, but you know, Mirage, obviously, it's a team that's had a lot of struggles this stage, just keeping people healthy, right? They've only gotten, I think, 1 game in the studio so far, so we'll see what they can do later. Meanwhile, though, Mirage jumps up to first in the standings after their last week, and they're looking like the team to beat coming into week 4.
At least at the moment, yeah, you said Mirage was first place. That wasn't quite right.
Oh, did I say Oxygen? I meant to say Oxygen.
Cut and caught you, yeah, true. OXG are looking good.
That's a stage
Parabellum
3 preview,
are looking good. DarkZero had this bounce-back game against the TSM team that did not play with their full squad, which is why they were able to walk away with that one relatively easily. This was easily game of the week, though. Soniqs against XSET on Oregon, all the way to 15 rounds. It was the Diaz show the whole way. He locked an MVP honors for this matchup, and it was great to look at an XSET squad that seems this dialed in. They're still pulling off double wins every single week, and it looks like they really haven't lost that much steam since Charlotte. For Astralis OXG, this was the undefeated matchup. It was 2 teams that had not lost on Theme Park since it came back in, and Astralis lose it. OXG still have yet to lose Theme Park. Do not take them to it unless you're on land and you have literally no other options, because it looks like they've really got it dialed in. But this was the game everybody was talking about last week. This was the game. Everyone was like, surely,
I love it.
Surely Mirage can't do this
again.
And watch how Beastcoast throw this one away.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I was on Mirage last stage, and I had a coach, and you know we were playing Drip, and guess what? We beat them. It's not hard to beat Drip. You just gotta like get him pissed, get him mad, like get in his face a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I feel like, you know, Beastcoast is, I do enjoy watching Beastcoast play, but they do seem like a team where the mental momentum, as it would, swings pretty heavily. And you know, like after Mirage picked up a couple rounds last week, where it's like, the thoughts start to creep up. It's like, oh no, not again, not like this. And then you get in your own head, like, you know how it is.
And then the TK happened with Surf and Sweater, and then it just adds on. Even though, like, in a game where you're like, oh, it's okay, like, it just adds on to, like, the mental of it. And it's, you know, you just carried on, and then you end up losing, and it's like, all right, we could have fixed it like this, and then hopefully they do go over and watch it and, you know, fix it.
I genuinely hope that in stage 3, when we see that matchup, Mirage wins again. So it's Beastcoast and Mirage 0-3 throughout the whole year.
It's their kryptonite. Mirage is Beastcoast kryptonite apparently right now. But let's talk about the MVPs from last week. We had 2 of them, of course, because we had 2 days of play. And day number 1 MVP, of course, was none other than superstar from Team Astralis. It is
You made me worried that it was
iconic.
super for a second. I'm like, wait.
I thought it was going to be Sweater for a second, too.
Nah,
That was
this
2 weeks ago, yeah.
True, but this was Iconic's time to shine. I like this MVP mostly because this is after Astralis had a bit of a slump. We were specifically worried about Iconic's own performance, and he comes back and has one like this. I believe through the first 2 stages, he's the only one who's been able to notch an MVP through both of them so far. That rings a bell.
Right.
I don't think anyone has managed to repeat aside from him. So he's racking the honors up. He's got the most. Not saying that makes him a case for like the entire year MVP to get that award at the very end of the entire like calendar year for the NAL.
Sure.
But still, he's doing fantastic.
Okay.
I would say David's doing amazing. I would say also, like, the reason why he wasn't doing amazing at first, he cut his hair, right? And now his hair is growing back, so, like, now his stats are growing back as well. So, like, you know, little by little, when his hair goes back to, like, full form, this is going to be normal business as for him. So, usual Dave.
It's like Samson, got to keep his hair long and get.
I was just about to make that reference. Yeah,
there you go. But throwing down the biblical references, right? CJ isn't here. He would say biblical about 30 times per. That's a
Shout out to Cookies.
Anyway, let's talk about our MVP for day number 2 last week, and it was none other than XSET's own Diaz. That's right.
That's it, man.
And XSET looking extremely good this stage. I talked to Kino a little bit before stage 2, and he was saying, you know, that they just want to get back to LAN again. They want to show everyone that they learned. They're going to shake off those LAN jitters. They're going to do better, and they are on their way. That's for sure.
They didn't even really have that many LAN jitters, but the problem was they were doing that with a coach. Now they don't have like the same resource to fall back on.
Yeah.
Except technically they do, and I feel like Diaz is somebody who's really able to take advantage of that. He opened up that game against the Soniqs with that massive double kill with C4 downstairs.
Yeah, right.
And he feels like somebody who this was going to happen eventually for somebody at his skill set who we honestly don't really talk about that much. He plays flank ops, he'll play line more consistently. He's not at the top of the kill feed, but he is still arguably one of the most solid players in the league currently. It's just not that he's ever that flashy.
Yeah, I mean, when I played CL, it was always against DS and them, and like when you talk about him now, it's like, oh wow, he got better as a player, but it's like he was always there, and then you put him under a coach like Bodega, and now Vivas, who's actually present there.
Yeah.
But Bodega's still in the background. I hope, hopefully he's helping them out and stuff. He's getting better as time goes on, and now he's got the MVP. So you got to give props where props is due, and DS, shout out to you.
There you go. Everyone's been having their moment on XSET. It's been fun to see. We'll see if they can take it into a major in Berlin. But now, it's time for something a little bit different. That's right. It's time to test our analysts and our pro player here with us on Rainbow Six NAL, the pre-show. We're going to do a map quiz. But this isn't any normal map quiz. This isn't about gameplay things per se. This is about your awareness. When you're walking around the map, how much are you really seeing? How much are you really noticing? We're about to test that right now. We're going to focus on 2 maps to start out today. We're going to focus on Oregon and Bank.
Doa, I'll have you know that my crowning achievement happens to be a YouTube video with, I think, 2.3 million views or something, talking specifically about this kind of thing. I got this.
All right.
I got this.
I'm not a subscriber to that.
Well, so Jacob is a shoo-in, apparently. We'll see how well they both do, though. Our first question, let's throw it up on the board. It is, on Oregon, which of these animals are not displayed in the trophy room? Is it A, bear, B, fox, C, badger, D, rabbit, or E, none of the above?
That's a cop-out.
Oh, no.
That's a cop-out. None of the above.
This is the guy like, oh, I've got a 2.3 million view thing.
I do. It's true.
Well, then.
A bear. So a bear definitely exists.
Okay.
Yeah. And a fox as well, above on the ceiling.
Give you about 30 seconds to decide.
I don't know about a badger, but you know what? I'm just going to go D. Rabbit. It's not there. It's not there.
All right. D. For Tommy. Jacob, what is your answer going to be?
Technically, I could. That room's not very big.
Oh, no, it's big.
True.
No, but it's like you have enough for maybe
Medium
like 3 or 4. I think there's reason to estimate one. Like honestly, I don't know why you'd want to hunt a badger if you've actually got trophies in there. I'll say a badger's there. A badger's not there, and the rabbit is. I'll take
All
it.
right. So C for Jacob, D for Tommy, and let's see. What is the answer? It is badger.
The fox, the rabbit, the bear.
There's no badger.
Look at that.
Jacob got it right. All right.
I didn't
well
know what
done.
a badger was.
See,
I'll be honest. You know what I
I realize I'm up here like you'll drone up to here. I'll hide one back like up at the very top of it.
because-
Occasionally, like.
There's also like a head up like on the ceiling, I hope, if I'm not mistaken.
There's the deer antlers up above the door, but that's about it. But that's it. Yeah, those are all the animals there. I was able to get them all in one shot. Now,
Wow.
Question number 2 Let's see it. Another Oregon-related question. It is
There's 3 for maps, right?
3 per map.
3 per
right.
map, yeah.
On Oregon, what does the huge banner on the outside of the building say?
Outside of the build.
Build, I don't know. A, never surrender. B, surrender tyrants. C, never back down. D, resist. Or E, we want justice. Big banner on the outside of the building. You see it all the time. But what does it say?
Which side of the
30
building? Is this the street spawn? Is this out front?
I don't know. Is it coming from the police line or is it coming from the building within?
You tell me.
I'm-
It's on the outside of the building.
All right.
We've all been there.
All right.
I think I have a feeling.
I think me and you are on the same page.
All right.
All right.
We'll say it together on
Ready?
3. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
B.
A. Oh.
Oh, okay. All right. So which is it? Final answers. Jacob?
Definitely A for me.
All right.
B.
Tommy? B? Okay,
B.
so A for Jacob, B for Tommy. What is it? Let's see the answer. It is A, never surrender. That's 2 for Jacob.
That's
you
gold
really
2
do know
kilo
that.
right
I'm
there, bro.
I'm sorry,
He's
what?
Gold 2,
I'm
man. How's he
impressed.
winning?
There you go.
Flat
There's a
3.
lot of phrases.
I fixed it this season.
There's a lot of phrases on things around that map, so it's easy to get those mixed up. That's why I picked that question. Our final Oregon question is, on Oregon, what month is it on the calendars in various rooms around the map?
Jesus.
They're in like every room. Is it A, June, B, April, C, July, D, February, or E, August?
Okay. Listen,
30 seconds.
Pros used to make call-outs from this. I made the call-out April, but now, for some reason, on the new update, it's July. So I'm gonna go with July, even though the old call-out was April. And
Wait,
there's one of them in kitchen, literally underneath the hatch, and I call it April. So
Aren't there
right.
like 2
So
or
you're going-
3 calendars on the map total? Yeah.
I'm going C, July.
They all have the same map. They all have the same month, though.
Circle,
That's
month
for sure. I
circle.
checked it.
Yeah.
Or-
You're saying C, July.
Yeah.
Jacob, what is your answer?
I think no. I'll stick with that too. I was already thinking it was a summer month, but
Okay.
because you are giving me the insight, just give me the point. I'll say July.
All right, what's the answer?
Has to be July.
It is April.
What did I say, man? They always update it for some reason.
So wait, you're saying it
There you
was
go.
and then it wasn't, and now it's this again?
Yes,
Like,
because even on border, like the old border, I made a call out July, and it was a small customs office in
Yeah.
in customs.
but on the
Well,
old
it's April
border.
now.
on the old border, now
Yeah.
it's April.
Oh
We
my
have
God.
to move on to our next map. We're moving on to bank. Our first bank question is, for which of these services does the bank on bank not offer? There's a big sign. It says a
on
list
bank.
of services they offer. Do they not offer personal banking, portfolio management, investments, financial services, or credits? Which of these is a service the bank does not offer?
Somehow, credits looks a little bit out of order
it looks
for what
out
would
of
be here.
it, but I mean, you know, you got a credit card at the bank, you fix your credits, you know what I mean? I think portfolio. I don't think a portfolio would be managed at a bank, would you?
You don't think like a bank that big would handle portfolio management?
I don't know. They have so much gold downstairs. You think? I don't know. I'm going with B, portfolio. I've been
All right.
wrong the whole time.
Tommy
yeah.
says B, portfolio management. Jacob, have you made your decision?
I'll take credits, but watch how hilarious it would be if that bank doesn't
All right.
do A for some reason.
Yeah, probably personal banking.
Let's see the answer. It is portfolio management. B, credits is on there. There you go. So we're 2-2 right now between Jacob and Tommy. There's 6 total questions, so we might have a tie, but we'll see what happens. Let's move on. Bank question number 2. Number 4 total, or 5 total. On bank, how many degrees does the CEO have framed on the wall of his office? Bonus point if you can name the university. So is it A4, B3, C2, D5, or E, none?
Is the university fictional, or does it actually exist?
Imagine
I don't
it's
know.
Bartlett.
If it
I'm
should be
not a
Bartlett,
university expert.
like you stick in universe if you have that on a degree.
You
name.
know what? I'm doing Bartlett, and
Okay.
I'm doing CEO. I'd say there's 2. C.
It's the
Okay.
it's the big.
It has to be in the vase. You know those vases on the wall?
No, yeah, it has to
1
be
and 2.
like in between the two
Yes.
of them, and we're talking back behind the
Yes.
the big
But
the big
It is,
desk
it
on
is
bank,
in
right?
the room CEO.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
How,
okay.
how do we know though? Because by the time you look at it, you get headshotted by the window, so you can't really look at it. You know what I mean?
It's something you
like-
don't look at. For
That's the whole point. You gotta be
I-
specifically observant. Jacob, what's your answer?
I'm gonna say, you know what? Like 4 seems like the very obvious one. I'll say 3. There's no way he's smart enough for 5. There's no way he'd only have 2. I'll say 3.
So it is
2.
B for Jacob, C,
2.
and then Jacob, do you have a guess as far as university goes?
If they stick in universe, I'd still say Bartlett. But yeah,
right.
I'll say that and just hope.
Yeah,
See what the
Bartlett.
answer
It's
is.
not like I get docked.
The
so.
answer is D5.
Whoa.
So neither of you got it, but you both did get the bonus point.
So we're still tied
You're
at
still
3.
tied at 3-3. So it's going to come down to the last question here. Let's see what the last question for our map quiz today is. Number 3 for
What the
Bank.
heck?
That guy's smart. Why is he playing Siege?
It is. I don't know. Maybe he's managing the bank. The bank offers insurance, but how many people does their poster say they insure?
Oh, dear
Is
God.
it A, over 30 million, B, over 10 million, C, over 25 million, D, over 20 million, or E, exactly 25,542,007 people?
E looks a little bit too good to be true.
Wouldn't E and C be the same though? Over 25 million.
Well, one's a more exact one.
You know what I mean?
My point is, there are
Only
these
you would look for
posters
those
there.
loopholes,
What
man.
does that poster say?
Why does this remind me of like a fast food restaurant? Over 300 million people served, it's like kind of thing.
It's
like,
crazy. I'm gonna say D because like technically like over 20 million is 25 and 25.
But it has to be what the poster says. The poster says one of these things. So you can't like catch all the answers in one. I see what you're trying to do there. That's a pro-gamer mentality. We're not accepting that.
I
here.
see it,
You
I
got to
see
make
it,
a
I see it.
decision. Are you going with D?
D.
All right, D for Tommy. Jacob says
Let's go for the big boy here. Let's go A.
A for
Over
30
30
million.
million.
All right, what is our answer? How many people are insured by the bank on bank? It is A, over 30 million people. That means Jacob is our winner of the map quiz. Congratulations, Jacob. You get,
Not saying I did
Accolades?
my research beforehand, but
well, there you go.
Ratio.
There you go, but you're right. You said you knew these things on the maps. And
I said
You proved it. You proved it. Tommy, you did very well as well. But yeah, there you go. Well, there's our map quiz. I just thought it'd be fun. You know, we'll bring this back. We'll do some other maps later. We'll find some tricky things to try to trip up our analysts and possible pro
what
gamers.
2 maps should we do next? Like of the maps we've got in the competitive pool, what other 2 do you want us to do next? We can do that.
Yeah, well, let's find out. You've got a chance to let us know on socials. That's right, R6 Esports NA on Twitter and Instagram. Tweet at us, Instagram at us, and let us know which maps you want to see on the map quiz next. And that is going to do it for the pre-show. But don't go anywhere. When we come back, the day is going to begin. That's right, week number 4 of the Rainbow Six North American League. And to start things off with none other than Parabellum versus Mirage when we come back. So do not go anywhere.
How am I
Return
not there?
right after this.
tripping, Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he heffing. Core with digits, give him estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Bim Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. Know this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the pan to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, heading out the piece. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through tripping, Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love.
And Beastcoast put another one up. An easy closeout for Astralis. Flawless. Round 4 goes their way.
DarkZero in full control.
Grabs one hell, but Foxy so good. Foxy absolutely popping off right now.
This team is sitting pretty right now.
Great teamwork. Soniqs take the lead again. A big victory for the Spacestation.
XSET.
They play it out perfectly.
The challenge now, quite simply, is just survive.
Congratulations to TSM.
This is the NAL.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Rainbow Six North American League. Here we are back again for week number 4. I'm your host, Doa, here at the desk, and along with us we got Caliber Jacob and a special guest, Tommy. That's right, Pro Gamer Tommy joining us on the desk to offer that deep insight into what goes on in the minds of players as they're playing these games. How you doing? Welcome to the desk.
Thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome from you and Jacob. And you know, it's actually nice to be here. Like I just want to tell you guys, like I'm 5'8". Like today I'm 5'10". I don't want you guys to be like, oh wow, he's tall. Like, but I'm still gonna add this to my profile, just letting you know. Like,
which profile is a matter of debate, but obviously, I mean, yeah.
my R6 tabs profile.
R6 tab? Okay,
Oh,
there you go. Fair.
That's right.
It was either that or
Little
tracker.
Wikipedia,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. We're glad you have it here. What have you been up to? Since obviously you left Mirage after last stage, like what's the process been like since then?
I've been crying since then.
Sorry about it.
No, but really, I've been just, enjoying civilian life, having fun with my family, actually seeing, like, some of the people I've never seen, like, in the past 4 years of being a pro. Obviously, when you become a pro player, like, you give up your, like, IRL life, like, your friends and stuff, because, like, back then in Michigan, when I scrimmed at, like, 8 o'clock Eastern PM, it's like my friends all would hang out at that time. So, like, now I'm getting a little bit back into that process. But hopefully, I can jump my way back into Siege somehow. So, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm sure you will. No doubt about that. Jacob, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm having a much better day that now we've completely excised the Canadian presence from this desk and we've added somebody else.
Canadians on DarkZero, by the way.
Oh, well, I mean, he's not on the desk, though. He's not, right here in person. That's right.
Okay,
man.
That's true.
over
But, I mean,
later.
I was curious. I was like, hey, how far away from Canada do you actually live? And evidently, the answer is not far.
Not far for
So,
Tommy.
evidently, we haven't lost the Canadian presence. He's right here. There's Timmy Hortons right by his house.
You don't say that to people from Michigan or Minnesota.
You don't.
You don't call them. You don't call them.
You don't call me Canadian, but like,
No.
because I'm Thomas. I play for Mirage Canadians on DarkZero. That's the first reason why I don't call me Canadian.
You said that twice already.
Just making sure we're on the same page.
Nothing against Canada, of course. Let's move on. Let's move on before the Canadians get any more angry at us. Let's check out our standings here on the North American League. And it's a North American League. Canada and the United States just joining together, being fun.
And then Mexico, if you're
and all
Geo,
that.
that's
And
the other
Mexico,
story.
yeah. They're on. Oxygen on top right now after week number 3. They did it. They're 1 point ahead of XSET, but everything is still so close. I mean, look at that. 9th place and 3rd place split by just 2 points.
Yeah, the big thing to note here is that there isn't a possibility of any team qualifying for the Berlin Major based on any result today. That is how tight this is.
Wow.
We have to wait until tomorrow to confirm any teams, and that's only if results today end up going the way that some of these teams are looking for. Mirage is the only team that can be formally eliminated today.
Right.
The inverse of that. And even if they were to get a regulation victory, the chance of them qualifying is so minuscule that you'd basically have to hope for a miracle if Mirage wanted to go all the whole way.
Now let's talk probability, because we actually have a really cool graphic to illustrate that as well. We can actually tell you via a little bit of help from Srbunny and Wrath R6 out there on Twitter. Thanks for helping us put this one together. We can see the actual probability and numbers of teams going through. What do you think, Tommy?
I mean, I'm really liking these stats. Kind of being biased, I really want to see TSM back in the top 4 spot and, you know, get another chance at a major, even though they won invite. But to have them, you know, be regionally like dominant is it's a nice thing to see, especially for TSM and for my friends.
We're looking at a case where OXG and XSET, they're probably going to go. At this point, it would be incredibly unlikely for them to just not make it outright. They'd have to lose all the remaining games without any additional space. I do think my earlier prediction about either TSM or Soniqs bouncing back in stage 2 and qualifying is also going to come true. The question is, are both of them actually going to go, or does DarkZero get back up in there, or does Beastcoast get back in there? I'm not saying PB, Spacestation, and Astralis for some reason can't go back, but because they have so many other teams to vault over, it's very improbable that either of those 3 are actually going to qualify, which for Astralis would be a pretty crushing blow.
So many questions remain, but not so many matches remain. Only 3 per team before we find out who goes to Berlin. Let's take a look at today's schedule to see what matches we have to look forward to. We got Parabellum versus Mirage coming up first. For once, Mirage not playing the last match in the day. It seems like that's all they've done in stage 2, but we got XSET versus Astralis. I'm especially excited to see that one. Then we got Beastcoast taking on Soniqs, a battle of you know, good vibes and positivity. And then we have Oxygen versus DarkZero, and finally ending the day with Spacestation Gaming versus TSM. Should be a great day of matches, shouldn't it?
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm most excited for match number 2 and number 3, and a little bit of number 5, just so I can, you know, mess with Achieve a little bit. But I'm really excited for these the 3rd match, because I would love to see Yardi and Rexen go at, or Drip and Rexen go at it, because, you know, not only that we're friends, but we used to be past teammates of each other. So to see if one of them knocks them out and it has more points over them, it's going to be
the old
amazing
92 Dream Team days, dude. Yeah, seriously. Oh, it feels good.
Indeed. Well, let's dive into our first match of the day. We talked about it a moment ago. It's going to be Parabellum versus Mirage. Now, Parabellum is a team that's been like a little bit up, a little bit down here and there throughout the stage. I would say they're looking better than they did in stage number 1. Gunnar and Blaz certainly seem like upgrades in terms of just their lethality around the maps, right? And so you'd think they're going to come into this one and be able to take the victory. That said, Mirage is coming off of their first win of the stage, so they are going to be a bit resurgent as well. They are going to have a little bit of momentum coming into this one, but they still have so much to make up for, right? They're struggling to not be eliminated. So this is a pretty big one for both teams, honestly.
I look at this, and I obviously for Mirage, congratulations, you got your first win under your belt. That is fantastic.
Yeah.
You're still dead last on attack, which we can look at the whole caveat of the stage for them being not playing on the LAN, like in the LAN center. They don't have their full team at full strength. They had Gara. They weren't able to play with Melted for a day. There are loads of asterisks that you can put on this stage for Mirage.
Sure.
I say, again, continue to use this as what it's meant to be, a rebuilding stage. You're looking for opportunities to get back into the game. And against a team like Parabellum, who similarly have had struggles, they've looked good at times, but it feels like sometimes they relied too much on their new superstar players, don't play very safe, play aggressive when they don't need to. This could be the kind of scenario where Mirage actually gets a pretty good win here.
Yeah, I can see both teams. I think it's going to be a competitive game. I will say, like, even though we lost to Parabellum, you know, when I say we, I was on Mirage last
You were on
stage.
it, right, yeah.
I lost to Parabellum last stage, and we had a coach actually subbed in. But this stage, Parabellum, Gunnar and Blaz are like the main reasons for right now Parabellum being, you know, as you could say, like 6th or 7th place, you know, just being dominant. I will say that they do need some help within that field of stats, you know, coming in from, you know, the rest of the team for them to, you know, get better, because you don't want to just see them rely just on Blaz and Gunner. But
Right.
I will say have eyes on Kento and Gunner this game. Both Finka mains and both dominant on that role.
So all we have to do is ban Fink, and all of a sudden they will just plummet.
I wonder. Do you think they might actually go for it?
No, I think they both rely on that operator too much that for some reason
Finka's
they
the new
did.
Ashe. Finka is the new Ashe. How people used to say you're an Ashe Jaeger main is Finka Alibi now.
Finka Alibi,
Or
okay.
Finka Wamai.
Or Finka Azami was originally what I was thinking.
Finka Azami, Finka
Yeah,
Wamai,
she's not
Finka
bad.
Alibi.
Yeah.
A lot of zombie bands coming in as the stage has gone on, but we can chat about that in a moment. Parabellum, though. This is a team, like we talked about. They've got their new gunners in Gunner and Blaz, but they need everyone else to keep up and step up. And I feel like there have been really good moments for everybody on this team. Even Eska, who was a little bit quiet, I think, earlier in the stage, had a pretty good match last week, too. So,
yeah.
It might be just about starting to come together for Parabellum, and it couldn't come at a better time because they're trying to get that major spot. But if things don't fire on all cylinders this week, it feels like that's it for the major.
Parabellum's going to win because Kool-Aid's chomping on a
Eating a
banana
banana.
right now. Yeah.
I will
Park.
say,
He's channeling Pojo powers.
having Smitty also with them, having like a coach on presence and not, on the web, somewhere like 3,000 miles away, is amazing for them. So.
I look at that too. Hopefully Eska can find a way to bounce back still, because one game does not mean a whole turnaround is in the process. That kind of trend has to continue because I still feel like Eska isn't meeting his full potential. The other thing I'll say is Penguin needs to play safer. I don't mind when he plays on a roam, but I feel like it's the kind of thing that is such a high risk for very little reward as far as Parabellum is concerned. And he should be the one usually probably like sticking closer to sight. That's the kind of thing Kool-Aid's been doing. Kool-Aid's been playing more smoke predominantly, but it's the kind of thing where I don't want to see them split that duty anymore. I almost feel like I want Kool-Aid, who can be relied a little bit more on his gun skill and his timing, a little bit more so than Penguin, to play within that space. I feel like on defense, this team, so far through this stage, they're only ranked 6th. They could be a lot higher if it's not down to weird swings, weird aggression. That just seems to be PB's MO. It worked in CL, but at a tier 1 level, it feels like that translation hasn't been met nearly as much.
I feel like with PB, they have Gunner really fragging out recently, and being a rookie on that team is putting up numbers. But I will say that having Penguin wide swing, it isn't bad if you do it together as a team.
Right.
Like I see a lot of issues with people flanking early and or just taking gunfights they don't need to, like in a time where their teammates aren't ready to trade them out. But if you do everything together at the same time, coordinated, it could work.
Yeah. I think it's just a matter of getting it all to work together, right? It's a matter of finally taking all these pieces and making them operate as like a polished machine, And they haven't quite been able to do that yet. Will they finally do it here in week number 4? We'll find out. They've got a pretty good opponent to do it against, though, I suppose, in Mirage. Let's talk about Mirage a little bit. Again, we have to add the asterisk that you talked about earlier, Jacob. That's very valid. They've had illness on the team they've been dealing with all stage. They've played with a coach. They've had to play from home with ping. Like, it's not been the ideal scenario in the best of cases, right?
True.
So maybe today, maybe this will finally be it. They're back in the studio, right? They are presumably healthy from everything we've heard. So maybe now is a last-minute chance to sort of like get something going.
Again, you have 3 games where you can find what your actual basis is and what you can take with you into stage 3, because I don't even want to mention like major probabilities or anything to do with the future other than looking ahead several months from now. You can take these games like day by day, obviously, as you should, but there are positives here that you just need to do a much better job of amplifying. This team is still the worst on attack in the league. And there is a much bigger discrepancy between what it is to be bad on attack and good on attack, whereas on defense, it's a little bit more clustered up. In that Beastcoast win, they jumped out of last place on defense up into 8th, which is it's small incremental improvements. Kento's been a mastermind behind the scenes at just being a disruptor. Marm is still producing very well, even if I still argue she might do better in a different role. Everything else about this team is something where I still question, is it going to work? Are the right people in the right positions? And do we still need to see more change in the future?
I think Mirage is doing good this stage, and I think you got to give props where props is due, even though I'm not there. Nyx is, turning the team around. But I will say they're still having fundamental issues right now. Kento is the only one fragging out.
Right.
Like, let's be honest, he is the consistent one only, like game after game, even if he's not putting up huge numbers, he's still putting up the numbers that they need.
Funnily enough, he and Benji are tied on kills at the moment.
Yeah, so, you just got to have a little bit more help with Kento right there, and especially on the role he's on, he can't do everything on entry.
If you were still back on this team, what would you do to change things up on attack to help them succeed more?
Honestly, I would probably take it slow within like the first minute, and then quickly execute the site whenever you have the map control. But because I feel like a lot of teams nowadays, especially a team like if we want to expand on Beastcoast and stuff, like they have issues transitioning. We call it the transition era, where you get the opening kill,
right?
But you can't transition it until like the mid round or the late round or execute wise, and you just stall and stall and stall. So I feel like if you take a little bit more precautions, a little bit more time, a little bit more like executions, you can probably get a couple rounds out of it.
Okay. All right. Interesting. I'm excited to see what they can do on stage again, too, where they can finally kind of get their heads in the game completely in a way they haven't been able to as much earlier in the stage. But let's take a look at the maps. Let's find out where we're going here. The bans are in, so we're about to see, where the map is going to be played. Let's go through it. No Oregon, no Clubhouse to start things off.
Nah, these have both been permabans from both squads, so I'm not surprised
I think
here.
it's smart, especially with the Finca Meadow, where Oregon's just a frag house.
I'd say so too. I kind of want to see a cafe, if I'm honest. Both teams lost it earlier in the stage. It's kind of like a comeback map. They both don't ban it very frequently, so I'd say if we see it, that is where I'd love to see us. God, never mind.
Chalet is a good map for Parabellum, so Mirage banning is pretty much smart for them.
Yeah, true. And Mirage just also don't like Chalet in the first place, so might as well remove that from the fray. We'll get down to a couple other ones here. If it's not a cafe, then maybe one of the new maps like a Theme or a Sky might be kind of interesting. Probably Theme, because it seems like we're trailing towards that right now. Villa is always a Parabellum stronghold, so I'd say good on Mirage for banning it, even though they've tried it several times. Like, even when you were on the team, it never felt like it translated nearly as well as it could.
I would say, like, Chalet and Villa, those are the two maps where it's like, it's frag heavy and it's not too structured where like it doesn't fit Mirage playstyle.
If
where
you don't have
pure
structured gunners, it won't work out.
That's why Parabellum banned Clubhouse, way too structured.
Skyscraper. All right, interesting.
All right, so in terms of previous history on this one, Mirage obviously have already played this. They
beat Drip Booling.
they beat Drip. True.
It's a good one. Good map for Mirage. Yeah.
But not the kind of thing that I expect them to really do much against a PB team who did win this earlier. What was it? It was against Spacestation. It was last week. There was a lot of misdirection on that map that was taking a lot of those defensive setups of Spacestation to task. That feels somehow like a map where the unpredictability of Parabellum probably can thrive a little bit more, especially if for some reason a team has not been able to systemically figure out every nook and cranny of that map so far.
All right, well, a lot to think about as we go into that one, but it's time to make some predictions. That's right, week number 4, and now, some teams worried about getting to the major. I'm just worried about who's going to do on the predictions. That's what's on my mind.
Yeah, you're worried.
Very important.
Because you don't have a stake in this. You're not worried for yourself.
Steak? How about potatoes?
The host privilege,
chicken?
Sirloin.
Sirloin. I'll take that. Ahi tuna. Either way, let's talk to our casters and see what their predictions are first going into this one. Blue, Stokes, what do you got?
This is going to be a pretty close matchup. It's on an interesting map, too. Obviously, it's the one that Mirage was just able to take for themselves in a bit of an upset fashion the other day. With that said, I don't think Mirage necessarily there yet where they would be able to trounce on the actually pretty good progress we've seen Parabellum make so far in this stage. So I'm going to be predicting Parabellum to win today's matchup.
All right, PB.
Yeah, I don't think he's far off the mark here. I think Parabellum is more than likely going to take this one. I'm happy that Mirage is starting to improve, but you're going back to the map that you just played last week. I have a lot of faith in Parabellum, especially their head coach, VBM. I think that they got this one in the bag.
Sam, quick question. Is that Space Station gaming merch you're wearing?
Actually, 2 layers of it. Yes, indeed. We got SSG on SSG.
And you're really trying to jinx them, aren't you?
Yeah.
The best part is
bias or a curse. Yeah. One of the two.
I mean, the best part is I'm not even casting it, so I get to be as biased as I want to, and I picked TSM, so I win either way. Like, this is perfect.
Oh, they're getting out of control over there. All right, well, there's 2 for Parabellum from our casters, but let's see what our analysts and our pro player have to say. So, Jacob, what do you think of this one? You got to pick Parabellum, right?
Yeah, we said that about the Beastcoast game, and look at how that one turned out.
I know.
I'm not using that as an excuse to then pick Mirage, but I am worried, if nothing else. If Mirage have as good of an understanding of this map as that Beastcoast game demonstrated, then Parabellum's has to be way far out there. And I think they got a really good showcase of how well they understand the map because of that Space Station game that they played last week, and they won. It was close. It was a hair trigger away, but they still managed to do it. I think they have a better understanding of the map. I'll take PB.
All right, PB.
With all the improvements Mirage has done, I don't think it's still enough for Gunnar and Blaz, and I believe Eska's on a new tear.
Okay.
I've been seeing his TDM clips. He'd be going crazy.
TDM clips.
Hey, that's just practice clicking heads. That comes, that comes in handy, doesn't it?
I'm going to say Parabellum, but, like, you know, I wish Kenta, like, just goes crazy this game, too, because I want to see a Finka versus Finka battle, and hopefully, let's see if it's banned.
Yeah. All right, well, there you go. So everyone's saying Parabellum. Let's see what the coin says. Now, the coin really loved Mirage at the start of the stage, but, you know, Mirage kept losing. Now, the coin realized that it had to pick against Mirage so that all the picks would be the other team, thereby invoking the NAL curse that when everyone predicts one team, including the coin, the other team wins. That's pretty much been the case the entire season.
So what we're hoping for is that it picks
Well,
Mirage.
we'll see. We'll see, right? Heads will be Parabellum.
Otherwise, you start at
Tails will be
0%.
Mirage. Good luck.
I'm always 100%. You feel me?
Coin is. Oh, coin says heads. Parabellum. But that might be it. That might be it. That might be the curse
Twitter,
being invoked
save us.
by the coin again. Remember, I'm pretty sure the coin has Mirage's back deep down.
I'm here. It's Parabellum. Simple.
Deep down and signed it's 90%.
Twitter,
silver,
please save us
copper.
and pick Mirage.
No, trust me. All of us said Parabellum. It's Parabellum. 7-4.
Parabellum. Oh, uh-oh. We're in curse territory.
Congratulations to Mirage.
That's how it's been. I'm serious. Go back and look at the predictions. Nearly, I think every time, either every time or nearly every time this has happened, the other team has won. So we'll have to wait.
And even if it's not perfect, it's like 83%. It's still ridiculous.
It's eerily high. We'll put it that way. Let's see what the community poll is to go into game number 1. Which birds do you prefer? Penguins or owls?
Oh my God.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
I used to like owls, but not as much anymore.
I don't really
That's
have
a
a
deep
preference.
Esports cut right there.
I have a preference simply based on Pokemon.
Wink.
But
anyway, that's it. You got to talk about it. Hashtag R6NAL on Twitter. Let us know what you think. Vote in the poll as well. Do not go anywhere, though, because the first map of the day, PB versus Mirage, coming at you in just a few.
And this is the NAL.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NAL. We are getting ready to jump into our first matchup of the day, our first matchup of the week as well, starting out a new play day here and a new play week. We're very excited to be jumping into this one. Bound to be a pretty interesting match for a few reasons. Obviously, Mirage hot off of their bit of an upset victory at the end of last week versus Beastcoast, looking to repeat that success against the Parabellum, which has been actually surging in terms of their own proficiency so far in the stage.
Yeah, it really started off strong, kind of slowed down near the middle section. action. And now we're down to these last 3 days. Parabellum still have an opportunity to impress us here at the tail end of stage 2, but it's going to require quite a bit. And it all starts here today on Skyscraper up against Mirage, which, just as you were saying, as well as the analyst desk about Mirage with their last week victory over Beastcoast, this could prove to be more difficult this time around just due to the fact that there's now fresh VOD on this team and the way that they like to play this map. Now, the big thing is for Mirage is that they actually played a very good game last week. It was very well coordinated. The team was firing on all cylinders, everybody putting up big numbers, nobody really having to run off and get all of the kills. So it was very well done, a nice little tidy win up against BC.
Still saw Kento leading the charge in terms of overall contributions, just like from a stats perspective for Mirage in that matchup, but most of his teammates were fairly close to that. Marm, she actually had a fantastic game when this team played just the other day, came out clutch in multiple situations, didn't necessarily lead to the winning of the round all the time, but certainly playing her out and trying to save the team in quite a few scenarios, and Melted as well, having a fantastic game, so looking for them to step up as they're going to repeat that feat hopefully again here today as they look for a second victory on Skyscraper versus Parabellum. Let's see if Mirage can get it done or if PB is going to be able to lock in another victory of their own and break the tied record they currently have, as you can see there at 3-3. It's number 9 versus number 10 in the league currently as we go live.
All right, Parabellum is going to be removing, well, we really don't know yet, but Mirage will take out Maverick, at least for our initial offensive ban, so hampering the hard breach in a certain way, and the Thatcher is going to double down on that aspect. Haven't had a sky like this in quite some time, so it should be pretty interesting. This is definitely going to slow down the offensive play quite a bit. I'm really worried about kind of that central hallway we've been talking about a lot whenever we do talk about Skyscraper right now with like Terrace, Drum, and you know, Shrine, stuff like that. You're really going to have to be worried about how the offense is going to be able to work their way through with the minimal utility that they now have when it comes to breaching. Kaid going to be removed as well. Nice little respect to the ban there just because the Thatcher was removed. Then Azami to round it off. I bet everyone's so very surprised by that.
Yeah, no real unexpected bans coming out here for our first map of the day. It's nothing too crazy to talk about there. We'll get past that pretty quickly and move into our first round, our first defense as well, of course, for Mirage, who's going to be starting on the defensive side this time. This is where they picked up the large majority of their rounds when they played against Beastcoast in their matchup from the last Playday. Managed to win, I believe, 5 rounds inside of that side and only closed out 2 of their attacking rounds that were needed to be able to get the dub for them. So let's see, once again, if they're going to be looking to find that here today or if they may find some presence on the attacking side as well.
All right, so T is going to be the very first stop on our defensive side by Mirage, and this could make for a pretty interesting round 1. It really just depends on how Parabellum wants to do this. We've been seeing a lot of teams start from the east and work their way across towards the west side, and that's when you run into what we were talking about in kind of our pre-game there, this central area where you got to deal with Terrace and Drum and everything else in between. The defense likes to set up a lot of different parameters around here, deployable shields, you know, Wamai discs, the whole 9 yards. And then when it comes down to other aspects of the way that the offense can handle this, we can also see them go for a Black Stairs push or maybe a Geisha push as well that's more, you know, centralized around where the site is. You don't have to go for that full top clear that ends up taking quite some time if you're not able to, you know, really batten down the hatches early on inside of the round. So we'll see how Parabellum wants to try and answer this. Mirage is going to be starting all the way over on the house stairs with none other than Benji on the Goyo.
It's a bit of a slow crawl here for the PB members. They do want to be careful of any aggressive tendencies that may come out from Mirage in these opening moments. Need to get a couple of the initial walls prepped open as well. So you'll see Eska as well as Kool-Aid working together there to quickly pop open the first of the second floor walls and give the team a bit more interior access. Not going to actually push for it yet. Still need to bleed a few players out of these more hardcore positions, and that's what they're doing now with the utility you're seeing from Blaz and a few of the other players on PB.
Yes, indeed. And as we're getting more of a picture of this overall, this top floor is so convoluted for the offense to work through. You can see the reinforcements that Mirage have set up to kind of split the site, or rather the top floor, in half. Make it really difficult to try and work like Shrine side and all that kind of stuff. There's just no real crosses for Parabellum to be able to try and abuse. And instead, they're going to have to try and find a different entry point on this top floor. But they've just now gotten the office wall open, Blue. There's 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. We're about halfway through this round. We've got nobody in the building.
Still some time for the team to be able to put the right foot forward here. We've got quite a few members of Mirage out and about as well. Yeah, Benji finally going to get tripped up there. He'll be eliminated. A second member of the squad going down pretty much immediately afterwards with Kento being found out. Yes, there was a concern for time previously, but Parabellum probably not panicking about it too much, considering they knew they had members of Mirage close to them, and now that they've been able to kill them, things are much more palatable as we enter the final minute and 15 seconds of play.
Oh, very disappointing round for Mirage there. Such a large build-up to this moment where it can be the make or break, and they give over 2 bodies. Just go looking for PB, and they find exactly what they thought was there, and it happens to be a barrel of a gun. Parabellum will take down 2, looking for the 3rd onto Marm. It's a frag grenade, though, to take her out, not the weaponry. Nice little toss there by Parabellum as they're dismantling Mirage here, taking their time, but finally somebody has something to do up against the offense. Next, he'll take down Penguin. So he's got quite a few angles that actually end up lining up through T, but he's going to get taken down as well, and it's going to leave it all up to Melted, who will quickly be removed on the main stairwell, and that's going to be a Parabellum round. I got to say, Blue, I'm really disappointed with the way we saw that mid-round go for Mirage. You really want them to lean into that patience game that they already were initially, but they just go too far and end up losing too many bodies that allow Parabellum to work into the building and start taking as many gunfights as they really want. They're up in man count, and they're not going to get punished for it.
Yeah, while there is a time delay element to it that you brought up at one point there, it doesn't really lead to a whole lot when both players that are involved in that delay end up getting knocked out there. So all of that, time being wasted as Parabellum set themselves up to get into the building, that was more than anything just setting themselves up to eliminate both of those players. As you saw some great coordination, more so to take out the utility, but that all bled together into knocking out those 2, where Parabellum was never really out of control of the situation, it seemed here. Mirage gonna make a pretty dramatic shift in their sight change now as we head into the second round, as instead of going to the other side of the second floor where we've seen most teams play into here, they're going to go downstairs in a barbecue next.
Yes, indeed, and that's always going to be a situation where you want to see the player play out the time instead of going for the kill. You might end up getting a kill in that situation anyways, but if Parabellum's going to take an extra 25 seconds to clear out your location, let them do that. It's going to make it to where the timer is not working in their favor, the defense can calm down, your site players have a breath of fresh air because they know they don't have to try and make such a grand stand like they would in a traditional round. So very unfortunate for Mirage. They're definitely going to want to go back and look through that and see if they can possibly fix some things in the future. But they got a lot bigger fish to fry at the current moment with round 2 already loaded up. And us going to BBQ, Parabellum are going to be looking to take this top floor and try and abuse as many of these angles with Eska as humanly possible.
As we saw before, Mirage do have a bit of an extension up here playing into the previous round sites, just as an extension to try and delay out time, just like we saw in the previous round. How effective that'll be, we have to wait and see, though, as Parabellum has only just now begun their clear from the office side, working their way over from there. A little bit of resistance from Mirage going to be prepped in areas like Drum, as well as the drop down just behind that. There's lots of resistance still to be thrown out here, but at the same time, Parabellum is doing double duty, clearing out both the first and second floor kind of consecutively here, since there is no notable extension from Mirage on the horizontal plane.
Love this from Parabellum. They realize that Mirage has kind of split the building in half, so they're just going to set it like that. They're going to get the air jabs in down low and make it to where another Mirage defense can rotate in under them, and then they can focus their full force on this top floor and trying to take across. All they have to worry about is really the stairwells once they start getting over towards this area. So Parabellum's going to try and reassess the situation. Kool-Aid's moved himself over towards Geisha Balcony. He does indeed have one intel with him. That's going to be Blast for the moment. And with still half the round to go, there's so much for them to do, but definitely achievable with the amount of utility that they have, especially depending on how this goes with Nyx. 2 frag grenades out, they're both going to miss, and he's actually going to bandage. He's got it, no way, yep, absolutely. Very well done. The exothermic down, and Kool-Aid dead in the water for the moment.
Good hot denial from Nyx right there. A bit close in the timing, but he is able to make it work for himself, and a good thing, too, is it denies a huge amount of map control away from Parabellum now as a result of it. PB actually going to send a couple players back outside to go for a bit of a reset now and see if they can maybe find a better way to push themselves forward and clear out, once again, this extension, which is causing so much delay for PB.
Now, there's a massive difference in between these last 2 rounds, John. This one being that, well, there's not a single person dead on either team, but yet the timer continues to dwindle, and it's the delay that Mirage has had. They've played patiently. Yes, Kento's been given up, but now it's down to the last minute. They have a very good opportunity to stand exactly where they are. Stand firm, and that's what Nyx is going to do. He'll take down Eska. That's going to at least equalize for the time. Now Parabellum, they have to reassess yet again, and since Melted's taken down Gunner, their top frag of the current stage, looking worse for wear. But finally, they'll be able to refrag that as well. Don't really have a place to put this case down just yet. Don't really know where the remaining members of Mirage even are.
They've been forced to just go for it, essentially, here. No real room left to play, no real time left to clear out the top downs either. Here, Benji ready for the challenge as Blaz tries to force the issue against him. He will get cut off on an exchange, but here's the problem now. Into into a 2v2. There's not great positioning for anyone on PB, but Kool-Aid makes it through the dance regardless. He's going to be able to potentially get this case down on the ground. Needs Penguin to stay alive, and he'll succeed in doing so. Where's that top player, though? They've already taken down the first. Soniqs cannot find proper positioning to counter it out, so he's going to have to go down and duel this out in the 1v2. It was looking like Mirage had this locked down for sure, but no longer, as Kool-Aid and Penguin are able to breach their way into the site regardless. Nix, he's here now, but does he have a safe path in? That's going to be the big problem for him. He's going to lack for intel. Should have been able to see a gun barrel there a second ago, but I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure if he noticed it. Wrapping around the corner here, first target's going to present itself to him, but hasn't been able to isolate it. Doesn't even see Penguin further back in the site either, so PB shut down a second round.
MVP of the round, I'm not even joking, it has to be Blaz. Because of the way that Blast died upstairs, his body literally laid across all of those angles, and it blocked all of the angles on the floor upstairs. You could only use the one angle to try and kill the person on the bomb chassis. I believe that's how that's set up just in general in the first place, but it definitely makes it to where they can't try and shut off a lot of the entry points, you know, around the actual barbecue site. They no longer have angles on it. They only have the one to look over the top of the bomb chassis. So super unfortunate there for Mirage, especially with how much time they waste. I mean, it's like 2 minutes and 15 seconds before we see that very first kill from Parabellum. You think Mirage has it in the bag, especially since they still have top floor control, but the angles ended up working out in the way of the offense.
Yeah, PBD unfortunately did not have great control over that situation. You can even see that as well, having to send one of their two players upstairs to trade out the person. As you said, Blaz there, who had to do it, holding that kind of top-down angle that would have shut down any attempt to push into the site. No longer could that be the case because of the body block from Blaz. Allowed those two players in.
I really can't believe that happened.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
It's more surprising that it worked more than anything, but obviously wasn't the intention, just kind of a circumstantial play, but works.
Strategic death.
Yeah,
strategic death.
Works out really well regardless for Parabellum, and is the saving grace to some extent that allows them into the site to get the case down onto the ground. So 2-0 lead for them. An unfortunate missed round for Mirage has forced an early tack pause from them as well, and another shift in site choices. They're going to go to the other side. Actually, never mind. They're going to be on bedroom. I thought we were upstairs at office, so another first floor hold coming out from Mirage here. And quite a dramatic shift in their operator choices as well, as they're going to try to go a little bit more site heavy with this, try to play around the utility a bit more.
You know, usually I'd be pretty frustrated with a timeout being called at a 2-0, but at the current moment, I feel like this is honestly a pretty good call for MRG. They're pretty discombobulated at the current moment. These last two rounds have not been going their way, especially given the circumstances of the early round. It's definitely got to be punishing to the mental. So a good reset here. We'll see how round 3 goes now as we'll reinsert Skyscraper, see if they can hold Parabellum back. And speaking of Parabellum, they haven't been changing up too much on this offensive lineup. They've been feeling very confident with this, especially after that opening round where they're able to take down so many Mirage members, at least initially, snowballing that into quite a few frags at the end of the day. Frag grenade out, speaking of which, it's not going to find too much, all except for the mute jammer up top. That will open up the single panel for the front office.
It's continuing to develop fairly slowly here as PB just lines up some opening bits of utility to knock out either players themselves holding positions for Mirage or the utility that's allowing them to support those positions here. So going to see the first wall being opened up, leading into the meeting room here and potentially exposing the position of at least one of our defenders. In this case, it'd be melted there, sitting behind the meeting desk, but not going to get any direct challenge against him, not this early on anyway. So still has some time to play out from here while Parabellum builds up their courage to move in for the clear against him and a few other members of Mirage that are also sitting nearby.
Parabellum is doing a bang-up job of keeping themselves alive while also achieving all of these tasks around the site. They've gotten the walls open. They can start to focus on other greener pastures, like working their way in from T. Kento. Oh, that bullet tracer had to be right past Gunner's ear. Counting his lucky stars right now. He's taking control of Drum just with his sheer presence. Almost loses his head for it, though. It'll be a frag grenade in on the opposite side here for Blaz as he's attempting to deal with Shrine and Dragon. Doesn't have anybody into his right, so this should be a pretty easy hop as he'll try and influence any of the fights around the office space. Penguin's going to start pushing for Dry Bar here. Nobody home, all except for one, but the crossfire now open. Obviously, the castle of Benji going to be feeling that, as he's actually going to be able to secure quite the kill onto Gunner, but he's going to get flooded with stuns now. Kool-Aid might catch himself off guard. They're both going to hightail it out of there as they'll both run downstairs into the house, part of the map.
PB with some upstairs control, but as you can see, it's a little bit claustrophobic for them to play around at the moment here, so they're going to work on expanding out from that. Unfortunately, not with a whole lot of time to do so. 45 seconds remain for them to at least start the process of putting a case down onto the ground, and as you can see, only just now taking some control over here towards Arsenal is really all they have to work with, so they're not really going to have a whole lot of time to build up for this grand execute here. Just have to kind of throw what their positions will allow them to do at the wall and hope that it sticks here. It's now only about 25 seconds remaining. You can see they're going to open up as many top downs as possible, and so unfortunate for Penguin. He second guesses whether there's going to be a frost trap there, ends up going down because of it. The good news is it isn't a safe area, so they can still get him up, but the damage to his health pool has been done regardless here. He's going to be fighting with 20 HP for the rest of the round. However, look at this, an easy walk-in for Kool-Aid, 0 resistance on the cross. Eska takes care of the only player trying to stop it. Marm as well as Kento, though, both find trades back against it. The Planter going to be able to hold on as Penguin survives for another kill against Marm, leaving Kento alone. He's been the MVP for this team in so many rounds, but not today, as PB secure a third in a row, and the coach pop it off in the back.
We got a lot of the picture of what was going on outside, but I really want to know what happened to Mirage's defensive setup, because we see Parabellum get inside, and the entire setup for the site is like potentially the easiest plant for them.
They just literally, like, he just runs across. There's no, I don't see tracers or anything. Like,
there's literally a deployable shield there. Like, it's such a defendable spot that is apparently set up for a defender to play, but Mirage got just completely removed, evicted from the location, and Parabellum quickly moves in, gathers squatters' rights, I guess, and immediately picks up yet another round. And, I mean, Mirage at the current moment, John, they're up the creek without the paddle, man. No timeouts, and now they have to try and work through this. They've flubbed 3 rounds in a row, and I don't see a bounce back in the near future.
It's not looking good at the moment here for Mirage. Already using their tactical pause as well means there's going to be no further moments of reprieve unless Parabellum would like to give over their pause, and they have no reason to do so at the moment, given that they're winning these rounds full steam ahead, and oftentimes with some last-second adjustments just to make it work, too. Parabellum are not even giving the cleanest show at the moment, but they're still able to make it work, and that's what's making up the difference right now and allowing for these 3-0s to come through.
Yeah, Parabellum is taking their time on these openers. They're waiting for Mirage to just get antsy. You know, they start peeking things, they start looking for a little bit too much and feeling like they have to make these heroic plays to win the round, when really what they need to do is just play as a team, play off of each other, and you're more than likely going to take those rounds when they're, you know, very low time and things along those lines. As long as you're able to refrag and maintain control, everything should be right as rain. Now, for Parabellum, they'll see if they can continue guiding this ship along, as they're looking for Geisha at the current moment. Frag grenade and will tag up Nyx. He was going for quite a lot there, and this is kind of what I'm talking about. Look at how much Nyx has to accomplish at this current moment, but look, there's nobody around Nyx either. There's not a single person home. He got frag grenaded. He's trying to bandit trick this, but guess what, ladies and gentlemen? I don't know if you know this, Parabellum has played this game before, and they know that Nyx is going to be there because he just did it 2 rounds ago. So it's just a little bit too much at the current moment, and they're getting caught off guard.
Yeah, PB have already figured out how to work through this executes, and pulling off that same trick twice is just not going to work here for Nyx. Gets read into, no utility support behind him, as you were mentioning, either, let alone player support, so he goes down without too much of a problem. Penguin struggling a little bit with this top-down battle, is able to throw some damage onto Marm, but Marm re-peaks it a second time as well, giving Penguin the foot shot he needed to knock out Marm from the round, and once again set PB up for a 5v3, still with half the round to play. 5v2 is now very realistic, although the second player on the flank might be able to save Kento's life. Smart moves from PB, though. They back up before things get too dodgy in that scenario.
It's so strange that Mirage has put so much weight onto Nyx's location, but then they also just don't reinvest into it. Gunner's going to take down 2 with the LMGE. He's looking for even more, can't get the third. Benji will take him down, but he's also the lone soul of Mirage, and he's dead as rights. So round 4 will take the way of Parabellum. And, I mean, it's just been a dominant performance from them overall. They're reading Mirage like an open book at the current moment. It's like they got a direct line to the spy network over on Mirage's side. So, without a timeout, they're going to have to try and figure this out themselves. And I'm telling you, it's really down to the team play that we're seeing from Mirage. There is no help when it comes to their coordination. They're all trying to accomplish so much at the current moment, especially with what we saw in that last round with Nyx inside of Geisha. This is just too much for one person. You've got nobody managing the window. He's trying to bandit trick the panel just to make sure that Parabellum can't control the top floor, which is arguably the most important part of that map. I mean, it's just, there's so many little aspects of it that Mirage are just not doing the greatest at that are really punishing them at the current moment.
As much as we love a good comeback story as well, things are unfortunately not looking like they're getting better for Mirage either. It looks like PB is getting more and more dominant as these rounds go further into it. Indeed, as Stokes is calling out right now, we've got quite a few repicks showing up for PB, including the Montaigne play from Penguin, as well as the Nook from Eska to potentially sneak into the building from another position and try to come in on a back flank as well. That's going to be from Barbecue Stairs, another position. Lots of options are open for Eska if he wants to support the usual balcony push from Penguin. That all depends on, of course, Parabellum executing that way, so we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case.
So that's the beauty of this lineup here. This is what it's intended for. Remember we were talking about this site the last time, and it was like, hey, you can either take from the east or the west, or you can go for something kind of like a Black Stairs take. That's what Monty's intended for here. You really want to take this northern side and start messing around until you can get a karaoke plan or something along those lines. Eska's here not only for the frag grenades, but also because he can sneak around while Monty pulls so much of the aggro from the defense. You have to pay attention to a Montaigne, otherwise you just risk dying. There's, you know, just a couple of seconds in between your life and death with that pistol in his hand. So we'll see how Mirage tries to work around this. It's going to start up by giving up Geisha. Nobody home this time around as Nyx has put himself over onto the Valkyrie. The only denial that they have happens to be melted.
So Nick's going to be setting himself up to try and challenge from the inside of that Geisha window. Not going to find a whole lot of resistance to it, though, as this time, obviously, the plan's a bit different from PB. At the same time, the first of the Goyo charges, probably the only one near that northern part of the map going to go down, so that's the most potent form of delay that PB had, and it's already gone. Even worse, there is no... Okay, never mind, there is at least a mute chamber on the other side of this wall, so they've stopped the inevitable there. But still, probably not going to stop it for too long, given we've got this nade being prepped up for Eska a little bit late on that, and didn't even end up... Oh, no, it did get it. Okay, yeah, that's going to pop it open there. Like I said, a little close for comfort, but still managed to get the job done. And now you got an easy walk-in for Penguin, and potentially a plant. Has to wait out this utility, though, and
it's
actually is going to burn him down quite low. This is going to be a bit of a tough plant now, especially with crosses being established against him. So obviously the shield is going to be a guaranteed immunity while he's planting, only on his backside, which won't necessarily be helping him, depending on the way he approaches this.
Well, so what we want to see out of Parabellum right here is to slow the game down and get all of Marm's utility out. They want to continue to buff up Laz, and that's what they were looking for. Marm could not commit to that because they had the cross set up here on the window, and this is where it's all just going to roll downhill from here. This is a snowball effect, folks. Melted will be able to at least take down one, but Benji's already pretty lit up. So is Melted. Penguin, he just has to sneak in through this crack in the wall and get a plant down. There's 2 nitro cells, but I don't believe anybody has the verticality from underneath to be able to stop him. Kanto does have the cross, and in fact, Benji is home. The plant's already going down. Do they have the stop? He's waiting, and Benji gets slapped off the map by Kool-Aid. He comes in on a moment's notice, removes the Mirage member. They don't even need a plant. It's all down to Kento, and he's dead too. Kool-Aid covering every base for this Parabellum squad.
Kool-Aid with some incredible timing in that situation too. You guys saw that nitro being lined up. More than likely would have taken down the planter, but he arrives just in time to save the day, save the plant, and put his team into a winning position there, as PB looked already excellent with their ability to take control of the upstairs site, but that could have thrown things awry. Thankfully saved, though, by Kool-Aid, and he picks up the final kill of the round on his way back upstairs as well.
Man, these rounds have just got to be so very frustrating for Mirage, especially around like what we just saw right there, because right when you see the Monty over towards the top of Black Stairs, you know exactly how this round is going to play out, right? You're like, okay, so what's our answer? Oh, no, we really don't have one? The problem...
Well, we'll get him with that nitro cell.
Yeah, well, the issue that they had with that is the fact of how little delay that they had overall. They had the Goyo, they also had the smoke, but when it comes to that shield play, you're really looking for trap operators. Legion would have been great there, Ella another solid pick, stuff like that that's able to try and hold them back or force them to give up a piece of utility like a Banshee. That's the kind of stuff that you're looking for in a situation like that, and unfortunately they didn't have that. They have the Goyo, they also have the smokes, but Marm was only able to use 2 of those out of the 3, but honestly her death really doesn't matter that much there given the timing. Each one of those smokes only denies 10 seconds, and when she dies, guess how much time is on the clock? 1 minute and 10.
Not to mention the fact that Parabellum executing as early as they did kind of negated most of the delay they would have had anyway, because they did have a good amount between Goyo and smoke and got to use most of it against the Monte, but because they started the execute, I think it was like before we even hit the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, that's the beauty of
it. They had all the time in the world to just bleed that out.
Exactly. You get on that balcony and you immediately come in the top of Black Stairs because, like you were saying, you're already practically in towards the site at like 2:15.
Yep.
You're already contesting them, and they have to give up utility to stop you. Otherwise, you're going to continue to work yourself forward and end up putting a case down, or just end up getting way too many kills where they're not going to be able to come back. But we're already about a minute in here, folks, as we ramble on around round 5. We're into round 6. So Crossfire here for Parabellum. They're already wrapping themselves around this outside balcony. But where's the rest of the squad at the current moment? We have a couple people over towards the west-hand side looking to come in from T and kind of crunch onto this Mirage defense. Nyx is going to be back onto the Frost, and I'm a little worried right now, Blue. I think he might have the Super 90. I don't know. He's got a pistol out. He still has a pistol out. Well, we're going to have to keep you guys updated about this.
Nope,
he does. Yes! Nyx, my boy. Oh, Nyx is now my favorite player to ever play Rainbow Six Siege. I just want you guys to know that. We'll see how the Super 90 goes. We'll just have to go.
Playing a staircase position with it right now, so we'll see if that comes to fruition in about 30 or 40 seconds here when we expect Parabellum to start pushing it against this. Problem's going to be, it's not looking like direct confrontation will be met against it anytime soon here. Oh, maybe Eska will potentially meet it in a moment. We'll have to hold up and wait on that, as there is some delay being built up for PB right now. They don't necessarily have the confidence to swing directly into this, and better yet, Mirage is keeping their positions a bit more obscure this time. So much so that Kool-Aid's actually going to get knocked out, and there's a big play from Melted to rush out as well. Marm as well as Melted are going to end up getting traded, however, so it doesn't lead to a whole lot for Mirage. Kool-Aid only going down. There's that shotgun as Nyx is able to make some use with it. First kill that thing has gotten in a pro setting in probably years as Eska goes down to it.
You know, there's a time, John, where semi-auto shotties in this game were potentially the most broken thing that I've ever played with in an FPS game. I'm talking like multi-wall, 2 shotgun shells, and you kill somebody, but you only need a couple MP5K bullets to make the same result. Kenta with a nice shot in Penguin. Now putting the plant down, speaking of which, but he's going to cancel that out as he's starting to get pressured. Lots of damage onto Penguin. Kool-Aid the same, but they both are able to stave off elimination. It's going to be a trade back and forth, but now Kool-Aid with so much to do inside of the 1 versus 2. He's found some safe harbor for the current moment. Doesn't have the case on hand, though. He's going to move back in towards site. Tries to go over for the bar, able to find one onto Kento. Goes for the swing now. Not able to secure it, though. Nyx with the Super 90. The CQC shotty takes him out. Mirage able to at least get one all off of the back of a shotgun we don't get to see, in my opinion, often enough.
I think pretty much everybody's giggling after the way that round played out there, but either way, Mirage will certainly be happy to field at least one for themselves. Things were looking very bleak. Let's not sugarcoat it. A very realistic 6-0 was put in front of us, but thankfully, they were able to figure things out for the final round of play. Now is going to surface the big problem, though. If we look back on the game, which we saw them win, still were only able to pick up a couple of the attacking rounds. 2 out of 7 of the rounds they won, in fact, were on the attack.
Ladies and gentlemen, I saw him go for the tablet, and in my head, I was like, he's got the receipts. Don't do this. No. But he pulls them. And yeah, indeed, dude, 2 rounds. It's not the greatest stat line. Not exactly what you want to hear the commentators say, but the big thing past that, though, they're just stats. Mirage could prove us wrong right now. It's any given Sunday, or, well, for us, it'd be any Tuesday or Wednesday, wouldn't it?
Charles be noted, too, that was 2 rounds out of a full half that was played. It's not like they played 2 rounds and the game ended on the 3rd. That was 2 rounds out of a full 6-round half. So
to talk about this, you have to stop.
I like giving bad news, so.
you'd be. What's the people that serve people?
A server?
Is it, no, not like at a restaurant, but the people that like give you papers you've been
I know what you're talking about.
Is that a server? Are they also a server?
Hold on.
Oh my goodness gracious. Well, past that, John gets us some details on that. Mirage is out and about for the very first time on their offensive side, and they've got a little bit of a different opinion on how to take this floor here. Whether it be the top floor or the bottom, you're still looking to do things in relatively the same pattern. This top floor, quite important to taking control of barbecue, so the OSA might be able to help with this.
That would be called a process server.
A process server. You'd be good at that. I could see that. Especially because, you get to wear all like the different costumes and stuff. Like you could be like a McDonald's worker walking into Subway or something. Person behind the thing is like, you've been served. Like, don't you? No? Yeah? Okay.
Sir, we serve you here. Yeah. All right, let's get back into this round. See if PB is going to be able to recenter themselves quickly and look to resume the lead, which they've seemingly had for every other round in this game. Or will Mirage surprise us here with quite a few rounds being picked up on the attacking side and potentially a comeback to work themselves into here. We can see Waz with the interesting angle being worked against one of the window entries. Not Gonna become the focus, though, at least for Mirage. They're working on getting themselves in through the T-Room North entrance and then working down into BBQ from there.
Really liking what we're seeing from both of these teams right now. Loved Parabellum's setup, especially inside of booths. We're going to see the smoke get droned out, and then it'll back off. Frag grenade ready. Penguin might be in hot water here. Just depends on how this lands. Unfortunately enough, it lands right on that concrete wall. Oh my, he's going to swing back into the angle as well, being pressured from both sides, but nobody will hit their mark just yet, except for Blaz. He's actually going to get Kento killed as Penguin's going to swing back on the same window. Blaz will take down one more. Mirage, they had the lead initially with Gunner, but now going into the last minute, it's looking like all PB yet again.
Got bunched up trying to access this part of the building here, as you're going to see issues start to surface for them. Penguin not going to be able to catch this jump in here, so that player, I believe that is going to be the Zofia from the attacking side here. So that should be melted into the building. Benji's been able to fend off Eska in the meanwhile here. Won't be able to grab Blaz, though, as he's able to trade it back for PB. Marm goes down as a result of that, moving us down into a 3v2. 45 seconds left, though, so pretty good amount of time for Mirage to still play into, with the problem, though, being that Melted is now the only one left alive, stuck in a corner as well, so no real way to play that out. Another round up on the board, the 6th, in fact, for PB. As I said, just one more round away from closing it down.
Yeah, Mirage, it's just really, really hard to try and find something that's extremely positive for them at the current moment, because a lot of the decisions that they're making around the map are immediately punished by Parabellum. You know, especially with what we saw going on the downstairs level. You know, they're trying to break up booze and affect the defensive setup on the base floor. But Parabellum play off of each other so very well that they end up killing the Finka. Like, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, situations like that aren't something that you see very often. Usually when you end up having a defenseman pressured into a corner where they're not really allowed to move, the offense will kind of work around that player and end up getting that pick. But that's not what we're seeing from Mirage. It's a lot of pressure down low, but it ends up just flicking that shoe to the other foot, and immediately PB double back down and are able to take out Mirage because of it. What looked like a Mirage round yet again, this is like the 4th time we've had this, quickly turns into a Canadian round.
So unfortunate for Mirage as they are not able to center themselves well enough to be able to close out on quite a few of these rounds. Should have been a closer game, but just hasn't worked out that way. Parabellum now sitting at map and match point. Only one more needed to be able to shut this one down, and they're going to go on to, generally speaking, the most defender-sided site we tend to see on this map from the times we've experienced it, and it's going to go upstairs in a T-room.
In the T-room, indeed, my friend. And the big thing is that Mirage aren't going to have the same operator lineup that we saw from Parabellum when they were able to convincingly take this top floor with their Monty take on Black Stairs. Instead, Mirage more than likely looking to clear from east to west, but obviously they're more than likely going to have their own opinion about this. It's really just how they use these Flores drones of Nyx. That'll be a telltale sign of the way they want to try and break down this top floor.
See Mirage start to build themselves up first into the meeting room side. Parabellum hears that. They don't necessarily see it yet, but they're going to respect it regardless. Both players that were positioned out towards this entrance are now going to back away, start to set themselves up closer to the drum contention point where there is a little bit of a choke that Mirage is not going to be able to easily work their way past. Keep in mind, of course, Parabellum playing heavily into the mitigation game here, wants to draw this back to the site and draw out the time as long as possible. And even worse news here now, as we've seen the first kill come onto the board, it's been against the Lions, so that's most of the attacker's intel game, now dead.
Yeah. Yeah, that's mostly it, Blue. There's no real way for them to slow down Parabellum if things start to go very wrong here in a couple of moments, and that's quite scary for Mirage. Those EE1Ds were worth their weight in gold, and probably more than that at the current moment as Mirage are trying to stage a comeback. But the problem past that is Mirage has taken so much time to get in this side of the building. Look at Parabellum's lineup if you guys haven't just yet. They have Thorn as well as Wamai and Jaeger, Mute Jammers and Smoke. All of this delay is built up to this central area, like we've been talking about all the time with Sky, to make sure that they can play around these shields and delay even more time on top of this. Look at all of this utility that Mirage is having to burn just to move forward, and Blue, there's still a deployable shield here, and it gets Goyoed, or rather ADS. It's going to be a Nitro out, and Penguin will go down, but now it's going to be a trade back to Gunner.
Mention the whiff nade as well, which is going to leave that shield present as a result of it. Player's gone down, not even going to get the opportunity to throw out the rest of the kit, so unfortunate start to it here for Mirage as they're now just trying to brute force their way into the site to set up some form of staging ground on the outskirts of the site, but have not been able to find it. Some good damage in response to Blaz's peak a few seconds ago, but that's really it. Look at the damage that Nyx as well as Melted have taken in response to it, and because of the loss of Kento a few moments ago, they no longer have the Adrenal Surge advantage here, so they can't bring those players back up to full or near full HP. Here's a big play being built up by Nyx, though, creeping up towards the site, but it's going to get spotted by Kool-Aid. Shuts it down. Marm taking some heavy heat as well, but Melted able to at least pick one up. It won't matter, though. Eska and one additional player from PB shut it down, and it's a quick win today here for the members of Parabellum as they take control of this matchup, 7-1.
Mirage not identifying the setup from Parabellum on defense and utilizing attacker repick seriously punished them right there. They did not have the means to work through all of that unless we see some very early Flores drones there to try and break up those deployable shields and everything else in between. But more than likely, they had mute jammers around that area as well. We really didn't get to see that aspect of utility and exactly how it was set up. But, I mean, either way you slice this cake, Parabellum dominance over Mirage. Very unfortunate for MRG, but what do you expect out of PB when they've been driving this ship all of Stage 2 towards victory? So we'll have to see how the rest of their time over these next 2 Playdays goes.
Yep, it's a solid day indeed for Parabellum as they seem to have no issues whatsoever shutting out Mirage in today's matchup, so a very well-deserved 3 points. On to the standings for them. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, now when we get our analysis desk ready to break this game down, so stick with us. We'll be back with more NAL in just a few moments.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League desk. Doa, Jacob, and Tommy here with you to break down the next one. Before we get there, guess what? We got Smitatius standing by in Vegas to chat about Parabellum's win over Mirage. Smitty, how you doing, man? Congrats on the win. Congrats on getting to Vegas. You've arrived. You're hydrated, as we can see as well. And so, what's it been like getting to Vegas, getting to start to work with the team in person finally? How much of a difference has that made in terms of prep going into a match?
Well, I'm not even gonna lie with you. Like, it's a surreal experience. The time I've been having here in Vegas is my first pro league stage. Pro league stage period.
Yeah.
And it's just been absolutely incredible, you know, like, and the whole prep and, you know, like going over with the boys, like it just creates that team bond that, you know, that's important for a team. Because in the end, vibes are key.
Penguin said that he did bring you in for the vibes, and I was like, hey, I know half of that's true, but I also know half of it comes down to the analytical side of things. But for you as somebody who had not been able to do anything in person with any team other than what, the Wichita Wolves boot camp from forever ago, right? How's it been in that transition so far from everything being online to now actually having this kind of camaraderie with the team in person?
Well, like you said, like I've been with the Wichita Wolves, you know, at the boot camp, and it's kind of similar in a way, but it's kind of like different. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like, man, I don't even know how to answer that. So listen, right? So I don't know. I'm sorry.
Nothing in particular stands out as like, oh, hey, what was the moment for you that you realized, wait a second, this is completely different from any other time I've done coaching or analyst work. Like, I've made it. Like, this is the moment. What was that moment for you?
I'd say it's like the amount of work we put in, and also like the opponents we're up against. Like, it's a little bit of it's the top of the line, you know what I'm saying? So like, you got to put more effort in. You just got to put more effort in, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're Siege is literally, when you're up in Pro League, it's 24 hours, 7 days a week, and that's just the best way I could put it. Like, I'm just not constantly watching the VODs, obviously, but you know, I'm putting in the work, staying up like nights, you know, just make sure everything's done for the boys and make sure we're all prepared.
All right.
So, Smitty, quick question for you, big dog. You know me. We've met in Charlotte. How's it going? Little two-part. Obviously, you know, you're new to the pro scene, right?
Yeah.
How does it feel being a coach among, you know, many of the top coaches of the league and of the scene? And then another question is, how are you liking it?
Well, like I said, it's been an amazing time so far. I wouldn't exactly call myself a coach, but I am learning quite a bit just from my first stage. I'm in my heart, I'm always an analyst, but I've been having an amazing time just, you know, sitting behind the boys on the stage and make sure they're good, prepared, and just make sure they're doing everything they need to do, you know, in the end of the day, because
Yeah, that video today in the morning helped them out, huh?
I was gonna say.
Of course.
I was gonna say.
You showed me that thing in the back. I'm like, did you really just do that?
Speaking of that video, we got one more question before we let you go. And speaking of that video, I want to know what is the key to a proper zombie walk? What is the key to moving your body accurately? Like, share your secret. That was a good one.
Well, the key is just moving in an inhuman way, because you have to stay rigid, right? Like most people are fluid,
right?
So you have to stay rigid. You have to, you know, and then like you got to get those pops, like those kind of thing, and then
That's a good meme clip right there.
with the eyes and the like the look, you just have to like really, like I said, give it inhumane features. So like, you don't got no eyeballs.
Yo, Bart,
your face is like weird. Like, kind of thing, you know what I'm saying?
I've learned so much. This is the most educational interview we've ever done. So thanks for taking the time to sit down with us. Good luck with your prep for the game tomorrow, and we'll see you again soon, I'm sure.
Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure, boys.
All right.
Always a pleasure to see you, Smith.
Well, there you go. Smitacious analyst, a.k.a. part-time, sometime coach for Parabellum, behind the guys on stage, helping them get the win over Mirage today. It was a 7-1 victory, and the numbers don't lie. That was a stomping, a raffle stomping, as you will.
Did this game even need to happen? Like, okay, cool. The T-Hunt's over. When does the game begin? Like, that is how this went down. I don't think this Mirage team was in the server in the first place. I didn't think that they would take this game as unseriously as it felt as though they did. Parabellum didn't even need to do that much in this game. They played essentially very basic. They had some adaptations around what Mirage was doing, but Mirage weren't doing anything super substantial. And it looks like Benji, really nobody on this team was even able to break even. Benji came close, but this was terrible to watch.
I will say, like, it's kind of just sad to watch because, you know, when we watched them versus Beastcoast, they were doing phenomenally well on defense. But right now, you just question is, like, were they just doing good, or was just Beastcoast bad on attack? And now it's like they went 1-5 on defense, and that is one of Mirage's strong suits right now. And it's, you got to look at it. It's like, wow, well, what could happen? Like, what needs to happen in order for them to be better? Is it strat-wise? Is it winning gunfights? Is it being in the right place, right time? And we can't honestly answer that. It's just, you know, what are they going to fix it? What are they going to do to fix it for next week or tomorrow and then the week following that?
Yeah, fair enough. Well, either way, it's not looking great for Mirage, and that means they are our first team to be eliminated. That's it. They're out. Wow. Sorry, Mirage. That's it for you this stage. They got a couple more games to play, but it's all about the spoilers they can do. It's all about the growth as a team you can maybe put in. And the thing is, once the pressure's off, you know, maybe that's a better environment for that kind of growth for those players too. So we'll see what happens. Let's check out our standings, though, after our first game of the day. That win will catapult Parabellum, wow, all the way up to third place.
Again, after one game. And this was like the three-point freebie that we had been looking at Mirage being for the first couple games of the stage.
Yeah.
I thought after that Beastcoast game there was a good chance that maybe they'd be able to play more spoiler, but if anything, if Beastcoast ends up being the only team that ends up losing to this Mirage squad, then Beastcoast's chances of making the major go way down because everybody else got 3 points off this team and they were incapable of doing that. Even though PB is up here in third place for right now, we've got, like, how many more points are we distributing like today alone? There's 12 more points that'll go on the board somewhere today.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's that, like, they went from 9th to 3rd, but how long will that really last?
Yeah.
The stage is so close.
It is real close, and like we saw in the pre-show, like every other stage and every other region, they're like, you know, way more different numbers. You got W7M at 15 while the other one's at 10, and then you have 1 through 9 here within a 3-4 point radius. It's like anyone can make it, and then the top 4, whoever were there for the couple weeks, can't make it.
Yep.
So.
Exactly, yeah. So we've got a lot more movement that we're going to see on the standings for the rest of the day, and definitely for the rest of the stage, all 2 days of it after today, and for the rest of the day, because the thing is we've got a lot more matches to go. We're going to get to those in a moment, though, but now let's break down a couple replays from that map we just saw. You know, it was pretty short, so we don't have as much as usual. We've got a couple rounds to look at, and this kind of, these rounds kind of show Mirage's inflexibility in terms of strategy, but also the opposite for Parabellum, a little bit of adaptability on the fly, right?
Right. I mean, the idea is if one player plays in a position and you find it in one round, then you have to be able to counter it in the next round. But if you're on defense, then you need to have a trick for when the attacking team tries to counter that player, and that's something that Mirage did not show in rounds 2 and 4. Nyx is playing the exact same spot. Yeah, I'm curious about why this exactly happened, but just take a look. Nyx is going to play this one geisha spot, and he will look to trick the wall that the Thermite had just put the exothermic charge down on the exterior wall on geisha. He will trick this. He's got hatch open. There is the ability for him to then get back downstairs at a moment's notice, but Parabellum understand that this has already been tricked. So he is going to remain here for the entire rest of the round as Parabellum realize taking top control is going to be way harder of a task to do. And then the same thing happens in round 4. Nyx plays in the exact same spot. Look at where he's at right now at the bottom of your screen. Look at how many players for Parabellum are outside waiting for this opportunity. You're going to have, at the moment, it's Kool-Aid, try to put the exothermic back down on the wall, but they need to clear it first. Watch Nyx come right back, look to trick it. Here comes the second nade, boom. Eska catches Nyx, and immediately all of top floor control can now be swarmed by Parabellum. They take that. As soon as they do, you really can't hold Kitchen from that point.
Yeah, I mean, in the first replay that we showed, round 2, you can see that Parabellum really weren't coordinated because right there when Nyx was going for the bandit trick, he didn't die.
Right.
Because they threw the nade a little bit earlier. And then they realized that with no timeout, and then when the Mirage proceeded to go there again, they actually timed it out. So 3, 2, 1, walls open, guy's dead. we're up man count, and we have Geisha.
Right, and nothing else for Mirage changed there. They didn't have somebody else like to help him out downstairs on the defense of that wall. Parabellum looks like they can adapt, like you mentioned, without having to use a timeout, and Mirage did the exact opposite. They did the same thing without much of a difference, and again, it doesn't really look as though they were taking this game seriously.
Yep, I mean, like we said, there's a lot to work on for Mirage. Like, where do you even begin? You know, they've got a couple games yet in Stage 2 to work on, and then a good amount of downtime before Stage 3 to sort of like retool the golf swing, as you will. And we'll see what happens in Stage 3 as far as what that form that team will be in. But Parabellum, meanwhile, gets a much-needed 3 points. They're still in the hunt for Berlin, but there's a lot more teams looking for it as well. Do not go anywhere. When we come back, our second match of the day, and it is going to be an amazing one. XSET taking on Astralis. Can't wait. We'll be coming at you. Rainbow Six North American League in just a few.
I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I need it from Shorty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the punt off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I push it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Tooly tucked off, but the jewels out. I just sent her home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I've been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. It ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling, I speed out, I hit me the tail. I give it a thrill, I put it on real. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
Okay. Bring around the rosy, pockets full like OD. I can move just how I move, cause don't nobody know me. Low key, still do more numbers than your fate. You can hate, but you can't say that I've been missing any place. Any fool, what it do? Moving quick, bustin' moves, steps ahead, cause I'm not working while you trying to catch a snooze. Keep it smooth. Not concerned with other dudes or what they do. Keep it true, I kick the truth. I'm not here so I could lose. Yeah. How'd you like it back? Tell the bank, tell her on us. Put in overtime so I do what I wanna. Yeah. Alright, yeah. Okay, okay. Hey. Alright, yeah. Okay, okay. Hey. Yeah. Full court press, none stress when I'm working on. Full court press, none less than 100. Full court press, straight flex, close the curtain. Full court press, and I stay humble. Hit me for a feature, don't you come with no petty numbers. Talking about some leverage, but you been had plenty from us. Fed you for the low so I could double when the any coming. You can't take a penny from us. Full court press, Bobby Knight with my attitude. You wouldn't understand, so I can't be mad at you. You ever had to roll coins to get to the next week? Working for the 10, had to rush to the 10 and 2. What you know about that? And that made me a better man. Now it's backstage business to shake your hands. I don't do this for Instagram. This is real life for real. My real life for real. For real. So I do what yeah. Alright, alright.
We are back here at the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Your host, Doa, along with pro gamer Tommy and pro analyst Jacob.
I could be a pro gamer too if I tried hard enough.
You're gold
Plat 3. Plat 3.
We've all been good at games throughout different eras of our lives.
Look, I've been Plat 3 every single season. It doesn't aside from the one time I was Plat 2. But.
Yeah, because you don't play placements, because you just play casual, nothing new.
What do you mean? That's not true. The stats back me up on this.
Ratio, +1. +1, Doa?
+1.
Can we fire him, please?
Ratio.
Wait, are you +1ing me too?
I gotta have his side. He's a guest this week. He's a guest this week. We gotta keep him happy.
I am 100%.
Jesse's like casting or something. We gotta
better
have
than
a full
yours.
desk.
I'm 100% on predictions for today too, bud. What do you want?
All I'm gonna say, it says 100% on mine. It says like 30% on yours.
Production, can we get him off his desk, please?
Well, enough of this
I already
shenanigans.
want Jesse back, and I've never said that before.
Enough of these shenanigans, I say. Let's talk about the great series that we've got coming up. It's going to be XSET versus Astralis. It is going to be a fantastic match. Now, the funny thing, if you just looked at the standings right now and you didn't really know what was going on in stage 2, you'd be like, oh, Astralis? You mean that 8th place team? It's like, yeah, but they're amazing, actually, and it is so close to stage. 8th place basically means nothing. Anything from 9th up to 3rd right now is basically tied for all intents and purposes. And they're going up against XSET, which is right now number 2 in the standings right now, very convincingly number 2. Them and Oxygen seem like the teams that, unless things go very wrong, are not going to be moving around a whole lot for the rest of the stage. But that said, Astralis, I think, presents a threat.
Yeah, I mean, as we could to add on to what you said about 8th place, we just saw Parabellum go from 7th to 3rd. So
it's really quick.
Like they jumped up.
3 points can get you that high. Yeah, I think
so,
the fact that you've got an opportunity for 9 points total over these last 3 days is something that both teams are very aware of. The thing I really hope doesn't happen, XSET has shown consistent performance. Stage 1, major. Stage 2, Astralis. Only time they didn't show consistency this year has been at the very beginning of this stage, even if it looks like they might be on a bit of a rise again. If it comes down to we weren't able to play with DP Fire in our first game, or we weren't playing on LAN for our first week or so, if that ends up being the minor thing that keeps them out, it would suck because it might not be indicative of their true performance. It's just down to the minuscule circumstance that occurs at the very beginning that throws their entire stage off. It would really hurt if it ends up meaning that they get 5th or they just barely miss out on the major because of it.
Now, as we move into talking about Astralis a little bit more in depth, there is one thing I think that you can't deny, and that is that Iconic has not been having as good a stage as he usually has. Now, he did have that MVP day last week. We know that. He played fantastic that map. But the very next day, it was back to, I believe, a negative score in terms of kill deaths. So
it wasn't that great.
Iconic has struggled a little bit.
I think it's the kind of thing he can definitely bounce back from, though.
Oh, for sure.
My hope is that it's not a straight mentality thing where it was we're playing with a coach, we're not playing with our guys, we're not playing in the environment we're supposed to be in, and then that kind of makes him think that this isn't the way that he's meant to play, or somehow it doesn't inspire the same amount of confidence or the same synergy with the rest of your teammates. He had that great game on Border. We saw that. There's no denying it. But it does mean that for somebody who has been the spearhead of this Astralis team for so long, if he's not there, you can still rely on the rest of your team to, I guess, pick up the slack, so to speak. But he was doing so much.
I mean, we have to realize, from stage 1 to stage 2, people tend to pick up on your tendencies and your playstyle.
Yeah.
So when Astralis came in stage 1 with Call Out, they were revised from the DG or the Astralis with, the president the earlier coach easily.
Right.
So now it's just people are starting to figure out how Astralis plays. People are starting to figure out how SSG are playing. People are starting to figure out how DZ's playing. Because, you know, we can say the same thing about DZ. Stage 1 and Stage 2, they're pretty much, like, not the same, but look at them now. They're pretty much in the same spot where they're fighting for their major spot right now.
Yeah, but I mean, you get to a point where you get to a major grand final, there's a massive target on your back. It doesn't matter, like, what region you're from or
just like
wherever
TSM
it
invite.
might be. Yeah.
And at the end of the day, too, I mean, we know Iconic is capable of putting on an MVP performance at any moment, but and he's always had a positive stage as far as kills to deaths go, up until possibly now. And that's the other point, too, is that at the end of the day, everybody's human. You know, every player has a little bit of a slump now and there. You know, this might just not be his stage. And we've still got 3 games to kind of correct that, but even the best players kind of have those downtrends for a moment.
It's definitely a bit backwards for Astralis right now, because whereas you'd expect Iconic to be at the top of their scoreboard, currently it's Forest. The man is playing one of the most aggro support roles you could possibly ever play, and it's almost as though he's doing what Drip is trying to do, but better than Drip in a lot of ways. When you have the ability to get in people's faces when you play a secondary hard breach role, most of that, or I mean, I guess technically in Astralis' case, primary, because the only other person who played a hard breach role in a very consistent basis, and it was his most played up, was Call Out in that one game, right? And that one doesn't count. So it feels like Astralis are still doing what they can to shape the meta a little bit. Yeah. They can play a little bit more like that, but when you have a very critical component not performing at the same level, it does make it a little bit tougher to win games.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, like, with Astralis, like, people don't realize, like, even though they lost to OXG last week, they've lost to them the stage before as well. You know, 7-1 on Chalet, 7-2.
And it was that was before they really started playing.
Exactly. So, like, you never know what you expect from them. But I will say something crucial that I've noticed, like, even though the rounds within OXG, like, the game that they played, like, they lost, it was just down to gunfights, honestly. Like, OXG flooding site, Astralis was still trading it out. I mean, it might not say on the round count when it was, what, 7-5, 7-4, but
pretty close.
But it's pretty close. Yeah. Like, you know, when they trade out 1v1s to 2v1s, like, I mean, OXG just obviously, like, got them traded out to the man count.
I mean, the thing is OXG has had 2 overtime wins already this stage, and they almost had another one against Astralis because it did go to 7-5. One round away from going to OT yet again against Oxygen. So even though Oxygen, like you said, got the win that time, I agree that it was a very close game if you go back and look at it, you know, and not like an indictment of Astralis' failings or anything like that.
And you got to show them really, like, a lot of respect to Call Out on Astralis. Like, Astralis subbed in for them versus SQ. They were down 0-4. They won 8-7. So, and then after, you see Twitter clips from Iconic and them saying, these are the videos of the game, and it's just them laughing at 0-4 with gifs of saying good, and they just come back winning. So, like, you got to respect them. They have the amazing vibes. They have an amazing team. They're like a tree with many branches. They do one thing, but they branch out to many.
Right. Well, on the other side is XSET, and XSET has looked absolutely scary, right? Over stage 1. Looked very scary at the major. They end up falling in the playoffs. Still a great result for them. And you know, I've talked about this before. I chatted with Kino a little bit coming into stage number 2. He said that in his opinion, it was just due to stage jitters. None of these guys had played on a big time in front of crowd situation like that before. And he's like, all right, we're gonna get back there again. We're not gonna have those jitters and we're gonna do better. And like you mentioned earlier, Jacob, I mean, you have those jitters and you still get to the playoffs. That kind of shows a pretty good management of that kind of stress already, doesn't it?
I'd say so. And they've also done a fantastic job of managing the way that they play without having coach or timeout presence behind them.
Definitely.
The thing with this XSET squad was, like, aside from the whole coach drama that we saw from earlier, my big concern was that when they get to stage 2, there will be a fall off. We saw this back with OXG last year. Crazy stage 1. They went to SI in May. They got, I think it was like 5th or 6th or something. And then they come back into stage 2. Everyone figured out how they played. They admitted it as much. They looked at what they did, understood that it was very easy to read, and then didn't have a great performance. I thought XSET were about to follow that exact same trend. But what have they done? Continued to innovate. They're not letting the coach thing get in the way, and they're still defining the meta of what it means to play 4 trades. And when they're on defense, they're second highest rated on defense. They are everywhere when they roam, and they are scary.
Yep, I mean, you just got to give props to Bodega, even though with the whole coach spiel, and you got to give props to Vivas, and even the Oric Marco and them. You know, I was under XA, and like, look at them turn the boats around.
Yeah.
So like I said, it's like, they're amazing players, and Bodega and Vivas put a team together, and now look at them. And it's like you said, their defenses are amazing. I honestly hope that I can see their transitioning towards the XQ gets better, because a lot of times they lose the rounds in the last 10 to 15 seconds when Kino tries to get the bomb down, or whoever's like alive with the bomb, and they just get C4 or utility denied. So hopefully, like, as they progress on as a team, they get their attacks better, within the understanding of executions. And obviously, from what we heard from their coaches, that Gomez is picking up the IGLing. So hopefully we could see a little bit more from him. So yeah.
No, that is the trend that we look at. This team is fantastic at droning, fantastic at early game, fantastic when it comes to taking mid or like early map control. When it comes to how the execute goes, that's always where we've seen there be a bit of a struggle. They seem like they're great at the early aggression, and then as like the longer the round goes on, the more it feels like sometimes they have a bit of a struggle. If they fix that problem, who's to say they can't win Berlin? I firmly believe this team is at least going, but they look near perfect on attack, even if they're like in 4th place right now.
I mean, XSET, it's always seemed like kind of like a little bit of harnessed chaos, right? And sometimes the chaos gets a little bit away, but it's always entertaining. Let's find out where the entertainment is going to happen, though, because the map bans are in. We'll find out in just a moment where we are going. Not to theme park and not to chalet as we start out.
Astralis is a good theme park team, and I think XSET, noticing how Astralis plays, even though with the results last week from OEG, I think they don't want to take a bet on that.
Nah, and Astralis just permaban Chalet every single week. Honestly, if Astralis were to go and then ban what club? Yep. I feel like every time we've seen them do the same two over and over, and like the one time we saw Astralis play club, grand finals against DarkZero, Callout said they had something for it, and they didn't. So probably a good thing they didn't go to it.
I think XSET is a good clubhouse team. I mean, obviously we don't see them play as much, but you got to remember they're basically a Brazilian team on NA, so and they're good. And they're good on Clubhouse, so.
Yeah, I think there's still a couple I'd love to see. I'm curious if we see a cafe at this stage in the game. No Oregon, no bank. We're getting down to where Astralis are like, what options do they have left? They've got Villa, which they have yet to ban. Theme Park, that got taken out already.
Cafe.
Sky.
I'm surprised if
Border's still here, and Astralis won that. I call that their best win of the stage so far on Border.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, like XSET didn't want to take Astralis on Oregon, and you guys seen Astralis on Oregon. Their lights out performance on Oregon, even against DZ at the
Villa.
Wow, Villa's the map up. And
all right then.
Little known fact, Astralis had beat XSET last stage 8-7 on Villa.
Yep.
True.
Admittedly, that game probably wasn't for that much. It mattered more in the context of whether Beastcoast was going to qualify.
That was one of the best games of stage
It was one of the best games of the stage.
Map.
And both teams at that point had already gotten to Charlotte. So it's like, what does this game matter for? And they put on one of the best performances probably of the entire year for a single map. If we see that same thing happen here, boy.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I was so excited coming into this one. It's like, even if it doesn't really matter what the stakes are, these are just two teams that are always going to play an entertaining game against each other, Yeah.
Two vibes teams. Like they all rock on vibes. You see Kino in them, and then you see a Yaga or Iconic and DP in them. So it's like, dang, like who can you really vote for here?
Well, we're gonna have to make a decision on that. Funny you should mention that because it's time to talk predictions. That's right. First, of course, we have to talk to our casters, see what they have to say. First, Blue Stokes. So this one a little bit harder to call than the last one, huh?
Absolutely. And I think the big thing is, Tommy, is that you got to pick the team that is going to win. That's really what you got to do.
That's
lame.
I'm going to pick XSET. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not no knock against Astralis. We all know that I do indeed, enjoy Astralis. I am indeed an enjoyer of the squad. But, I think they've been falling off a little bit during the stage 2. And XSET, they've just been playing extremely well. I think that they're playing for that major berth, and I don't see them slowing down anytime soon.
Fair enough.
It's going to be the same thing for me. These two teams are incredibly similar play styles, just kind of like the way the players interact with each other. I mean, even like logos are pretty similar to each other. But ultimately, I kind of agree with the points that Stokes is making. I think that XSET's just looking a little bit more solid right now, so I feel like they're going to take this.
You can take my pick, but just make sure it doesn't look the same, all right?
Okay.
Change your homework.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 for XSET. All right, interesting. I thought there might be a little bit of a debate on that one, but no, our casters say XSET. Do the analysts say the same thing? Is it just XSET?
Okay, well, listen, I'm a big fan of Astralis, and obviously I have love for XSET. But listen. Astralis beat XSET stage 1. Astralis beat XSET Charlotte Major.
Ancient history.
So I'm gonna just look up. Oh, somebody. Oh, it's the rep the set. We're gonna be repping the set for this game.
Wow. All right.
We're gonna be repping this. I love you, Astralis.
I'm pretty sure Marco paid Tommy to say that.
We're gonna be repping the set. It just came down from the ceiling, like rep the set.
What came down from the ceiling? What came from the ceiling, Tommy?
The X came down, bro.
Hopefully that's the only thing coming down from the ceiling. There's some heavy lights up there. Jacob, what do you think?
I mean, what is happening? No, it's weird to pick, but if the only thing I can really look at is like how they've done on that map this stage so far, Astralis is 0-1, XSET is 2-0. So because this is such a tight race, I think I picked Astralis in their stage 1 game on Villa. So I'll take XSET this time, just for a little like spiced variety.
All right. Feels like Jacob's feeling the pressure of the other picks.
I didn't say that.
All right. You guys want to be a standout guy.
I've just got this sixth sense about these things. Let's see what the coin has to say. It's going to be heads, Astralis, tails, XSET.
Heads.
Oh, it says tails.
Oh.
The coin has decided that it goes for XSET as well, but again, depending on the fan vote, this could be a curse. Although, was the curse broken last time? Because Mirage did not win despite everyone picking
the coin and Tommy cancel each other out.
That could be. I think that might be
I'm as big as the coin.
Curse, anti-curse. We got the pro gamer blessed to counteract the curse. Let's find out what the fans say. The fans are saying XSET.
All right.
Oh boy.
So congratulations, Astralis.
I mean, well, that may not be true. But we'll find out. It is all XSET across the board. The fans, the coin, the analysts, the casters, everybody's saying it. Let's check out that community poll. The question is, who's the biggest cutie in R6 NAL? All right.
Okay.
There you go.
Listen. From my perspective, like it used to be Kino, but like he found her because you remember
he did find her.
I'm not
missed
gonna get
her,
involved.
and then he found her. So like Fofo needs her now. So I'm gonna say Fofo is a cutie now.
I vouch for Fofo. I love them both, but Fofo's got my vote.
Yep. There you go. You can vote on the Twitter account, the Rainbow Six North American League Twitter account, and also just a hashtag NAL.
What are these polls, man?
Maybe have a tweet show up on the broadcast tomorrow. Who knows? Either way, that's it for the pregame. Quick break, and when we come back, we will see a Battle of Titans, Astralis versus XSET here on the NAL. It's going to be awesome. Don't miss it. See you in a few.
Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Core with digits, give them estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, heading out to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block.
Stage Gomez is helping with IGL, so now we have like Spirits and Gomez, so we have like one guy that focuses on shot calling and one guy on IGL, so this helps a lot, like in mid-round that we struggle a little bit in the last stage.
If I tell Spirits to do something, he'll do it. If I tell anybody to do something, they'll always do it. Like, no one's gonna complain, no one's gonna say, oh, I'm not gonna do this, I'm not gonna do that. Everyone's always just believing in your teammate, and that's it.
Everyone's good. I'm not worried about any of them in like a 1v1 gunfight, for an example. I know like all of them have the skill to win a 1v1.
I think have like a good base, like good like basis attacks, base defense, what we can do if they're doing type of things in the game. Like if they're doing this, we will do that. if they're doing this, we will do that. We know like how to adapt in the mid round, mid game. Like depends of what they are doing.
I'm Yaga, and this is the NAO.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for another matchup to get started here at the NAL. We're going to be getting ourselves ready to jump into our next matchup, just like the first one. It's bound to be pretty close here. And this one, hopefully, will actually be a bit closer, too, because these two teams have a bit of history in that department. XSET versus Astralis, the battle of the red squads, getting started here in just a few moments. On Villa as well, so an area where both of these teams are going to have a heck of a lot of freedom on their defensive sides to exercise their strat to the fullest extent, which is obviously, by extension, really going to test this attacker-sided strategies, too.
Absolutely. I mean, Villa in between these two teams has to be really at the top of the list of maps you want to see squads like this play. There's a lot of open water to try and abuse when it comes to a map like Villa. A lot of different strategies you can utilize, the ways that you can rotate around the map, whether it be from the defensive end or the offensive end. It leads a lot up in the air, and that makes it to where both of these teams can really have a really strong effect. See if they can potentially push us to an overtime game like we had the last time in between these two, ending up in that 8-7 in favor of Astralis. But just remind you, XSET is indeed on a burner for stage 2, so they're more than likely looking to right their previous wrongs and take Villa away from Astralis.
We'll have to see if they're going to be able to do that. We are, of course, coming close to the end of the stage, which means that major qualification is on the line for nearly every single team in the stage at this point. So every single victory matters, and every single point you can gain in this case as well, if you can win it in regulation, matters that much more here. Keep in mind, folks, once again, there's going to be a quick reminder. This, you probably are aware of this, but for any new viewers, we operate on a point system based on how you win. If you win inside of regulation, you get 3 points for winning a match. If you win inside of overtime, you get 2, and the loser gets 1. Obviously, if you lose in regulation, you get nothing. So all these teams being so close to each other on those standings right now, every single point means so much. So XSET's going to be looking for a regulation win here. That might be difficult to achieve given how close they are in skill to Astralis.
You want a perfect example? Well, our friends instead of the last match, Parabellum, they went from 9th to, get this, 3rd place in one singular game.
Obviously, the caveat that they now have one more game played than everybody else, so they gain a little bit of an advantage there, so they're probably going to bump down as the rest of the games get played out throughout the rest of today, but still, that
the circumstances, right? Exactly.
Still shows you just how close that just one game that you're casually winning bumps you up by that much, meaning that all these teams are within those 3 points of each other. So we'll have to see if XSET can even get that victory today, because Astralis still has that opportunity as well. They would like to steal it. They would like their opportunity to go through to the major and try to win it once again, as both these teams had great results coming out of their first major run just about a month or 2 ago now, back in Charlotte.
Yes, indeed. Some amazing games from both of these teams, especially inside of the group stage. For XSET, obviously, they kind of puttered out when it came to main stage. But Astralis making such a deep run, especially given the circumstances of this team. None of these players having previous LAN experience and then going and putting on a show for the North American audience in Charlotte. I mean, it was just an honor to be there, an honor to cast it and get to be part of their journey throughout all of Charlotte. And obviously, it's kind of nice.
What are you doing, Forrest?
I think, Forrest is taking off the kitty gloves now. The shoes are off. Make sure you guys have your screenshots ready if he walks a little wrong there. But past that, Astralis, moments away from getting into the lobby, folks, past the memes and everything else. I mean, here's the thing, past the jokes once again.
Why don't you just wear flip-flops if you're going to just kick the shoes off?
Dude, what about the slides? That's what I'm saying. I mean, why do you think I wear the slides, John? You can just take them right off of the casting desk. I mean, it's perfect.
Stokes is sensible. He's got to talk to Forrest about his
He's trying to flex, though. He's got the Yeezys on.
To be fair,
I don't have
you do have Red Cube waiting for you with the camera every time you step off the bus. So, okay, now I'm starting to get it. Now that
see?
I'm thinking about it a little
You
more,
see?
now it makes more sense.
And with their basketball-esque social media presence, you really need those nice shoes. Like if Henry was taking photos of me, I can no longer wear these slides. I have to at least be wearing like my Nike Fearlesses. Otherwise, I'm screwed. Everyone's gonna be like, "What are you wearing on your feet, Sam?" It's just bad. It's not
It'd
good.
be rough if they were taking photos of us. I've been showing up with like my shirt unbuttoned. I just got like a white wrinkly undershirt under it. Wouldn't be the greatest photo.
Did you see the photo that Forceful put out of us when we were looking for our DoorDash yesterday?
Yeah.
That was absolutely amazing. But that's a daily reoccurrence. Me standing in the middle of the street looking for my coffee in the morning. So, but past that, folks, and past all the jokes, we are just moments away from getting into this game, and it's bound to be a heater. So make sure you are using the bathroom, going to the kitchen, getting your food, or whatever else you need to accomplish here in the next couple of moments before this match kicks off. Because if there's one thing about these two teams, those opening moments, well, they're not going to be very quiet.
No, they are not. So we're just waiting. I think we were waiting for a few members of Astralis to get themselves readied up a moment ago, and I believe we're just sorting out a small tech issue while we wait for the game to get started. So bear with us here for just a moment, folks. We do apologize for that delay to the start of game, but obviously we're working on getting ourselves into it as quickly as we possibly can.
You know what this means, though?
What?
It's now time for another episode of the Blokes Podcast. Welcome back, everyone. We are indeed on a tech delay. I'll be here for just a moment, but we've got some pretty interesting stuff to talk about, especially given the circumstances of what we're going through in Stage 2. If you guys don't know, these are indeed our last 3 days of Stage 2. And like we've been talking about, the scoreboard currently in North America is extremely tight. It's very, very difficult for any of these teams to really lean into the fact that they are going at the current moment to the Berlin Major. It's all a little bit up in the air. You could say a little bit less so for Oxygen, but I mean, for your top 3 at the current moment, top 4 rather, what are you looking at the current moment? Are you feeling any team, in these next couple of days?
For North America?
Yeah, for North America, absolutely. We're not talking about Europe because G2's not going anywhere, so.
Honestly, I have no idea who's going to end up in the top 4 right now. I feel like
it's hard.
It could be any one of our bottom 9 teams, realistically, for me at least looking at it. And I don't know who's going to top it out because they've all been so close to each other. It's like it's like a fool's errand to an extent to try to predict it. I mean, if I had to, personally, I want to see Spacestation go because they missed out on the last one. So I want to see them get a chance for redemption. Obviously, you do too. Yeah, you're rocking the merch today.
What?
So that's his personal pick. Again, these are like all like fanboy picks. There's no objectivity to these. I really want to see both XSET and Astralis make it for obvious reasons. They had a really good run back at the last major. I want to see that repeat itself, see how far it can go. And I would like it if we could see another team that didn't make it to the last major sneak in. But in all honesty, I can't think of a team off the top of my head who I'd like to fill that slot right now. I like my brain shifting towards Auction. Obviously, that's not a team that hasn't been at a previous major.
Beastcoast. That'd be wild.
That's still a possibility too.
Yeah.
Now that I'm thinking about that, yeah, that would be insane if we ended up with those 4 going that I just mentioned there. But we'll have to wait and see because, like I said, there is a lot of other legendary names, TSM included in that as well. The literal world champions at the moment. They as well are going to be in high contention to be able to make it. I think realistically, they'll probably end up as one of the 4. They've been looking a lot better this stage. But like I said, I could talk endlessly about this because there's so many possibilities at the moment.
I mean, it would practically be villainous if they weren't at the next major, given the circumstances of them winning the hammer this year.
Yeah.
To miss the next 2 majors.
2 out of 3 of the majors.
Exactly. You do not want to have that, not only on your conscience, but just on your track record, because then that's the first thing everybody's going to point out. It's like, oh, you won the Super Bowl, and then you went 0-16 the very next season? Oh, well, yeah, it's definitely not something you want to look back on. You kind of want to build up that dynasty where you can have, a good set full year of very, very good, play and just dominance overall. But we haven't really seen that out of TSM just yet. But as you said, Stage 2 has definitely been a coming back to their full capability, I would say, especially for Bolo's sake. Stage 1 being the worst player on TSM, words I thought I would never say in my entire life, but yet here we are. But Stage 2, he's bounced back in definitely a certain capacity. I wouldn't say that TSM is firing on all cylinders just yet, but obviously they've set the rung pretty high for our expectations, so we'll just have to see how these last handful of days have went. But that's going to be it for this episode of the Blokes Podcast, everyone. Subscribe if you haven't. Hit that like button at the bottom. But memes aside, it's time for Astralis.
Non-existent like
yes,
button?
exactly. You got the meme. So past that, it's going to be Villa versus, Astralis versus XSET as we jump into it for the very first time. Hopefully you guys are back from your bathroom breaks as we've gotten rid of Habana and Flores for the offense.
Kino says the fun is limited in this game, so I'll have to see what that means. But not too much fun, guys. As we get into the first defender ban here, though, Astralis has their final overall pick, and they're in. Ooh, wow, that's a
That is a
curvy
no,
one.
that is a no fun ban.
Fun's really going to be limited here as Smoke is knocked out. Forest agrees.
Good luck. If you guys don't know the meme, basically Kino just mostly plays Smoke on defense. So it's like, have fun with that. You're not allowed to deny things anymore. So Wamai's going to round up the rear end of this pack, but this is going to leave quite a bit open, not only for the defense, but also for the offense. We have access to quite a few breaches, still some, some longer range breaches there as well with the Ace still available. So we'll see how Astralis wants to try and use that on their offense, but we're really looking to see them more than likely like double up, whether it be secondary hard breach or what have you. Otherwise, DP Fire is going to have to play this pretty slow. If they end up losing him early on without, making any headway in the hard breach department, it could be pretty problematic going later on into the round. So we'll see if they try and fix that up. But obviously, the one thing that everyone probably wants us to talk about right now at home, John, has got to be Azami making it through the ban phase.
Yep, Azami actually making it through the ban phase for us too, the first time in quite a few days. Yeah. She's been pretty much knocked out for us, at least since week 2 have started its play. So it's been a while since we've seen her allowed into the mix, and quite obviously she's going to be immediately used by the members of XSET, in this case Yaga, with picking her up. So we'll see how exactly she's going to be able to slow things down for Astralis' clear, as you're going to see already bolstering the main stairs position, and we'll probably be able to play around that, as well as a few other positions being set up near the bookcase wrap as well to try and delay out the initial clear from Astralis for as long as possible. This all, of course, depends on Astralis executing through studies. We'll have to wait and see if they want to try to go for a north take instead.
Yes, indeed. And really liking the adaptation here from the defense, bringing in the Chonka for Kino instead of the Smoke that got banned away from Astralis. So they'll still have Denial, but it won't be able to plume and actually get in the way of the visuals of Astralis. Their palm will not be hindered in the slightest. They'll be able to look right over the top of those flames, but obviously will not be able to pass through them unless they want to give up part of their live or the whole thing, depending on their HP bar. The Astralis has taken their time inside of this opening minute. They've set themselves up around the master area. They're droning it out at the current moment. Also, they have Forest along for the ride on the Dokkaebi, so this should be a fairly straightforward affair. J90 missing a huge opportunity onto Spirits, and oh my god, Forest is already in. No DMR either. The secondary pistol to take down Gomez.
So a huge lack of respect for XS potential extended presence out here into the 90 hallway. Astralis are quite literally just going to swing into it, either from the repelled window at 90 or through the trophy connector, be able to take map control and funnel out Gomez's position there. Like we said before, an opportunity was lost when they were actually on the rappel to take him down. Didn't end up working out there, but now they're going to redeem themselves by picking up the kill and establishing that backhaul control.
Love the deployable shield move here from XSET. This is something we used to see really often when Goyo still had his deployable shields, moving them around to make sure that the offense has to deal with that piece of utility instead of circumventing it by just really not playing around the main stairs. All you need for a take like this is what J90 is doing exactly right now. Play study, don't die. If he dies right here, this is a huge part of the puzzle that Astralis is going to be lacking, but fortunately enough, they're ahead in the man count, so they can still risk it for the biscuit at the end of the day. Forrest's going to take a little bit more heat, but Astralis has slowed down quite a lot since their initial pick. This has made it to where XSET has to hold on to quite a bit, and speaking of which, Yaga taking a lot of heat in that situation for the study window. Iconic is now adjusted over for the balcony, and he can try and assist with this as Spirits goes swinging inside of Planes. He's able to find one onto Shuttle, no refrag just yet. As Forrest looks for one, Spirits will pick it up, and it's finally Iconic to take down 2, make J90 3, as it's all left up to Kino. 40 seconds remain. He still has the launcher here, so be able to apply fire to this situation, but more than likely going to swing right into Iconic with the triple kill on top of the maps table. A beautiful round from Astralis. A very weird opener, I would say, with what we saw around Red Stairs, is Force simply makes a phone call, no one can hear, and he sprints onto Red Stairs with a CZ.
All works out well for Astralis, though, as it gives them uncontested map control, splits apart any potential extended game over towards Trophy that XSET might have tried to play into. Obviously didn't see much of that being deployed, but that was the intention from Astralis. And on top of that as well, it gives them a staging ground that they can immediately springboard into and execute less than halfway into the round. So just really good use of the time and good follow through from Astralis on making sure everything went their way, even though things got a little bit dodgy in the actual site take. That'll move XSET's site choice immediately downstairs. Not really feeling the trophy game, probably especially with the Azami in play right now. It's going to be a little bit too difficult to work themselves into, so instead they're going to head downstairs here into the the kitchen where they'll hopefully have better results being able to utilize her.
Absolutely, my friend. I really like what XSET's doing with this site setup right now. Obviously, AVG didn't work out for them, so they're going to head over to kitchen, and they've brought some traps, and this is all because they don't have access. Oh, well, actually, no, I take it back. That was the last game. They do actually have access to be able to deny the single wall. Now, the big thing is that they have Thatcher in play here for Forest, so obviously if XSET set up anything like an Electro Claw or a Bandit Battery or a Mute Jammer, it literally does not matter. The EMP will get rid of it directly through the wall, and they'll have immediate access to Pantry. So what do they do instead? Well, they lean into traps and information as well as something to kind of disrupt the overall setup, like an Azami, where you can make your own angles and your own safe harbors and try and make it a little bit easier for some of your anchors to play around, or maybe hold down the top floor. We'll just have to see how XSET wants to set that up, but overall, it's definitely a way to get in front of Astralis without having to lean on to those reinforcements and making sure that Astralis doesn't breach them. It makes it to where the traps can be played off of, and XSET can potentially get a kill because of it.
Attackers of Forest with an excellent opportunity placed directly in front of him, and he's going to excel in taking it. Kino falls down. That eliminates the Ella. A second kill potentially viable for him there too, but missed the opportunity on the cross. I believe it was going to end up being Diaz there. He's able to get himself past it though, avoid sudden death, and at least keep the disadvantage down to only one player in deficit compared to Astralis.
Yes, indeed. Now Astralis very far ahead at the current moment. Not even halfway through the round yet, so they're going to be able to take their time. They need to break down this top floor setup and see what XSET want to do with it. Gomez, the new IGL of the stage, currently inside of benches. Doesn't have anyone across from him at the time. And in fact, J9O going to be adjusting over towards Master Balcony. DP Fire now taking control of the Master area. More or less, oh, that grenade not cooked properly. Spirits will be able to get
There's no way that just happened. Someone swung in on the rappel directly on top of that uncooked nade and killed Forest as a result of it.
Wow, that was something for sure. Spirits is going to be able to get even more now. Kino obviously down, but I mean, what's that matter? There's a minute that remains, and XSET is ahead, and by quite a large margin at the current moment, especially after Yaga takes down Iconic.
Their Chaos Nade going to find its way at the bottom of the Astro stairs, but ultimately won't matter as XSET is allowed to take out the remnants of the assaulting force. There obviously things were a little bit shattered to begin with, given the way that that grenade play ended up following through. A team just never really able to recover after that point, so XSET had a pretty easy time shutting things down here to tie us up at 1-1.
Knowing the vibes of Astralis, Forrest immediately started laughing as soon as he died.
I mean, I did.
I had no words to say. The moment spoke for itself right there, for sure.
All right, so let's get into round 3, see if we can get Astralis to clean things up a little bit as it goes a bit chaotic for the better half of that last round there. Thankfully not going to have as much work to do this time, as they do have the benefit of attacking the upstairs site. They're going to have a little bit less to worry about. Yeah, as we just saw Stokes pointing out there while he was mid-drink, Yaga is on the dock, which is not an operator we tend to get that often anymore on the defensive side.
Yeah, it might be a term that we use now because there's this little birdie. I don't know if you've heard of her. Her name's...
Wait.
What?
It's Shotgun Dock, I'm pretty sure.
Get the hell out of here.
I'm 99% sure I just saw Shotgun
right
on Yaga.
now. You need, John.
I'm not messing with you.
John, you gotta shut up right now.
I'm either seeing things or it's definitely Shotgun Dock.
It's too early for this.
And he's got the pistol out.
Stop it.
Switch. I want to see it.
Dog.
Oh, he does. He does.
So,
what is the meta today?
The meta is amazing. That's what it is, Blue. The meta is whatever you make it. So let's make it rock, right? So here's the thing. If you guys don't know about the French shotgun in Rainbow Six, this shotgun just so happens to be, I do believe, the most damaging shotgun in the entire game, even more so than the M590, if I'm not wrong. So this could be pretty crazy, but they already know. So that's the thing about doing stuff like this. The offense has drones, and
the good news for Yaga is Yaga's now taken out that drone and probably made a fairly safe assumption like, well, they're not pushing main stairs. So
that's true.
He's tucked his tail between his legs and run right back upstairs. So he knows he doesn't have a whole lot to worry about there. He'll have pretty much immediate respect for about a 30-second period, and he's going to use that to fall back to the inside of the billiards room.
Yeah, Shotgun's nickname is crowd control. Nobody's moving forward. Everybody stay back here. Gonna hold down bookshelf unless you want your life ended, J9. Oh, Yaga. Yaga, please step up. Yes, indeed. Yes, sir. Keep it going. There we go. 2 big kills out of the French shotty. Make it 3. Oh, my Yaga. Show them how much damage can be done by the defensive end with that shoddy. XSET doesn't even bat an eye after it's a full bloodbath on main stairs.
It's a flawless round from XSET, supported by the Doc shotgun, picking up a 3K in the middle of that round. Beautiful work from XSET here. They make it mincemeat once again.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Did you see that range on the IQ?
It was like halfway
Disgusting.
across the room, and it one-pumped him to take him down. I'm surprised this one didn't get him as well. Maybe the accuracy just a tad off, but either way, excellently played by XSET. They are going to have to pocket it now, as unfortunately, it's pretty much a one-and-done play.
Forrest, is the gloves off here? What's happening, friends? We got the Ash in play? Like, I'm telling you, the meta's out the window. Like,
Next up, it's turned into a scrim real quick.
Yo, next up is LMGs. Can we just gents rule LMGs? Can we just go all back to ARs and just suffer through the pain for a little while until next patch? I'd totally be down with that.
The problem is when a team's losing 5-6, they probably immediately bring out the finger.
Oh, it was a misclick. I'm so sorry. Totally didn't mean to bring this thing that hit somebody for 48 damage every time I breathe on them.
Won't stay gentlemanly for very long, I would imagine. Forrest, what are you doing?
He's doing a lot right now. He's doing a lot right now. He's doing the most, one would say. Shuttle is going to be ending up on the Thatcher, while J90 over on the Yana, and Forrest will finally rest his head on the Dokkaebi. So we'll see how this works out. Obviously, the very first round was set up very like this. We had Forrest on the Doke, nice little initial drone clear that quickly became a Doke clear with actually Dokkaebi herself pushing in and securing the first frag for Astralis.
Astralis. So far, this is the only site that they have found success in attacking so far. Things have fallen apart in their next two attempts afterwards, so we're going to see if a return to it for XSET is potentially going to yield some more results for our attackers to even out the scoreline once again at what would be 2-2 here. XSET, in the meanwhile, though, as you can see for Spirits, they're taking some closer contention against players like DP Fire, who are trying to get that northern route access. You're going to notice here Astralis keeping the options open, but unfortunately, one of them is going to be slammed shut right into the face of Forrest here as Yaga is able to best him in the first 1v1 of the round, and Spirits, just a pixel being found out there, but it's enough to isolate DP Fire and take him down.
Astralis not thinking that XSET will be managing the angles as that wall breaks down, and they are so sorely mistaken. Spirits, that'll be the third kill for XSET on the round, and yet again, Astralis, they can't buy a frag at the current moment, John. Not a single kill through the last two rounds just yet. Iconic and J90 can try and fix this. J90 flirts with death at the top of main stairs. Back and forth they go. So worried about main as well as... Oh my Spirits!
Where did he
just hopped out the window. He sprinted all the way over from Master. And he said, oh, you want some action? Well, I got something for you, my friend. It's 2 quick kills. Spirits now down. It was a triple for him on the round, and he'll be able to stay alive on the ground after XSET pick up the very last Astralis member. XSET have lost a single body in 2 rounds.
XSET are shutting it down, and with a showful fashion, it seems, too, over these last 3 rounds. That is going to prompt pretty much an immediate timeout from Astralis. It's 3 rounds back-to-back-to-back, and they have had really no chance of being able to contend inside of the round itself. So they need to call for a pause. They need to figure out how they can get themselves into the building, let alone into the site.
Yeah, Astralis is having a super hard time right now, just based off the timing. Spirits is the biggest player right now for XSET in this sense of the abuse of Astralis' timing, especially inside of that last clip. That's the best way to really, kind of highlight it for everybody at home, is the way that the Somas are going down and the fact that Spirits is still their manning master, because Astralis feels so comfortable. They feel like they can try and work their way forward. There shouldn't really be anybody in that area. Why? Because Astralis has presence there, and if an XSET member peeks, well, they might die. Well, that's a risk that they're willing to take. They're going to force you to take that map control away, and that's how Astralis gets punished. They waltz into the building thinking that it's going to be right as rain, but obviously not. I like how they initially tried to take control of the master side, though, and just, trophy statuary, that kind of thing in general, with Doke coming underneath and Forrest trying to work his way up, I almost said Astralis stairs, but Astronomy stairs, but obviously it didn't work out. Yaga was good for it, and more than likely, unless the call just went off at an inopportune time and somebody ended up seeing him, that was all just off of game sense. So very well done from XSET there, as they're currently up 2 rounds.
I thought there was someone left to default up outside, but more than likely,
you never know,
didn't
right?
see that happen. And as we probably would have had that get called out in the chat if something like that had happened. So Astralis, like I said before, looking to recenter themselves, looking to find much better footing after they had success in the first round, but have obviously dropped off the map in its entirety since then. It's going to be on a downstairs hold from XSET back into the kitchen as they continue to rotate around the sites they've now already won for themselves. But they'll attempt to find that second round here. not too many surprises when it comes to the operator lineup on the attacking side, either bringing pretty much the same thing that we've seen previously, even including that IQ on Iconic, which has popped up at least once before already.
And XSET's going to continue to lean into the trap game on the kitchen site. And this is what we saw from them the last time. If you remember, Astralis ended up getting pantry pretty quick, but XSET able to deliver back. Astralis able to at least get the initial pick there before things started going awry. So now we'll have to see if Astralis wants to go about it in a similar fashion. They have Iconic on the IQ, so they'll be able to find goo mines and everything of the sort. And they also have the EMPs to be able to break open this wall unimpeded with those Soma charges of DP fire. Forrest, though, he's starting to take some heat and not something that you really want from your Thatcher players so early on, so he's going to try and maintain his life. But this is already almost the first minute gone for AST, and they really need to get this going as they try and find some more crossfires around this top floor to support the push.
So the only change we've noted so far from the pause is just the fact that Astralis is giving over so much additional respect at the moment here. Case is going to be down out on the balcony, not inside of the building, just in case anybody got confused by the positioning there. So things are not crazy at the moment for Astralis. Gomez, though, ready to fend off the first challenge against his position, is going to be able to get a successful impact off that'll stop the Selma charge from knocking out his cover.
Oh, that's so rough. I don't know how Astralis tries to push past this unless they're able to get a frag onto an XSET member. All of DP fire stuff down, and this is what they needed. They needed somebody to push in from the back end like Iconic. Spares will be able to trade it out, but he's more than likely dead soon. And yes, indeed, J9O picking up the pieces from inside of Boar. Now it's the rest of XSET downstairs to try and help with the site setup. DP fire's taken a lot of damage, but the rest of Astralis looking pretty all right when it comes to the health department. Obviously a little injured, but can still win gunfights. That's the big piece here. DP fire has to play so very safe given the circumstances.
Bigger problem at the moment is going to be the lack of a Finkus. Those players are staying at that HP for the rest of the round, when normally they'd be able to bolster themselves up a little bit. Not going to be happening. Astralis is locked into their current HP. Meanwhile, well, yes, they're ahead by one player. XSET's remaining 3 hasn't taken any damage. And look at the aggression now. Kino and Yaga both sneaking up the red stairs. They steal a kill as Shuttle goes down to even out the numbers and just as quickly disappear into the night to get themselves back down into the site, back on the first floor.
Fantastic calling from XSET. Immediately when you pick up that kill, stop. You don't need to do any more. You do not need to continue to contest, especially since you have 2 bodies upstairs and 1 single member on site trying to hold back the rest of Astralis. You don't want it to be mistimed where they get the execute, and now you're retaking the site. Instead, you want to make them fight for it. J9O, he has the LMG. He's feeding it everywhere, but Kino and Diaz for 2 will take down Astralis for round 5. Astralis not allowed a single round past the only one they've picked up thus far. XSET utter dominance thus far on this defensive end.
Astralis unfortunately outplaying themselves a little bit there, spending too much time trying to build up the confidence in the intel bank that would have been necessary to flood the site there. That left the room open, unfortunately, because they had an unwatched flank coming from red stairs as well for 2 members of XSET to make a play, to go up there, even out the numbers themselves. And like you said, before things got too crazy, back it up. And still, they had time to do all of this because of the hesitation from Astralis. Back up into the site, just kind of get themselves ready for the 3v3 execute and shut it down because they had a health advantage.
Exactly. You go any farther than that, Bodega's going to be on you immediately. Like, there's no point in trying to go for any extra kills past that equalizer and then forcing them to take the site. That was fantastic from XSET. There's no other way to try and look at it there. So now for Astralis, you really got to be feeling for them. They haven't been able to get really anything rolling inside of these opening minutes. That has been something that could be, bountiful to them. So we'll see if they can try and get a positive boon here for round 6 and at least get that 2-4 scoreline.
Quite a few repicks going to be showing up for Astralis here. The top 3, in fact, will be changing their operators. At least one of them is sticking with the one that they originally picked up, being DP Fire. Didn't get to glance the other 2 before we lost the UI, though. So Shuttle, as well as Forrest, will be shifting over to a Thatcher, as well as an Ace combo here, just to bring a little bit of extra hard breach, since obviously we are finally going to be seeing that trophy statuary defense from XSET they had been avoiding up until this point.
And they're going for the full map hold as well, as XSET has extended themselves towards the south. Now, this does not mean that they're going to be holding on to this for an extended period of time. In fact, it'll probably be an initial glancing across towards Astralis if they try and enter from this side of the building, and falling back. Now, Astralis can get in the way of this, so they can try and cut things off around 90, but that might not even be the strategy in the first place. They might just try and go directly towards site and try and contest out some of these XSET members. Now, that might be ill-advised, especially with Gomez at the front of this defensive setup. The EBR can take you down so very quickly if he's accurate enough. So, speaking of which, Astralis want to make sure that they don't get punished in a situation like that. So they'll continue to drone things out and see if they can find any of the crooks and crannies that these XSET members are hiding in.
Spirits just quickly regrouping with Gomez here to establish a bit of a crossfire in the event. We see Astralis trying to put pressure in from the walk-in bathroom. Not going to see a commitment to that just yet, though, and they still have plenty of time to build up towards, so there's not a huge concern here. Nice play from Iconic, though, going to be working on establishing a bit of a flank against this current crunch that's been set up by XSET, and XSET doesn't seem to be paying too much attention to that. So good opportunity here for Iconic, especially once the drone works its way around, to be able to find out Yaga's position and isolate him out. Problem's going to be, though, if that drone gets spotted by Yaga, which it might have just been. Starting to watch his flank over by Death's Door here, as well as a few other spots. It seems to be a bit more hyper-aware of the possibility of being pinched out over at the 90 angle.
Oh, this is really bad for Astralis right now. It's almost at the point of feast or famine with the timer. You always have to be worried when it comes down to it, and at least off rip, it's looking like feast. Iconic takes down 2, and he makes good on the info game. Soma out, but the frag grenade should more than likely eat that up. A little worried about that. Kino, they know that you're there as he's going to move forward off the laser gate. They'll burn that out, gets rid of one of the drones, and backs off into sight. Oh, this is going to be so very close. As XSET, they have just enough members to be able to maintain control of a lot of the entry points towards the site. It's going to be up to Astralis to try and overwhelm this setup.
Can see, though, that Astralis has done a good job of forcing some of the members of XSET out of their power positions where they like to play like this right now from Kino. He can't get the winning shotgun shot, and he's losing teammates left and right. Tries to make a play, but it's far too late. DP fires a virtual mile away from him by the time he finally jumps out the window. That left only one player to sit back and defend the site, and obviously the 1v5, not going to stand much of a chance there. Finally, a consistent second round put up on the board here by the Astralis roster, making the half a bit more palatable now, 2-4.
Well, last time, Astralis and not having info inside of the 90 hallway. This time around, so much even presence there with some bodies, especially Finka, as Iconic is able to pick up 2 there. And that's exactly what Astralis needed to be able to get another round on the board. A flawless one, in fact, before we end the half. And now Astralis only down 2 rounds instead of what could have been 4. So very well done from them to be able to at least fight back in a certain way. As now, obviously, they'll be on the defensive end and they'll defend AVG for the very first time.
Time to see if Astralis can bring a little bit more prowess to the table to bring this scoreline back under their own control. Only 2 rounds away now, in fact, so certainly doable. But X at the same time has looked so strong. We'll have to see if that same strength transfers over to the attacking side here. Could be bringing a fairly similar lineup to some of the stuff we were seeing from Astralis, but a few changes. Obviously, the Finka coming back in for Spirits, where we're seeing Astralis be a little bit more give or take with that. And on top of that, Diaz as well. We're going to be going for a Twitch pick, something we did not see Astralis utilize from my memory in the previous half.
Really loving the Twitch pick as of late. You know, the more and more we see it, the more and more you can see how it benefits the offense so very much, especially when it comes to the amount of drones that Twitch gets. She gets 3, whereas everybody else gets 2. So she's got both Twitch drones and a prep phase drone. So she's got 2 of the shock drones and a regular drone she can use around the map. And that little piece of extra intel can be extremely useful. Not only that, but obviously with Twitch, you can get rid of so many different pieces of utility, like, you know, default cams, alibis, anything of the sort when it comes to electronics. And it just makes it to where she's extremely useful. You still have the smokes as a secondary and that big bad AR as her primary weapon. And I mean, even past that gun, you still have the 417 to back it up. So lots of different reasons to be bringing Twitch in the current meta, and XSET obviously aligning with those ideals, and we'll see if Diaz can achieve anything with that. It's been a pretty slow opener thus far. Astralis trying to show some face early on, though, over towards the master side.
Iconic going to go for a little bit of a snipe knife here to try to block out the window. Pretty sure it worked, and should be able to block access for a few more moments. Just a few hits from the attackers, though, and they'll also be breaking their way past that pretty quickly. Things are held up, though, for XSET, at least after the first minute of play has finally transpired here. They're still trying to figure out where the best point of insertion is going to be to make their first strike, and unfortunately, not going to be able to find the execution all that easy when they're ready to move in. Iconic, though, with an opportunity to frag his second time. He doesn't even realize how deep into enemy territory he is, as he's eventually still going to be beaten out here by Kino, but at the same time, J90 is able to ignite himself. He finds success in the master push and is able to take down not just 1, but 2 members of the squad. Shuttle as well to knock out Spirits on the back end of the trophy defense. Just leaves Diaz alive here, and he's pretty much on the other side of the planet at this point.
You taste that? It's a little nasty. That's what I'm saying.
That was not the sight hole, by the way. That was the extension that they shut them down in. So beautifully played by Astralis to start out the half.
That's a triple by J90 there, by the way. Disgusting. disgusting scene inside of Master. Not what Astralis, or rather XSET, expected at all once they hopped in there. Kino with some very nice kills, but as he doubles back, he gets taken down. Astralis starting to build things up on their defensive side now. So it'll be 4-3, and obviously, given the circumstances, we really could see this go to overtime. We want to see XSET try and build up something on the offense at the current moment, because that last round was, I mean, for all intents and purposes, just completely wrong. It's not how you want anything to go just from the jump. Losing body after body, really no way to refrag, no utility to be put down even towards the site, and I mean, past that, all of that went down off-site. So, I mean, just so many wrongs for XSET to really look into and try and fix for round 8.
Kind of a false start there ultimately for XSET. Never really gave themselves a chance to get back into it due to the issues they ran into the second they tried to take master control. So we'll see if a little bit of a reset will work out. Gomez, don't you dare.
Gomez, you locked that in.
Thank you.
Gomez, back.
Thank you, Gomez.
Come on, please.
I wasn't expecting such an immediate response, but...
Yeah, I mean, you and Gomez homies or something? You guys...
I don't know. That or we gotta check the soundproofing on the textbooks.
Exactly.
It's a joke.
They're going to be handing the Twitch baton over to Gomez this time around. DS instead will be on the Zofia. Yaga will still have the Lion. In fact, I actually think this is our first time here, but I might be wrong about that. Either way, we didn't get to see him use any of them the last time, even if he did have it, and that's exactly why we don't know about it. So, as he was the one to die inside of Master initially. So we'll see if those E1Ds can get anything done up against Astralis. They do have a certain way to get around them, obviously, with the mute jammers, but usually we'll see those set up to block doors as well as panels so that XSET can't try and collapse onto the site, at least initially, until they're able to clear out the utility.
We're going to be seeing at least Spirits insert himself into the site in the meanwhile here. This is dangerous.
Nobody's home.
Dude, Spirits like doesn't even fully understand the situation. Kino's already droned this out, so he knows there's no one here. All right, this could change things up, though. Forrest's going to start working his way in, but he's shot at the drones. They're going to know he's on the flank. He's giving himself away as a result of that plant going down. Gomez just casually runs down Pantry and snipes out Forrest, so goodbye to that potential comeback. Where the heck is Astralis?
I'm just doing breathing exercises, John. I can't handle this mentally at the current moment. They're not home. They're on vacation. They're somewhere.
Okay.
Iconic's got a beautiful shot and a re-entry. It's a 4 versus 3, and I'm not trying to say it's impossible, but it's definitely going to take some heavy lifting from Astralis. Look at this timer. 22 seconds remain, and this will be an amazing retake if they can pull it off. Gomez is going to be able to get 2 quick kills of the F2, making it even more difficult for DP Fire to accomplish anything. J90 will take down 1, and that's going to be the Twitch. Stuns in, and they'll try and block things up, but the verticality works out beautifully for these players, and there's going to be no time left for Astralis to try and take out anybody. Do you have any words, Blue?
No, just a pretty big strategical gaffe there from Astralis, not leaving anyone on the site ultimately. I mean, you didn't even leave like someone in that like connecting room to go to Astro Stairs. Like, you don't even go that far with it. Like,
nobody.
Like, I'd understand if there was someone in the site and they backed up because it was a 1vx, but like there was just no one there. They're gonna drone that. They're gonna check that.
Yeah, it's a pretty feels bad. There's no real other way to put it. You know, these are those difficult situations as a commentator because you really just want to say, what are they doing? But also, that's just like really
That's
mean.
really unprofessional.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So it's just like, for lack of a better term, Astralis really needs to just play somebody on the actual defensive site. Yep. I think that would be a grand old idea.
So kind of an obvious point from the casting desk here, but you guys at home are probably thinking the same thing right now. So.
I'm sure you are all in the same boat as us.
How dare you blame us?
Why? How is Astralis completely out of sight and we are not even halfway through the round?
I'm just more curious as to what Astralis was attempting to do with being that far spread out. Like, were they trying to do some crazy run out or like ankle hold or something?
I think what happened was they were supposed to get 2 separate Ubers, and so they'd show up at different times, and somebody ordered an XL, so they just all left, and they're like, oh well.
I think it was more they were meant to order an XL and they accidentally got an X. Like, they just clicked the wrong button on their phone. Either way, getting back into round 9 now. XSET is just 2 rounds away from locking in the W for today, and the 3 points that would come along with that. Mind you, as you can see, they are already at the top echelon of a lot of our squads here at number 2 in the league, and this is still with that PB game being considered as well. So considering that, XSET is already in a fantastic position, and locking another 3 points would only push them that much closer to a potential spot at Berlin.
Spirit's already lighting up DP Fire. What a nitro from Shuttle. Always difficult to try and fend off when you are inside of Bicycle, and that's going to end up giving Spirits over. Gomez clears some things out, but he's been taken down by DP Fire, apparently not aware that there was a player inside of Dining. Now Shuttle will take down Kino, and Astralis are quickly bouncing back inside of round 9. Now this is quite the teeter-totter, but not in the way that we usually see where they're grueling rounds. It's just one team snowballing the other, and then we reset. XSET down to 2 members. Yaga, not exactly in the healthiest of straits at the current moment, as he is just around 75% HP. We'll be able to get up towards the master balcony, but he's really waiting on Diaz to not only get the case, but try and assist him with this top floor.
Diaz going to be working his way forward. XSET maybe get just a little bit too confident after the play we've seen after this last round here. You can see them kind of haphazardly inserting themselves into the bottom floor at the beginning of this round, only to meet quite a few members of Astralis, maybe a little bit more than they expected to run into. Either way, they're going to try and bring this back at what's now a 2v4, but as you can see, this is quite difficult. Literally every single time one of these players peaks, there's a chance of either one of them going down, and they need to try and keep both of them alive to have any realistic chance of winning this out. Forest with the commitment, but it won't work out. He'll return some more damage onto Yaga, but he too will take quite a bit. Forest, though, will complete the set as he goes back to finish off Yaga, but of course Diaz will get the down in trade. Problem is, though, Diaz doesn't have a great position to work from right now. He still has to be careful about every step he takes, because he could be walking right into a trade setup if he's not careful, such as right around this corner here. You can see the Jaeger ready for the challenge, gets the first kill, but there is indeed going to be a trade setup there that J9O will pull the trigger on and shut down any potential clutch to come in from XSET.
Astralis resetting the control there and walking back into Master is what makes that so difficult for the Twitch to try and win out. So many different ways that initially they could go, but shut down very quickly, especially on that split side. So now Astralis 1 round away from tying things up yet again, but as we were just talking about, this game has went back and forth over and over. So really what we're looking at is, does XSET actually get map and match point here? Can they push themselves to 6 and start applying so much stress to Astralis' mental when it comes to that faithful point, as it does just sit at the top of your screen, doesn't it, Blue? Match point constantly staring you in the eyes throughout the round. So XSET, hopefully for their sake, looking to secure that, as they're only going to be shifting Gomez over to the Nook.
See if XSET can quickly rebound here. Probably going to have to slow things down a bit. Like I said, in the middle of that round, a bit of a 2-forward, at least initial play from XSET there to try and take control downstairs inside of the kitchen area of the map there. Ended up losing a couple players because of that, so more than likely going to cool that off just out of precaution. Got to be careful, of course, to make sure they don't kind of play themselves in that respect and take things too slowly, because then they're going to run into a lot of the same issues that Astralis had towards the end of their first half of play, where they were kind of setting themselves up either above or near the site, but then never really had the confidence to work their way in on a few occasions, either due to a numbers disadvantage or a few other scenarios here. So let's see if XSET can avoid those same pitfalls and indeed lock in that penultimate round.
Yes, indeed. Astralis is going to be on AVG. They have Forest on the Oryx, so we'll be looking for some hatch play around that. More than likely, we'll come into contact with Gomez as a later date. Shuttle will be bringing the Mira, and that's mostly what I'll be paying attention to when it comes to the site execute for XSET, as they'll be looking to try and avoid the Nitro Cell from Shuttle around the actual vault door. Forest has made his way downstairs into Library. Him and Gomez on practically the exact counter-opposite trails here. As Forest inside of Library, they more than likely have no idea that they're within 10 feet of each other. They work their ways respectively to the opposite ends of the map. A drone will be able to discover Forest, and obviously this door is barricaded, so we won't be able to try and work his way through there. But now Gomez is on the back end. I don't think there's any camera either, but Forest seemingly aware that there is potential for a player to be around him. He's going to run away, and that's not going to prompt Gomez to move forward at all, so Forest will be able to stay alive, at least for the time being.
One of the players holding on the first floor, either on the attacking or defensive side, kind of stalwart right now, not looking to move too heavily. Beautiful nade setup from Gomez right there. Shuttle, unfortunately for him, kind of walks right into it or backs up directly into it here. Shifts the pressure over towards DP Fire, as he's potentially going to have to contend with a clear from XSET relatively soon. You can see those silhouettes, 3 of them in fact, surrounding him. Probably only going to see 2 to 3 of them push against him. However, as you can see, quite a few of those are going to be worried about play upstairs as well on the rappels. Away from this, we're going to see him get challenged, but he'll be ready for said challenge. Taking down Gomez in the process, going to get caught mid-reload, but a teammate's here.
Oh!
Iconic! An absolute warrior! Shutting down 2 of his opponents while saving his own teammate here. The odds have suddenly flipped, and it's now XSET on the back foot with a minute left to play.
Iconic is the name, and Siege is his game. 11-7-3 for David, as Astralis is shutting down XSET. It's left up to Kino to try and find his way through this thick of it, but doesn't seem like he's going to be getting too far as he's stuck outside on the study balcony. He does have case control, but every trained eye from Astralis on his location at the current moment. Case here won't be able to push himself forward just yet, as he's practically awaiting the Grim Reaper whenever he walks in. Has a Crossfire 2 on his door as well, and that's going to be all she wrote, as Iconic will go for, I do believe, 4 in that round right there alone. A highlight reel for sure, as they will tie things up there for round 10.
Iconic Soniqs have indeed been able to tie things up and have now forced out a pause finally from XSET. Personally would have liked to have seen this just at the beginning of this round here that we just played out, so a little bit late, but at the same time, team now running into very much the same issues they did on the previous rounds. The coach finally stepping in to try and correct some of this here, as it's 2 rounds in a row now where pretty much a single player, a single position has stopped the advances of XSET and shut down what otherwise probably would have been a fairly successful attack.
Astralis seems to constantly be finding the card that's supporting the whole structure, and they're able to just pull that out from under XSET, and the entire kingdom comes crashing down. So we'll see if XSET can try and fix this up. You're really looking to try and play for the trade game in a situation like that, where you can try and shut down Iconic when he's trained on something else. But obviously, when it comes to the given circumstances, not only of this matchup, but the current meta, that's a little difficult to do sometimes. The LMG not only hits really, really hard, but you have so many bullets to play with that as long as you're still holding left click, you can just transfer to another angle, and right when that person peeks to try and go for the refrag, you more than likely have another kill, depending on how accurate you are. So for Astralis, or rather not in that situation, but in the future for the offensive side, things will obviously play out in a very similar capacity. But for Iconic's situation there with the SMG, obviously just some incredible play out of him. And past that moment, Astralis obviously tying things up as we move forward here. They'll move downstairs into dining and kitchen. And speaking of Iconic, he's going to be back onto one of his most iconic roles, and it's got to be the Thorn, as we'd seen him dominate stage 1 with this defender.
Not gonna play out that round, guys. Looks like we got a drone bug, so stick with us for a moment, and we'll be jumping back in game. Just gonna rehost the server real quick, and then we should be good to get back into things here. So that'll put us into a tech pause for a moment. Let's talk a little bit more about the game we have been seeing and developments that have occurred over the past few rounds. Astralis obviously misstepping 2 to 3 rounds back when it came to their kitchen hold there by, well, just straight up not playing into the site. That was the last round we have seen from XSET, though, as ever since then, things have gone very one-sidedly in the favor of Astralis due to the early clear or the site clear, depending on the round you look at, being countered out by 1 or 2 players, good position, and the follow-up play from that coming in from Astralis. The extended game has really been saving the day here, as it's been setting up the inside players to shut down the remnants of the assault without needing to stretch their legs all that much.
Yeah, the quick-fire rescues from Astralis, I think that's been the big thing. Their team play has been shining through in that capacity, especially for the man on your screen right now, Iconic, who we've been talking about for a moment here. Just being able to get to his teammates and assist them, especially with what we saw that last round, right? We have the Jaeger trying to hold things down on main stairs. Shuttle just working his way back and forth, and he eventually runs out of bullets. And not only that, he's on low HP, but you know who comes to the rescue? Iconic, as he cleans up not only the 2 on the stairwell, but also the player all the way over on the study balcony. It seemed like Iconic could not miss in that situation, and that's what's gotten us to this point. Not only to the tech pause, but obviously the timeout that was called from XSET, is they didn't really have the exact answer in the moment to shut them down, so they needed some time to talk things out.
Indeed they do, and now they're going to have that. So we're going to be resetting due to the tech pause, so it gives these teams a little bit more room to be able to communicate, and for XSET more than anything, a chance to figure out how to work around these more aggressive setups coming in from Astralis as well. Like I said, that's been the core problem standing in the way of this team here. Seem to be setting themselves up, might even get the opening kill or 2, but the problem is that 1 or 2 members of the squad that they run into, and on the last round, the kind of sudden swing from a second member of the squad, in that case Iconic too, that shut down most of the push. Important to note too that XSET, unfortunately, in quite a few of these situations, never really able to back away from it and reset, just kind of still full committing into the initial strategy. And when that ultimately fails due to a lack of manpower, they don't seem to have a great backup plan, either due to a lack of time or a lack of strategy inside of that situation.
Well, I can tell you this, if I had it my way, we would have an Astralis XSET game every single week. every week. And the best part would be is that we just got to like slowly wean down the map pool so we can just see them do terrible things to each other across the entirety of it. It would be great. It'd be awesome. You know, it seems like anytime we get these two inside of a server, there's bound to be just reckless abandonment of what we usually play like. We just see some crazy things from both squads. I want to remind you, inside of the exact same game, we saw somebody get a triple kill with the French shotgun. And we're still inside of the same match. There's just so much stuff that tends to happen between Astralis and XSET.
So once again, folks, just waiting on the rehost to get set up here. Shouldn't take too much longer. It is pretty deep into the game, so our observer does have to take a few moments to be able to make sure all the settings and stuff are correct. And then obviously we're going to pull everybody back into the server. So apologies for that delay of game. We are working on getting ourselves resumed as quickly as we possibly can to make sure that we get to the conclusion of this game. Coming close to the bitter end now with both teams locked in at the same scoreline. These next two rounds will determine the fate, really, of both teams here. Like we said before, XSET currently in kind of charge of the standings, looking to push that forward just a little bit further and truly lock in the second place, maybe in first place finish for themselves with 3 points. But in order to pull that off, they now need to win the next two rounds consecutively. The same fate for Astralis, of course, as they're way down, I believe in 8th or 9th place at the moment. So they absolutely need these points to be able to climb the rankings and still stay competitive to be in our top 4 to make it to a second major.
Should be pretty interesting. I actually ended up leaving my tablet in the other room. If you pull up Liquipedia, they'll actually have the exact situation for everybody at the current moment. So we're going to rehost again really quickly, folks. Just give us a moment here as we'll have to put everything back together. They can't pick ops at the current moment. So obviously we do indeed need to fix that so that they can pick operators. So past that, though, yeah, as John was talking about, there's just so much that plays into what's going to be going on for these next handful of days for our play days. Astralis is still within their right to be able to claim a major berth, and that's not something that you can really say when it comes to every single stage in the way that things have flushed out. Usually we're looking at like the top 6, just maybe, to be able to make it to the major. This time around, we almost have the entirety of North America that are in contention to be able to take one of those spots. The only squad that is out of it is Mirage. That's it. Everybody else has a chance to be able to go to Berlin, Germany, most for the very first time, and including me. I've never been to Germany before. I hope I get to go. So it should be a pretty exciting time, but obviously these teams, they have to win inside of these next 3 play days, including the one today, obviously. So it's just going to build up to such an incredible story for these last couple of moments for stage 2.
So the points for all 10 teams right now sit, I'm just going to roll through the points real quickly, sits at 13, 12, 11, 10, 10, 9, 9, 8, 8, and 3. So that shows you how close it is. Wow. Obviously, again, minus Mirage at the bottom. We've kind of beaten that point to death, but it is a point. And aside from that, Astralis sits in 8th. They're one of the teams with 8 points currently. So 1 win here, as they were actually in the same exact position Parabellum was this morning. Parabellum also had 8 as of this morning. They have since crawled up to 11 because of their win in the first game. So if we see Astralis come out with a regulation victory, they're going to be in the same exact spot as Parabellum with 11 points, only 1 point behind XSET, and as well 2 points behind OXG.
Really feels like we're going to have Oxygen secure their major berth, and then everything else is going to be a clown fiesta, hell in the cell.
Even Oxygen is not necessarily locked in yet, because they're only 1 point ahead of XSET. So.
They are.
Are they? Okay, they are. Okay,
yeah,
that's my bad. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, but and also they haven't played their game yet, so if they get a regulation win, I believe it's
that should put them over 15. And
yeah.
Usually 15 is the safe number,
15
from my understanding.
Plus 16 if you're really trying to make sure, right? But fortunately enough, everybody, Blue and I have delayed long enough, and that means we can go back into the game. Everybody can pick their stuff, so yay! We'll throw it back in now for round 11, and hopefully, fingers crossed, nothing happens at the start of this action phase.
All right, so taking a peek at what exactly we're going to be seeing. Quick reminder, folks, it was Astralis that has run the previous 2 rounds back-to-back in their own favor, with the most recent one being pretty much flawless in their favor. XSET, though, did find themselves a near-flawless round as they literally walked in to the kitchen site. It was this very same site, in fact, so members of Astralis probably a little bit concerned, but as well, I am assuming that they're going to patch that gaping hole in their defense and that they'll actually keep someone in the site this time, so going to be able to fare much better against any potential exit pushes.
No way, we double down. They'll never expect it twice. We play mute Mozzie, we mute up the whole site, and we just don't play it. We leave it completely alone, force XSET to try and clear everything out. But obviously, that's not going to work, because I'm not the coach of Astralis. That's why they have Call Out, because he's much better better at coaching than I ever have been. So Astralis obviously trying to build this kitchen defense up to take it away from XSET as they've dialed in for the top floor and are looking to clear things through Master at the current moment. But there's a lone soul off XSET currently missing as of right now. Where is Spirits?
Find out in a moment here as XSET still working on getting access to their first angles they want to establish for themselves here. Are going to be able to work themselves into Master relatively soon. Spirits indeed will just be taking up a position over, I believe, at the trophy connector window to try to potentially hop in from there. Adds a little bit more worry for some of our defenders here too, especially for players like J9O across the way. Not going to be able to be as free with their positioning anymore once that cross is established.
Yes, indeed. And now XSET hightail it into the building. Initial damage to Gomez, but he'll be able to fix this up quite quickly. As he's got the flex seal on him, he'll just apply the adrenal surge and no more holes inside of his body. Practically full HP at the current moment. Drone intel already looking solid. XSET has lost 5 drones, but they got a kill for it. It's going to be an immediate refrag onto Gomez, and that's going to be the Finca down off of that frag. Now Astralis with the potential to make quite the stand here. XSET not able to bull over this top floor like they have before.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Everything's gone fairly quiet here as both teams reach a bit of an impasse. Neither one wants to be the team to make the next move, but quite obviously it needs to be XSET sooner rather than later. They're just going to take the extra time they have while things are a little bit more quiet, establish top downs, and kind of get Kino ready for his drop. He's made it, has to be a little careful there as you can see. There's a hole on the bottom of the wall here, but he'll be able to dodge past that. Throw one of his Selmas down on the remaining soft wall, a bit further out too to open up his actual plant path forward and begin the process of setting up for the execute here. As you can see, the members of Astralis waiting patiently on the outskirts of both the upstairs and downstairs holds. They're now being set up by XSET here, so a lot needs to be worked past here. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of time to do so, given that we are now approaching the 30-second mark.
Yeah, it's really worrisome for both of these teams. Round 11, it hangs in the balance. Shuttle sitting outside of China. Has potential for 2 if the other player does come in from Mud. Kino will take down Shuttle, though I don't know how much that opens up the site, especially with J9O still upstairs. Diaz is awaiting his arrival, and that's a free kill for him. The plant's starting to go down for Kino. Force will be able to take down 1, but they're going to hop off the plant. It's all down to Iconic now, up against Kino and Diaz. He's got full HP, so he has the ability to win this out. And that's going to be it. An overswing from Diaz, and Iconic takes him down. I'm going to be honest with you, and that's exactly why Iconic's talking mess right now. That might not be a man that you want to take a gunfight with. Astralis get the round over on XSET with a misplay in the 2 versus 1.
Worst part is they realistically could have had that case down and potentially pushed that into a 2 versus 1 for the gunfight as well. They interrupted the plant after the initial push from Iconic right there, got off of it due to a safety call of hoping that he might still continue to push that fight forward. Did not happen, so they were forced into a 0-timer plant, and as a result of that, Iconic got his 1v1 that he was able to use to shut down the round.
Just an absolute menace to society when it comes to these rounds. Iconic, just the saving grace of Astralis. Constantly, time and time again. Somebody needs help, Iconic's there. You need somebody to clutch around, Iconic's there. Astralis has that highlight player on their team, and his name's at the very top of the board. And the craziest thing about that is that Astralis still has so many talented players across the entire team. I mean, we saw just what Forrest could produce last stage. We saw so many of these players making amazing plays when it came to the Charlotte Major. It just so happens that right now, Iconic is playing on a different level, and in fact, he could secure this whole game for them.
We're going to see if he can do it. One more round of heroics is all we really need to see from Iconic or anyone else on Astralis to step up to the plate and lock in that very much needed 3 additional points. Like we said before, that's going to surge Astralis up to at least 4th place, potentially 3rd if they end up beating out PB in a tiebreaker scenario. So
Real question.
A lot to be gained here.
Real question. What happens to XSET if they lose this game? Because currently they're sitting at 2nd, and these points are just going to continue to get tighter and tighter over these next 2 days.
They should still be pretty safe to stay around like the top 4 or top 5 because they still already have, I think, 12 points for themselves. Yeah, they have 12 points, so they're not. It's not end of the world yet, but it certainly hurts their odds of going to the major. I won't sugarcoat it.
Oh my God!
Yaga is going to coat J9O with some fragmentation to take him out and lock in the first kill of the round for XSET.
Oh, well, Iconic. There was a time to do it. It would be now. The bat signal is up, my friend. DP fire, low on HP, and J9O dead to rights. Now Iconic and the rest of Astralis have to try and pick up these pieces. Obviously, the sight all the way over in Trophy Statue. Forest will be able to take down Spirits and at least find the equalizer here, as Astralis is playing out on multiple levels, not even on the base floor, but also upstairs inside of 90. XSET's been able to back them off of AVG, but just remember, this isn't the actual site, and they'll just start pushing themselves forward on this end of the map about halfway through the round.
Needs to be chucked out everywhere for Gomez there as he tries to funnel players out of their current safe positions. Not going to be able to do so easily, however, as everyone else from Astralis still sitting over here by AVG is long gone. They have fallen back into the actual site hold, closer to Trophy and Statuary to await the final play from XSET, which is going to be at an even 4 versus 4 here. You can see drones continuing to buzz about on the interior of the site. Gomez been challenging for some of the utility, but it's truly just for that. In fact, he's going to exit the building afterwards. They're going to change up positions, try to make this play over here towards Master, but that'll be a little dangerous because look who is waiting just under the window. Iconic, ready to make a play. The second he hears these breaches open, he's already found one player on drone as well. He's panicking. He's not able to make the shot happen, but there we go. Course correct, and knocks out Gomez.
And that's the thing about Iconic. He always finds that gap. He knows XSET has to rotate for Master eventually, and he plays under the windows. And past that, XSET still have info game. So many opportunities to drone here, but they're not using them. They're going for the play instead onto side. It'll be the smoke out for the Twitch as DS tries to find something, and he will take down Shuttle, and Yaga will be able to equalize here into the 2 versus 2. DP Fire on low HP and Iconic practically full. Astralis has to make a stand now with these last 20 seconds.
Time getting low here for XSET, but they need to force the issue forward here. Diaz and Yaga playing so carefully, trying to pinch this together here. Case currently down on the ground as well. Yaga executes Iconic, though, takes him out, but DP Fire with the flank and Case control. Just needs to survive here for 7 more seconds, but Diaz making a run for the Case. Obviously, DP Fire going to hear this, but no, it's too far. He's going to go all the way outside the window. There's no time left. So Astralis taken at the bitter end of regulation. They complete the comeback and lock in the 7-5 victory, which is going to boost them up to at least 4th place in the standings.
Do not call it a comeback, ladies and gentlemen. Astralis has been here for years, and they're looking to go to Berlin. It's not out of their grasp just yet. They take a dub over the second best team in North America at the current moment, as XSET will lose up against Astralis on Villa.
Astralis popping off here as well. Iconic with some things to say to his teammates, as they certainly had to work for these final few rounds to come together in their favor, but indeed, they do make it work. They bring it back and they lock in a very big victory versus arguably their biggest opponent inside of the NAL in XSET.
Definitely the squad that they have the most fun playing up against. We can see that. Both of these teams respect each other so very much. And the play style that we get out of both of them whenever we have them on a map, well, it just so happens to be some of the most entertaining siege that we get inside of North America. Hi, guys. It's been a pretty good experience through these last 2 maps. And in fact, that's going to do it for Blue and I here today. You got us for 3 tomorrow, but you got Jesse J. Chick and none other than Intero up next. But don't touch that browser. We have an analyst desk just after this break. We'll see you then.
And I came through dripping Aquafina. I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make bitches, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Joey, your host, here along with Caliber Jacob and our guest analyst pro player Tommy. And over in Las Vegas, we have none other than another pro standing by. It's DP Fire from Team Astralis, fresh off their win versus XSET. It's got to feel good, and I believe that's a three in a row for Astralis when you count stage one, the major now. XSET, though, they definitely made you work for it. It was a 2-4 first half for Astralis, and like how unexpected was that? Were you thinking the first half was going to get a little bit tough and you'd bring it back when you swapped over to defense, or how did that game go? Did it go as expected, or did you have to kind of adapt on the fly?
I would say we had to adapt quite a bit because, you know, the first half attack, you know, like you said, we went down 2-4, and partially that was because of our tempo. You know, like we started out good, but we were forcing things that didn't need to be forced. Like I would say we were playing too fast, and it was causing us to be sloppy. So we dialed it back a little bit. You know, 2-4, could be better. Could be better.
Yeah, it worked out in the end, I suppose.
I like the you know, tempo and sloppy reference. You know, a lot of people are not really.
Wow.
Yeah, you see that?
You
He
really
said
picked
tempo
that
and then he said
reference?
sloppy. You see? Look, he's laughing. He knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Holy, that's ancient history.
But you know, I got a question for you, man, because I know you guys your guys' mental fortitude with call out now is like amazing. You know, and going from old Astralis to new Astralis has been, you know, we could say a leap from what you guys used to be. What was the mental going in this game? Because obviously you weren't with them on the Soniqs game when they were down 0-4, and you know they just started good, and then now you guys are down 2-4 in the split, and you guys come back, win 7-5.
Yeah, so you know the culture that call out has helped instill in our team. It's been nothing but helpful for us. You know, like we've obviously haven't had as hot of a start as we did in stage one. And, you know, me getting COVID right before the first game, like, it messed with me a little bit. But, like, you know, this team is like family, so they just help me. Yeah. They help me bring myself back up. And, you know, like, no matter what the score is, like, just say good and keep going. Like,
I'm glad for you, bro. I'm glad. You know, we had our differences, and I'm happy for you guys, you know, having successful, you know, pathways in this game. So, yeah.
Yeah, you guys are making it work. I did have one very specific thing. On defense, it was pretty phenomenal, aside from the one time that XSET just kind of walked into sight when you had a very developed roam already established upstairs, and they just kind of walk in, plant, and all of a sudden it's about this retake. But when it comes for when you actually have that roam and they meet you there, it looks unstoppable. Would you ever say it's like a tunnel vision scenario where you focus so much on the roam and not so much on the site? That's something that, how do you envision that working so far?
So in that round, we didn't have our proper position, our proper zone set up, you know, like I think Forrest was, supposed to be like the basement player, like listening for that, but he was called, something happened where that gap was made, and XSET did a really good job taking that gap. So like it was on us for like, you know, not recognizing like that gap was actually there in the moment.
All right. So we got one more quick question before we let you go. So you're on track to go to Berlin. Obviously, the trajectory right now after today is where you want it to be. Assuming that you get to Berlin, what's the number one thing that kind of caused you to not quite get over the finish line in Charlotte that you want to correct for the next major and hopefully take home the trophy?
I think for us, it was, you know, you could say like first event, like you're going to be nervous, like, obviously like you're going to be a little shaky, but like we went into that event like thinking like, who cares? Like we have no expectations for this. Like, let's just see what we can do. And we learned a lot from Charlotte, you know, like, especially for me, like I was a little nervous, and like throughout like scrims and practice, you know, I've been helping like regulate myself to like not let the crowd affect you, pretty much, like use it to power you up. And we did that pretty well. So.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's always a very different experience when the crowd is there too. So hopefully a lot more experience for you and the rest of the squad with that coming down the line at the next major. Best of luck in your game tomorrow. Thanks for taking the time to sit down and chat with us a little bit.
Hey, thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too.
Take care.
Man, you said he was on track for Berlin, and technically you're not wrong. This does squeak them up into fourth place.
They're getting there.
Like,
they're getting there.
Right,
They are
but
getting
it is still so contested.
It
They're at
is.
11 points.
Oh, yeah.
PB's at 11 points. Soniqs and TSM have yet to play a game today, but they're at 10. Like, dude.
Well, this helps.
You have to just applaud Iconic. Like,
Oh, yeah.
We kind of like.
He's playing Fink on Villa. He's unleashed,
exactly,
bro.
and that's how it is. Like Fink is the new Ash, and like, I mean, we kind of gave him some, little toughness before the game, saying he wasn't there, and then he just proved us wrong. Like all of our predictions, just down the drain, man. Like.
Yeah.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Iconic.
I like to see it because it's always a little bit rough to see a player like Iconic in what would I think we can accurately describe as a slump earlier in the stage. Now again, like DP Fire mentioned, there were some health issues going on with the team and all that kind of stuff, so they weren't really playing with their full and healthy roster. But that said, Iconic on an individual level, it's nice to see him starting to put together some great performances last week and now today.
So we were worried about him potentially having a negative stage. He was only -5 coming into today, and now
this will help.
Yeah,
he's +3.
This will help a little.
It's way better.
Still 2 games to go. Talking about the trajectory is looking better. Yeah,
it is. And for this Astralis team, I think this is just the challenge. You're not playing for first. You're not playing to win the whole stage like you were before when you were adapting to new maps, adapting to attacker repick.
Right.
Now you're playing to not get 5th, which is more of the problem because you had that early slump and you weren't playing in the environment you needed to be in. Hopefully it's not a case where they end up missing Berlin because of factors outside of their control to start with, but that is essentially the clock that they are fighting against to actually reach this major.
Yeah, very true. It's going to come down to the wire, like we said so many times, like we're seeing. But we're going to check out a couple of rounds to kind of illustrate why Astralis might just get there. But we've kind of got good things to say about both teams in this case, because that's obviously a strong squad as well. Let's start off with round 8. And these segue into each other so nicely. But first, round 8, XSET gets in there quick.
So Spirits is already on site. This is what I was talking about with DP. The one time where they don't have Forest able to call exactly where XSET are coming from, and they already have site control. So as soon as they realize this, and you see how deep Spirits already is, Gomez can then start working up and try to counter Forest if he works up pantry stairs, and Kino can just walk right in and plant. This is one of those moments where Astralis already have a very developed roam. They're working up top, they're working shuttle down by Bicycle and Library. They have all of these players in spots where they can play effectively, but now they all have to come back to site after not being able to trade any members of XSET out or even do damage until they get this retake off. And you force them off these positions back to the site when XSET themselves can now just take top like pressure. Look at this, because everyone from Astralis comes right back down the stairs looking for picks. It means XSET can now play this vertical for as long as they feel like. Gomez grabs 2, but even when it comes time for Astralis members to come back for the defuse, XSET play this one pretty perfectly. This is just what happens if you don't have players on site to stop it.
Yep, and a lot of traditional dining room plays, you have a pulse, and as you can see, there's no Smoke player because Smoke is banned. Astralis, counter banned on, XSET.
But there was still no site player.
But there's still no site players, no pulse, no indicators, and you know what they say, if you take the fight to Astralis on the roam, you end up losing it. If you go around them, you end up taking it.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because the very next round that we're going to take a look at, round number 9, pretty much illustrates exactly what you just said.
Okay.
I mean, it's like when you fight them on the roam, you're probably going to lose, which is exactly what happens here. The setups are already, again, still developed. XSET aren't nearly as splintered. We're not playing the same side, obviously. We're back upstairs, but look at where everyone on Astralis is playing. And we haven't called Shuttle's name very much. He's the one that opens up the kills. But now XSET are splintered. There's not like one direct avenue to the site. They're trying to worry about the players downstairs. DP's popping off. Shuttle gets a second, and it just it's a downward spiral from there.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, XSET tries to spearhead their way through the Astralis barricade, and guess what happens? One by one gets knocked off, and now it's a 5v2. As much as you want it to happen, XSET does not clutch it out, and Astralis concurs and clears the round.
Yeah, exactly, and that's big for Astralis. Not only that they won, but the fact that they were able to do it in regulation, right? because we're at that point where the points are so close. If you can get 3 instead of 2,
bro,
that
we've
could
been
make
saying that
all
all
the
stage.
difference.
It's been so close.
This
is nuts.
We keep saying it. It's great. Like this has been a fantastic stage.
Would we want it another way though? Would we want it another way?
Probably
like, so
not.
close.
I
like,
feel like
I like this.
You
know?
want as many teams in this league to be as close to one another as possible while still playing good Siege. That's the point. Europe is at a moment where they might be close, but it's not nearly as high-class Siege. Whereas here, you like, even if it was like, oh, there's a 1-point difference between 4th and 5th place, you still want confidence in whoever ends up winning that game and going to a major to do well. And I don't really have like any problems thinking any of the teams that are within the current top 4 could go to Berlin and do good.
Best region in the world right now, hands down, and we're not done today by any stretch. You got 3 more maps to go. Coming up next is going to be Beastcoast trying to bounce back from that loss versus Mirage, going up against the Soniqs, who are looking extremely strong. So good luck. We'll see what happens when we come back. Don't go anywhere. NAL returns in just a few.
Don't give up on me, yeah. Don't give up on me, yeah. Don't give up on me, yeah.
And we have returned here at the Rainbow Six North American League desk. Doa, Jesse, Tommy here with you, getting ready for our next series.
Who's Jesse?
Which is going to be, oh yeah, well he's around somewhere. Jacob.
Oh
wow!
Too many J names. We need different. Can we just create new IDs?
You are
on it.
Call him Caliber.
At some point, you're going to call me Joe, and I'm going to be really mad. Just
shout out to Joe, bro.
It's because they look so similar. It's hard to tell them apart.
No, we don't.
Is he bald?
I'm 7 foot.
No, not you and Joe. You and Jesse, obviously.
Is Jesse bald? Is that what you're saying?
No. I thought I was talking about Joe.
Not until he loses predictions and we shave his head. Anyway, let's move on to predictions. Or standings rather. I just want to talk predictions. We're covering from last night. The fourth was anyway.
That's true.
Anyway, we're moving on to standings. Let's check it out. So, check that out.
All right.
XSET second place, still where they were before. 13 points for them. And meanwhile, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Is this? Yeah. It's going to be a little bit difficult for Astralis, but they've made another step in the right direction. 11 points for them, tied up with Parabellum. Now in fourth place, within firing distance easily of making it to Berlin.
Yeah, I think this is where the Soniqs really solidify the notion that they're here to play for a major spot. For Beastcoast, even if you were to get 3 points today, and that catapults you up to 12, like, it would be interesting to see this tidal wave of teams that were within the bottom, like, I think 3 or 4 in the league, like 7th, 8th, 9th, all getting 3-point wins and catapulting themselves over teams that we all kind of figured were going to make the major anyway.
Yeah.
I still feel like OXG and XSET, because of the points they had coming into this Playday, were relatively safe. But if there's the chance we see a whole flip reversal of those last 2 major contention spots, that would be quite interesting.
It will be interesting, and I just want to say something in Twitch chat. Relax. SSG may be 9, but the points are so close. One game can jump them up to 4th place.
But when we look at the probability, Spacestation definitely has some work to do.
Yeah. I will say Spacestation does need to win out. Obviously, for a big team, a big name in this game, you know, invite champions as well. You want to see them in the top 4 place and want to see them at the major.
Indeed. Well, let's talk our next series. It is going to be Beastcoast versus Soniqs. Now, Beastcoast coming off a birthday bash for Drip, and not the kind that you'd want. It was a bashing done to them by Mirage. And so can they bounce back from that? Because you remember, one stage ago, Beastcoast was in a very similar situation where their major hopes were dashed to pieces by a Mirage loss.
By a Mirage loss and a Mirage player on the desk.
Yeah, there you go. That's what you were there. You were there in the at the desk. Yeah, not this desk, but the playing desk. So if they lose to Soniqs today, Beastcoast major hopes are more or less scuttled.
I mean, they're not totally dead, but it's one of those cases where it will come down to the results of everybody else who's within that top 4 placement to not do something that then keeps them above Beastcoast for the rest of the stage. That's the problem that we find ourselves. And funnily enough, this story is the tale of the second best team on attack against the second worst team on attack. 2 very different philosophies, one of them adapting a little bit more to how this entire series was going to play because they understood attack, repick, and the new maps against a Beastcoast team that still looks like they're doing some things out of order. So even though they differ on whether they're better on attack or defense, I still think it comes down to both teams' attacking halves that will define how this entire game is played.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see a little bit of summary as well, Beastcoast beat Soniqs last stage, 7-2 on Oregon. Personally, I don't care who wins this game because I have friends on both, and you know, Rexon, Sweater, and
come on, stir the pot a little bit.
Being RF members of mine, you know, rent-free that we qualified for Pro League with.
Yep.
But it will be funny in the group chat later. I can't wait until one of them loses and roast the other, because honestly, even though you might lose this game, like, you might not have a chance to make the major because of it. So I can't wait until I see Yardy complain about either winning or losing, because, you know, he loves to do
He's always got something to say.
How many tweets is he going to delete this time if he loses the set?
I was going to say, he always has, if you check his Twitter right after a game, you'll see a hot take, and you better do it quick because it's usually deleted within like 15 to 20 minutes after that. So yeah, keep an eye out, But let's talk about Beastcoast a little bit more in depth. It's like we said, I mean, that's really the story here. It's win or then have an extremely difficult time making it to the major. Like, this is the moment where you have to have that mental fortitude. You have to say, all right, yeah, the Mirage loss was embarrassing, let's not think about it. Let's have a goldfish brain. Let's forget what happened 5 seconds ago, and let's go into this one fresh.
I'd say there is still a good chance for this team to, if not break into major contention, still keep things very close. They're not out of the fight. This is one of those cases where you need to look for more ways to be innovative on attack, because the graphics said it. They're 9th on attack right now. And there's 2 things I think are leading into this. The first is exactly who is calling things and what that strategy is meant to be. Somehow this co-IGL process of slash hug and drip doesn't seem like it's really hitting the market that they themselves want. So whatever they're intending to call, they've had their most success, funnily enough, when Sweater is the one to create impact, and then they'll kind of work off of that, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But you remember that Chalet game against Space Station? It was what, Playday 3. He's making these big plays, calling something, saying, yo, I can do this, and then Beastcoast is reacting to it, responding appropriately. It's not to say, or I don't want to say that Beastcoast only succeeds when Sweater creates an opening, but maybe you need to find ways to give him more of those openings in the future if you want that streak to continue. Because if that's the main reason for their success on attack, then you need to find a way to do it more, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean, let's just say it up front. Like, I love Sweater, I love Drip, I love Rexon, but Sweater is a saving grace for Beastcoast. So, you know, shout out to Beastcoast, you know, Tim Flynn, the manager, and all of them. But you guys got to give him a Supermax contract. Like, you can't let him go. You just can't let him go. He's your saving grace. I will say, we do need to see if Anthony and others do show up with Sweater. Anthony has been having a rough stage.
Anthony is currently the worst player in the NAL who isn't a coach, by the way.
Wow. You know, he's one of the homies.
Painful numbers.
Yeah.
He's one of the homies, but I hope he, you know, shows up this game, because Sweater and Serve do need some help.
This is weird because Anthony is somebody who once upon a time was the best player on Beastcoast, but that was on a team that still had so many different moving parts to it. No one really knew where any of them were going to land. And he's stuck with the team through thick and thin. Well, whether it's holding down flanks better, I look at him as a flank watch or as a Zof, but why is he suddenly falling off the wagon?
I will say it depends on the role. Like, obviously nowadays you think flank is flank, but in the NA region you don't really have flanks. Like, people don't typically flank like how they do in EU or in APAC or LATAM.
True.
So with the flank role in NA, he's more of a lurker slash fragger slash cutoff.
Yeah.
So that's why you see Diaz, who played on Skyscraper a couple play days ago, forgot against what team, he was playing Zof and just fragging out.
Yeah.
And he's not an entry, he's not a hard support, he's the flank.
He's the one getting kills mid-round.
He's the one, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, to me, it kind of feels like Beastcoast results have been a little bit in-map, and then also looking at the wins and losses, it's been a little bit more erratic this stage than last stage, it almost feels like. Do you feel like the source of that is something that's just sort of like polish that needs to be applied, or does something transformative kind of need to happen to this team?
I mean, I'd call it a discipline problem if they're having issues executing, and like Drip himself mentioned that in rounds where they lose on an execute, they still feel like they should win it, but it's down to a cover problem, or they don't have somebody cleared on a vertical play. Like when they played Theme Park, that was a pretty prevalent problem.
Yeah.
To me, it looks like discipline, but I don't know about you.
To me, it just seems like, I honestly think they just need to, it sucks to say this, but sometimes it just comes down to ones. And you need to win your ones. Like, you know, as much as we could say, like, we can analyze it and base statistics and all that stuff.
If you don't win your gunfight,
if you don't win your gunfight, exactly. Yeah. And sometimes you're in the positions where you need to win those gunfights in order for your planner to plant the bomb, in order for your entry to not get flanked, in order for your, you know, in order for your flank to not to get flanked. And sometimes you lose it. Sometimes you flank early and you're not with your team, and one dies here, one dies there, and then now you're snowballing into a round.
You know, when I hear a player say we should have won something a lot, that's like a red flag for me, because that's almost saying that you are not acknowledging the position you put yourself in to lose that round, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, well,
sure,
I mean, you shouldn't have won it because you didn't put yourself in a position to win it. So if I hear a player saying that consistently, whether it's in a team situation or a 1v1 game or something, to me that says, all right, we got to go back further than you are looking to identify other things that affected it down the road. That tells me they're not looking far enough back for the problem.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, so, for me, sometimes I'm like, yeah, I should have won that game 3 years ago, but it's like, when you look back on it, it's like, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Well, there is another team in this match, of course. Let's talk about them a little bit. Talked about Beastcoast quite a bit. Let's talk about the Soniqs. That's right. Soniqs looking pretty decent this stage, definitely better than they did in stage 1 at least. I mean, it was a low bar, but Super & Co. seem to be back. They are currently 5th in the standings, which again, might as well be 2nd, might as well be 3rd because the points are so close. The question is, can they tip themselves sort of over the edge to secure that spot in Berlin?
I'd say so. I look at either the Soniqs or TSM going to the major, and to me, it feels like it took a whole stage of analysis for Super and the support staff at SQ to realize what they liked on attack or repick and exactly how to use it. I feel their flexibility is played a lot more into this stage, and it's not the kind of thing teams have been able to read nearly as effectively. That said, it's been mostly their defenses that have been like I guess the crux of the issue. Their attack isn't something that I'm concerned about at all, because they jumped from one of the worst teams on it last stage to tied up there now with SSG as the best overall attacking team through 6 games. But on defense, it doesn't feel like it's quite working out. Even though, like we've talked about Super playing in these very dedicated positions, or Kansan playing a little bit more on site, there still seems to be a bit of a disconnect with how that makes its translation to the big stage.
Yeah, I mean, we just got to give props where props due. Like, they've gotten better, especially after stage 1. And then also, like, you have Grixer and Kansan especially stepping it up. Grixer right now being top of the team for the leaderboard, and Kansan right behind him. So I feel like this game will be really good, especially for the Sweater versus Grixer type game. You know, they're both Finka mains. They're both amazing fraggers, and they're always in the right spot at the right time whenever they get their frags, whether it's a C4, whether it's a flank, whether it's a double kill. And then also we gotta bring up Kansan. Kansan performing well for Soniqs.
Yeah.
Other than that, he's kind of lacking in the entry. He's either getting picked off early on defense and or not in the right place on attack, on a -5 on entry. So hopefully he can pick this up a little bit, because obviously you don't want your player dying early, whether he's a smoke player or a mute player, which Kansan does play.
Yeah, I do feel too that with Hugh Jackman stepping away from the role of Wolverine, that Grixer has a chance to pick up the mantle, become the new Wolverine in the MCU.
What?
I'm just putting that out there too. I don't want him to retire. I'm not saying he should retire, but I'm just saying there's a possible second career there.
Is there?
I don't know.
I'm looking for the thread.
He's got the chops.
I mean, I will.
The chops.
I get what you're going at. I get it. Well,
surprised it took you that long.
We haven't really called Grixer's number much this stage. I'm getting a little bit of a flash. Remember when I think it was when he was playing you guys when you were on XSET still.
Yeah.
Stage 1 of last year, back when it was them and it was OXG fighting for that first spot. In the era where Soniqs were purported as not worrying about top 4, let's just see what happens. Suddenly they're one of the best teams in the world nearly instantly when that year begins. And Grixer was a massive reason for that. He was always first in, he was always finding entry kills, and he was creating impact mid-round that was giving Soniqs so much room to worry about the execute. He's doing a lot more of the same. He's top rated only slightly above Kansan right now. And even though most of it's on Finka Alibi, welcome to the new meta, it's still the kind of thing that provides that space for Super and the rest of the Soniqs to get the plant down, because that part of their mentality, their objective focus mentality, still has yet to change.
Yeah, true enough. Well, let's find out what the map is going into this one. The bans are in, so it's time to find out where we are headed here for map number 3 on the day. Skyscraper and Border banned out already.
Yep. I mean, Skyscraper, being banned by Soniqs isn't a surprise. I mean, even though Beastcoast lost to Mirage, honestly, that whole game, you see Beastcoast literally had the upper hand, but, they kind of fell down to mental and mental toughness and such.
Yeah. I think I'm just... There's still no cafe ban, which is really, really weird. This wouldn't be the first time that we technically see Cafe get taken out by Soniqs way late in the rotation, which, obviously, they don't like Theme, they don't like Sky. Sky was already a good map for Beastcoast, so there are other options on the table they'd like to go for instead. They banned Oregon.
There you go, your Cafe.
Oh, dude.
I mean, Beastcoast banned it, so Soniqs might
true,
be
but
buffing
is this more of a
hiding
demonstration that the Soniqs at some point might be cool taking a weak attacking team to Cafe?
Might be. I mean, with no offense to Beastcoast, I think they're a good team, but I don't think they're too structured enough for Cafe.
Yeah, probably a little bit too loose for it. So we're down to just 3 options. It's not the Villa, it's not the Bank, the Chalet.
Ooh.
Yeah, okay, so Beastcoast beat SSG on this before.
What does Sweater do?
This is the Sweater game. This is Kitten Coast fully unleashed.
But is he wearing the mittens?
If he's not wearing the cat ears, it probably won't matter. In this case, the Soniqs, at least on Chalet, usually have been cool playing it, and historically they've liked it. They have yet to play at this stage and then just remember back to what SSG were incapable of doing against the Sweater LMG Cat Menace like a couple weeks ago.
I mean, so with the Soniqs attacking first too, you kind of say, all right, let's put together a good, solid attacking round. Then we take down Beastcoast where they are weakest, which is their attack, it seems like. So it seems like Soniqs is counting on having a better half of the map.
As well with
first half.
Beastcoast playing against SSG, if I remember like fondly, they did not play bar against SSG. I think they did not go bar once, or they went there once and never again.
They played.
They went dining
played a
and
lot of
master.
kitchen, yeah.
Dining and master. They didn't go bar, or they went garage as well once or twice, because I remember that for sure. It was bar, or I'm sorry, it was dining, garage, and then master. They never played bar, if I remember correctly, because I think they knew that SSG was a good, clear like bar team where they take up top, clear rat corner, and such like that. But I do remember SSG did play it. So hopefully we can see Beastcoast play bar, but as we do know, bar is one of the, most played sites on Chalet, and a lot of teams do know that.
You're right, Beastcoast didn't play bar in that game.
Yep.
All right,
there you go. All right, well, more data the merrier, because we need a lot for predictions. That's right, it's that time again. Now let's go over to our casters to see what they have to say. It's Intero. And of course, who else but Panga? Wait a minute. Who's that? Jesse, what are you doing over there?
Jesse, you're alive?
I've sneaked over to the other desk. I've run across the studio.
You snuck.
Snuck
over.
Bro,
We're off to a great start.
I called.
You're ready to cast.
Can't speak at all.
At the hotel, I called your room, I texted you, I DM'd you on Twitter, I called your girlfriend, and you didn't respond.
I had to fly in for 30
So we grabbed
minutes
Tommy instead, because he was just at the same hotel randomly.
Yeah,
Listen,
in Michigan.
I mean, I knew Tommy was going to be stepping in. I thought, let Tommy have the spotlight on the desk, and we can do an all-Canadian cast.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
What have we unleashed?
Terrible thing.
It's a 2.5 Canadian because
It
I'm
was
in
Canada
Michigan.
Day just a couple days ago, by the way.
That's true.
I'm rocking the part of the Canada tuxedo, the Canadian tuxedo, the jean jacket.
There you go.
Very nice, very nice.
Other than that, we saw the Canadian team sort of in action.
Yeah, well, we had the all-Canadian today. We had Mirage versus Parabellum.
One Canadian team was in action.
Yeah, that was not the
one team was playing for
the
that.
closest matches.
It wasn't exactly the brawl that we thought. This one though.
How about this one?
Yeah.
Should be pretty close.
I think this.
I'm gonna let you go with your predictions because we actually coming into today we were 1 and 2.
Yep.
For predictions. You were number 1. I was number 2.
That's right.
I got to give you credit for that. So why don't you go first, and I'll just steal your.
You're gonna steal?
Yeah, I'm gonna steal your prediction for the entire day. So
let's
that
see
no
if he
matter
likes
what
it
happens,
first.
you can't gain on me.
Okay, well here, I think Soniqs are going to be the favorites for a lot of people, but this is where Sweater had his big game. I like Chalet for Beastcoast. I think I'm throwing a curveball to start the day off. I want to go Beastcoast. I know they were embarrassed by Mirage, but I'm going to say that was a fluke. I'm going to say they bounce back today. I'm going to say they take down the Soniqs.
Wow.
I was really hoping
you copy it. Go ahead.
I was going to say, are you sure you want to do that?
You going to stick to your guns now, big man, huh?
Oh.
Parker, do me a favor, ruin his predictions so when he comes back on the desk he has a lower percentage.
I'm going to try my best to do that.
Thank
I
you.
don't know what kind of mental game he's playing, but I honestly think I think it's the Soniqs. I think the Soniqs have a small edge as a team here. I do think it is going to be close, but the only thing, there's two things that are actually like weighing on my mind in that decision. Is number one is how humiliated Beastcoast must have been last week.
Fair.
But furthermore, yeah, they called it, what did you call it, the Kitten what?
The Kitten Coast game.
Kitten Coast, that's correct. I don't think we're going to see another game like that. I just don't. The statistical likelihood of it happening is so small that I have to give the nod to Soniqs. I think they've gotten better as the season, as the stage has gone on, and I think the Soniqs are going to prevail.
Fair enough. All right, well, the desk split, but to be fair, it's not two casters. We got a temporary caster, but a real analyst. We know you can't fool us. That's right. Well, he's predicting Beastcoast. We'll see what happens.
Better than you in predictions.
We'll see what happens. Hey, me? Oh, no, you're talking to him.
Anybody.
All right,
I'm top of the hill right
now. You
now.
don't have
I don't
predictions,
make predictions. That's right. I am merely, as I've said many times, the vessel. Exactly. Let's go to our analysts. We'll check back in with our casters in just a moment. What's it going to be? Tommy, we'll go to you first.
I'm going to, I'm sorry, Parker, but, you just, I just can't believe you just said no to Sweater. It's Sweater in 4. I mean 7, but 7-4.
Uh-huh. Wait.
Does that mean you're picking Beastcoast?
You say Beastcoast 7-4?
Beastcoast.
Oh.
All right.
Oh.
Another Beastcoast. It's getting spicy.
Sweater.
Jacob.
I mean, okay. That was a bit of a curveball. See, you would think Sweater would shut down Super. I don't think Super's the kind of guy to worry about trying to shut down Sweater. But by that same token, if we don't even get to that half or to worry about that half very much and we just look at a Soniqs attacking team on Chalet, honestly, I think they're too good. if that half goes well, I don't know if Beast Coast really have a counter for it, so I will still take SQ.
All right, so 2 for Soniqs, 2 for Beast Coast. Let's see what the coin has to say. Heads will be Beast Coast, tails will be Soniqs as per the graphic. And it is tails again. The coin likes tails today, it seems like. Soniqs will be the pick for the coin. You can see the eagle on the back there. There you go. Yeah, to turn it so the lighting works out. That's it.
I always love how this Twitter poll like puts the drip stands against the super stands.
What's it going to be?
It's going to be Beast Coast.
Fan vote?
Watch.
It shouldn't be.
Yeah, Soniqs. There you go. All right. So a slight lead for Soniqs, but Beast Coast obviously with a chance. We'll see who ends up taking it in the end, but we'll also check out the Twitter poll, which will be who's the most evil villain of Rainbow Six NAL Drip
Did I not
Super?
just say that?
That's kind of, yeah, I mean, I suppose. All right.
Bart knows the people.
We'll see. They've both been nice when I've talked to them.
They are both nice. I will say.
I'm friends with everybody.
Yep.
So.
I will say Drip does have more Pro League haters on his side, though.
If you asked them this question, which of them do you think?
Drip will say him.
Drip will say him, but would Seth say himself too?
I think he sees himself as a misunderstood genius.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Right on the bullseye.
That's
all right then.
That's the impression I got. Yeah. Well, there you go. All right. Well, you have a chance to go on Twitter and vote about that. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we will see if Soniqs makes one more step towards the major, or if it is indeed once again sweater weather on Chalet. Don't go anywhere. The Rainbow Six North American League returns in just a few.
Your illusions, I got no perception. What is real, what's your projection? I make you dizzy in your head, got no protection. You're lost in the game, can't remember your name. Falling on the horn and my ship will come to play. You can get no sleep, stay awake to numb the pain. Make you save your problems for another day. I'm your getaway, but you can get away. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up your tall in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9-to-5 job, but you work for me. I'm your getaway, 'cause you can get away. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up your tall in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do.
Stage 1 and Stage 2, we kind of came in expecting to win because we'd been top 4 every stage. We won the NAL, we went to Invite, we had top 6 placing. I guess it was a bit of ego. Like, we just came in expecting to win because we were a lot better than, every team. So when we did get here, there were some roster changes, there were some new teams. I feel like it's easiest to play with the underdog mentality because no one's expecting you to win and there's no pressure on you. So when we come in expecting expecting to win and these players want it more than us, it doesn't matter how good individually that we are. Those players, if they have better communication, coordination, they can execute, we're gonna lose every time. Work ethic was not poor, but less than average than what it usually is. Every time we go to scrims, take it as seriously as possible, practice on adapting, communication, coordination, and then just bringing the energy. We're like a very big vibes team, and if the vibes are down, we kind of struggle.
I'm Super, and this is the NAL.
Time for the All-Canadian cast to follow up the All-Canadian matchup that we saw back in the very first match of the day. I'm not joined by Pengu. In fact, I have this revolving door of co-casters so far this stage. I'm joined by Jesse J. Chick. The J stands for Jahost. Well, what did I say again?
Jingle Miner Schmidt?
Something like that.
Something like that. Not correct, by the way.
We change it all the time.
Do we?
Jehoshaphat.
Do we? Do we jointly change my middle name often?
I think it's funny because you can't just be Jesse Chick. You have to be Jesse J Chick.
JJC.
JJC.
That's what it is.
You know who else was JC?
Who?
Jesus Christ himself.
The legend.
It's very egotistical of you to steal his initials.
Well, somebody had to.
Or your parents to do that. Either way, we have a battle of the all-teal.
Yes.
A different shade of green, a blue-green, if you want to dive in that far. And it's the story of the matching arm sleeves. They're all going to be shooting for 3 inside of the server. Chalet is the domain for these teams as the fist bumps go across the board. Time for us to get underway.
It's a big game, Parker. Both these teams definitely still in the running to make it to Berlin. Soniqs kind of, both these teams, I believe, in the 30 to 50 range in terms of their odds coming into today. Jumping into the bands,
30 to 50 what?
Percentage points, Parker.
Oh, that makes sense.
There you go. I'm expecting, we've seen a lot of Azami banned out so far. Beastcoast have banned Nook in every single game coming into this matchup, except for one. 5 bans on Nook so far. SQ have done a lot of Hibana bans, but they like Thatcher on this map. Historically, Finka. That's their first time banning this operator.
Is that the first Finka ban?
No. We've definitely seen Finka bans so far in the NAL this stage, and we saw it a bit at the Major as well.
For Soniqs, Jesse.
For Soniqs, I believe it's their first. Valkyrie, very common. I believe they've banned Valkyrie every single time they've played this map. They played it 3 times last stage. And then coming in for Beastcoast, again, they do like their Azami bans, both these teams, and it does come through.
Unsurprising, Azami has the, I believe, the highest prominence rate of every single operator. What does prominence mean? It means in terms of pick rate and also ban rate.
Indeed.
Usually that tends to be Thatcher, I think. Most stages, Thatcher tends to have the highest prominence. Sometimes we'll see Mira up there as well.
Yes.
In this particular instance, Azami quite strong. And we've actually been doing exit interviews with these teams too, asking the question, what do you think of Azami? And they all tend to say the same thing. Well, she's a little strong.
Yes. The devs talked a little bit about how sometimes we've seen Beastcoast not go to that bar games site. That is the most popular site. It's typically considered to be the best site on this map. A lot of people, myself included, would tell you that this bomb site, Wine and Snowmobile, is the worst site on the map. I'm not a big fan of it. I think it's very easy to kind of take this going in through Big Garage, clearing out Kitchen, and pushing the Wine site. If teams do decide to go for the Snowmobile side of things, it can be okay. You do have to roam very heavily on this bomb site. We're going to see that from Beastcoast already. That's why Surf's jumping in onto the Alibi. We're going to see Sweater on that Wamai. They should be running around through this top floor for a little while here.
Jesse, you love when casters do this. When I look at the stats per bomb site with no further context and tell you what I think of them. Well, Chalet's been played twice so far this stage. And would you believe it, that Wine Cellar Snowmobile is actually the most defender-favored bomb site. Could you believe that?
It's a small sample size, Parker.
You know how many times it's been played?
How many times?
5. You know how many times the defensive won?
How many times?
3 of those 5 times. That's it. Very, very tiny numbers. Either way. We can go back and again refer to the Charlotte Major statistics as those tend to be more accurate.
Wow, already the wall being opened up. The Kaid not delaying at all as we get the main wall opened up. Both of the Selma charges being used initially by Yeti. He's got one more in his pocket. Super being on the Hibana, likely going to come in through the back and open up into the Wine Bomb site. So they've got both angles open. This create a really nice pinch onto the site, and it's going to be really limited in the positions that we see from Beastcoast inside the bomb site.
The last bit of the Selmas were used to open up an even larger hole into the bottom of that garage. So any denial that was set up by Beastcoast, likely the mute, as that's I imagine where they had that, since there's still 1 Electric Claw left, unless the idea was that Drip would try to juggle that wall. I'm not entirely certain. The backup hard breach going off now on the Wine wall, Super opening up small areas. Drip is down, and now Yeti gets a Claymore kill and a kill of his own. Starting things off, Slash downs 1, Surf and answer back. Suddenly Soniqs are in excellent position. Surf blinded in the midst of Wine as Super gets the diffuser planted. Slash tucked into a corner at the bottom of main stairs. Surf slaughtered by Grixer, and the diffuser down. Soniqs really like their objective play, led by their fearless leader of Super. Nitro Cell goes out by Slash. No damage done. He's down by a soft wall. Nice angle, but Grixter gets 2 for his troubles, and Soniqs take round number 1.
This is why I don't like this bomb site, Parker. You can have a good roam, but initially the attackers don't actually have to engage with that roam. They can open up the snowmobile bomb site from outside. There's really not a lot of paths to be able to flank and pinch and deal damage to the players if they're coming at the wine bomb site from Big Garage. It's really difficult for those roamers to actually have an impact. And we saw when Beastcoast were returning back to the bomb site, when they were trying to get back in, they were just getting slaughtered from that Yeti angle from the snowmobile garage. So nice attack from Soniqs. That was Beastcoast's first loss on that bomb site. They played it twice in their last matchup. They went 2 for 2 against SSG, but Soniqs would break the streak and manage to take their attacking round here in round number 1.
All right, well, now upstairs they go to kitchen dining. Guess how many times it's been played so far, Jess?
How many times, Parker?
I'm going to keep doing this to you just because it's a pet peeve.
Okay,
On the drive over to the studio, we were talking about bomb site statistics. And we were talking about team-specific bomb site statistics. I said, yeah, you know, I like to just give a general overview of how the map goes. And Jesse goes, I don't like those statistics without context because you don't know what operators are banned and what they're playing, etc. So I'm going to tell you, kitchen dining has been played 6 times.
Okay, and how many times has it been won?
It's been won twice. So not ideal by the defenders. Attackers have won it 4 of the 6 times.
Well, Parker.
So it sounds like the attackers actually have a really good opportunity here for the Soniqs, who just toppled Beastcoast on the single greatest defender-sided bomb site on this map.
Okay.
Statistically.
Calm down.
Through the 5 times it's been played.
Can I give you a better stat?
Give me a better
Straight up better. Beastcoast have played kitchen themselves 3 times in their 1 game against SSG. They lost it twice defending it. They were only able to defend it successfully a singular time. And while that is a lower sample size, it's more dialed in, more specific, it's more valuable. And Rexon is missing more shots as a player sprints across his reticle. Sweater, lucky to be alive there.
Guide your eyes to the left side of the screen and see that there was not a single point of damage that was done to Beastcoast. So Sweater not only gets out of that position, but does so in remarkable form. A miss from Rexon, and especially with a bullet hose that F2, seems quite unusual, but either way. Gets one away. Kansan takes down Surf. That was the roam of the alibi. Upstairs, no more. Soniqs, after flushing out that position of the Wamaya Sweater, have control of Library. Down goes Slash to a nice nade tossed out by Grixer. So Soniqs opening things up. They were in a 5v3 in round number 1, and they find themselves in that same spot here in round 2.
The body of Slash dropping down the hatch to fall down into the basement. We've got now a 2-man advantage for the Soniqs who want to take control of this top floor. That's what they've done. There's a little bit of pressure from Drip over on the solar stairs. Sweater peeks up from his own staircase and finds the head of Grixer. Nice little shot from him, and another gunfight from Kansan. Smartly, Beastcoast are backing off here. I don't mind that Beastcoast are trying to go for swings, trying to get aggressive because they're in a really big hole right now, and I like that they're trying to dig themselves out of it.
On a map like Chalet, some of these bomb sites, especially a kitchen defense, do not work out for you well if you just sit in the bomb site because of the fact that the entire ceiling over top is destructible. So if you don't take those opportunities to try and equalize numbers, you're just going to sit in the bomb site and wait to die, especially against a team like Soniqs who have so many of these offensive threats. Work being done from Soniqs above. Again, we talked about that ceiling being something that you need to worry about. Well, in this case, it works both ways. Drips Nitro Cell takes out Kansan. Suddenly, the numbers equalize into a 3v3.
We see no soft destruction after Kansan goes down. He's a really important operator. Open up angles. Rexon saw a foot right there. He's going to challenge it again, but almost gets punished. He does. Downed by Yeti up above. Beautiful play from him. They've got pings, and there's the foot finished off by SQ. That puts them into the man advantage once more. They can continue to play with this top down. I love how quickly they were able to take control of that top floor and start using it to their advantage.
Smokes will go out to cut off line of sight, and now bursting in towards kitchen will be the Soniqs. Anthony repositions. Talked a lot about his prowess as a player. What can he bring to the table right now? There's a singular kill on Rexon before retreating down the stairs. Yeti to cover while Super gets the diffuser planted. He's safe as can be. Yeti having a great game. That leaves just Sweater upright, and Yeti finds them all in the final minutes. He's very happy about that one. A huge performance from Yeti so far. Statistically, having a down season over what we come to expect from him. But he's making up for lost time here on Chalet. Soniqs are up 2-0.
Yeti, the worst entry in the league. We see him having a lot of these impacts late in the round through the last couple of rounds we've seen so far from Soniqs. I like him in that position a lot more. He's really been able to secure things down. In that last round, Super planting the kit down onto the ground meant that Yeti had a lot of weight on his shoulders, cleaned up both those kills very nicely. Beastcoast not necessarily playing that wrong in the final 2v2. They were trying to push aggressively. They were trying to get some damage down onto Yeti. They needed to fight him, and unfortunately, they just lost the gunfights there.
well.
Back to my favorite bomb site.
You want to know the stats on it?
You're going to have to stop that.
Okay, it's actually dead even now, though, because it is such a small sample size. Down they go. What happened for the Soniqs? Well, number one, there was a Claymore that was planted, I believe, in the library, which is the jump out that netted Yeti's first kill, along with his weaponry. There's only been one Claymore kill per team, I think, so far.
Yes.
You looked at these numbers last night, if you'd like to reference them.
Yeah, well, so far there were 3, before this game, there were 3 Claymore kills in the NAL. I believe Drip Boolin had 1, we had Penguin having 1, and then we had Eclipse having the 3rd Claymore kill in the league so far. So that's a 4th. Jumping up on the list is Yeti. We'll keep track of that stat to see who is the Claymore King at the end of the stage.
I mean, even if Yeti falls off and has a bad performance, he's got 6 kills to his name through those 2 rounds. That is incredible stuff. The Electric Claw that was on the main wall of Garage, disabled. The Selmas go off like clockwork. This is very reminiscent of what we saw of Soniqs back in round number 1.
Yeah, I just don't like that they're dedicating an entire operator, keeping the snowmobile wall closed, and then like it still gets open in a second because they've got a Thatcher, they've got Hard Breach. I mean, it's not really a problem for them. They can still use one of those claws for the hatches, so that's nice. But again, like you've got a Thatcher up on the board. If that's something that Soniqs really want to take down, and last round I don't believe it was, then they probably will be able to. So I'm not 100% confident on this Kaid pick. Hasn't found a lot of value, but Rexon up on the top floor in a long battle almost dies, but Sweater, he wants to keep fighting this. He's already killed so much time, and why would he re-peek it with Rexon taking the gunfight, then Super finds a second on a slash. It's all falling apart for Beastcoast.
Nicely played. Beastcoast continuing to lose their numbers. A kill for Yeti onto the board. Super a second of his own, miles away from the bomb site. That leaves the Tachanka. Do you believe in the Lord? Anthony, down in the midst of the bomb site, sitting by a bomb, in wine. Every single player from Soniqs still alive. Electric Claws come back, so there'll be a little bit of damage, but more importantly, they'll hear when one of the attackers walks through the round. Super a big 3K, and it's a flawless round for Soniqs. Excellently done.
Anthony, the lowest rated player in the league right now in a 1v5.
I love this camera angle, by the way.
You do, from the top down.
Yeah, Goddess just breaks open one of those little hand warmer packets and throws it to Rexon. It's just like, that's the kind of teamwork that makes
That's the coordination.
Work. Yeah, absolutely.
That makes sense.
Super a 3K. Yeti gets a kill in that round, continues his streak. Soniqs are looking so formidable for Beastcoast on a map like Chalet. I know that you hate referencing this, but Chalet does and has been recently skewed in favor of the attackers. So the fact that Soniqs are up 3-0 is not necessarily cause for concern just yet.
You're right, and I don't mind that stat because it's got historical backing, right? Chalet has always, being introduced in the map pool, been an attacker-sided map. You're welcome.
We love context.
We do, and I agree. Like Soniqs going up 3-0 is not a disaster. The problem is if this trend continues, right? A 4-2 split favoring Soniqs is okay. It's not great. Anything worse than that, despite this being an attacker-sided map, is dangerous territory for Beastcoast. We had Joe on last week, and one thing Joe said to me, we did.
He was here
as an analyst. He was
stood next to you.
He was, and one thing he told me is that it was a different map, but he said after a 5-1 split, no team has been able to come back from that. That was on Border. And then his own team came back from that and ended up getting their own 5-1 split. They won it in overtime. So that's just one statsman to another, explaining how tough it can be to come back from a 4-round deficit in Rainbow Six Siege. Of course it can happen. There's no carryover between rounds. And, you know, if your players start playing a little goofy, that can certainly slip away from you. But Soniqs are a very formidable team. I'm expecting them to be able to close this one out if they can get a dominant half like that.
No team has used their timeout yet. I think that's worth noting. Soniqs have the opening pick in every single round, and if it wasn't for the fact that Super was fragging out of his mind in that previous round, it would have been 3 in a row for objective play 2. Soniqs like to get that case planted. Diffuser down. They've been successful through those 2 interactions so far with the site. Sweater leadoff kill for Beastcoast. First time that First Blood goes in their favor, and maybe a Kitten Coast game? No, not to be found, at least not on this round. Grixer equalizes, but Anthony's there for backup, and he seeks shelter over in the kitchen bomb site. So map control held and then released with 2 minutes to go in the round.
Great swing from Anthony for the trade. Rexon still fighting up at the top floor as well. The roamers of Beastcoast falling off. They don't need to hold on to Library, especially not after they've already traded a couple of players back and forth. Super going down means there's no hard breach left to open up this wall into the kitchen bomb site. It's going to be very difficult then from them inside a fireplace to make that execute work. They're going to likely have to go down through the solar stairs or walk through that very tight hallway and enter the door of dining. That's probably ill-advised. I think they're best chance here for the Soniqs is to get more kills on this roam and then go down through Solar, which means Beast Coast really shouldn't be playing this too aggressively. I don't want to see them taking any fights here. I want to see them holding it back a little bit. I want to see them wasting time. I think where they're at right now is fine, but if they see drones, if they see players, they need to back out of there. It's not worth taking fights at the moment.
Kansan inside of the main lobby, closing in on the bomb site, potentially. The fact they've lost Super is not ideal, right? That lack of hard breach, not what you want on this kitchen bomb site. You can't crack open the front from lobby into kitchen, but that's okay because the Soniqs actually favored a back take last time around, and I really think the only state of mind they would find themselves in without a hard breacher is what are we going to do with those hatches? How are we going to put some more of our presence towards kitchen there? Numbers for Beastcoast continue to improve as Kansan is next one down. It's Rexon and Yeti. There goes Slash. So at least a kill from Yeti, a double from Yeti, but Surf answers that. Rexon will need to clutch out if Soniqs want to maintain their perfect streak. He's got the diffuser in his hands, but is he just going to sit and wait? 20 seconds to go. Kills are the answer. If anybody can pull it off on this team, Rexon's got to be among them, but he'll be hunting for phantoms. There's nobody around, a little bit of twitching, limited intel. There go the smokes, try to bait them out, a long-range shot, and good patience from Beastcoast. He'll have to go for the plant, and that's what he'll do, and it's not going to happen. He falls off, and nobody dies. 3 players still left on the server. Beastcoast hang on to that one, and they pick up their first round.
It was a smart little play from Yeti late to rotate in through the dining, going in through the fireplace hallway, but unfortunately, with that big of a man disadvantage, it's just so hard to be able to claw that one back. Maybe if we'd seen Rexon pushing at the same time down Solar, we could have seen something happening there, but it still was so difficult to trade that I just don't think it was ever going to be going Soniqs' way. That initial kill onto Super, proving to be so impactful. I like the Beast Coast have seen in this game that they're going down by 3 rounds. They are starting to struggle. They're saying, okay, let's get a little more aggressive. Let's start swinging. Let's go for some plays that maybe aren't going to be expected by the Soniqs. Let's try to disrupt things a little bit early on in these rounds. That's exactly what happened that round, and it got them the early advantage, which was enough to carry on into the round win.
We are finally seeing another bomb site, though, Jesse. Look at that. Ooh. Oh, would you look at that? We're going upstairs to Office and Master, which has not been won by a defender so far this stage.
True.
I know that you don't want to be referencing the stats, I get it. But it's an attacker-sided bomb site through what we've seen. Yeah. Obviously not great for Beastcoast. I am a little surprised they haven't brought out the Bar Gaming bomb site yet. That was, for a period of time, the most played bomb site on this map. It seems to have fallen out of favor among teams.
Yeah, I think this top floor is like, it's gotten a little bit better. There's some cool Azami strats you can do with it. Of course, Azami banned out here by Beastcoast, so we're not going to see any of that. Sometimes we do see the castle being brought as well. Just the problem with the site is just all the windows, right? The window on the master bedroom is so devastating at cutoff angles. The walls.
From the windows to the walls.
The window. I think that's a music reference.
I think that's part of the problem.
Well, that'll not help, certainly, if the attackers can get those walls open, Parker. But from Beastcoast so far, they do control the entirety of the top floor. There's 2 different ways to take this. You can either go library side and try to clear the entire top floor, or you can just hit it from Solar. Yeti, the opener, and he's going to be able to take that actually from the bottom floor. Nice little shot through the window to take down Slash in the roam.
10 kills with still 2 minutes left to go in round number 5 is a hell of an achievement, especially for a player who has been on the bottom of the Soniqs in terms of effectiveness. And I would dare say it has actually been the worst player on the team in terms of value added, given Super's role. Rexon takes out yet another player from Beastcoast. Anthony goes down to Grixer. So far, all 3 kills from Soniqs coming from 3 separate players. A team ace still on the board, but Kansan's been quiet. We'll need to find more than a single kill. And Super's 3 kills all coming in 1 round means that he needs to break that streak as well. Just Drip and Surf left. Drip right now inside the bomb site. Here's some gunfire over towards the balcony. There's Super to get one. Kansan, can he complete the team ace? Down goes Rexon. Surf is there, but Kansan can still find that kill. Still possible. Walls breaking open. Surf taking some damage, and no, Super actually gets a 2-piece. Team ace denied, but Soniqs won't care about that one because they decisively win that first half. They're up 4-1.
There was some secondary utility in the pockets of those last 2 players that might have been able to help them out. There was a C4 sitting in the pocket of Drip that maybe could have equalized, wasn't really in position to do it. And there was a deployable shield in the pocket of Surf, which likely could have been placed down earlier, maybe found a bit of value.
Maybe just could have been a value.
There's some great shield places on this map. You know, you can put one inside of the piano, you can put it on the piano itself and find a lot of value there. Didn't end up being placed at all by Surf, so Don't think it was the game changer. I think that that was definitely a round that was lost on the roam. Going down 3 players is pretty devastating, but still a couple of options that maybe could have been utilized a little bit better. They run the site back, and they're going to run it back with a castle, which is something I mentioned at the beginning of the last round. It can prevent a lot of these window angles from ruining your day. It does take the C4 away from Drip, but he didn't really use it last time anyways. Their opening death was slashed down on the bottom floor. That's something that's pretty easy to fix, right? You can avoid that by just not playing near that window. I believe it was in the boot room that he ended up getting taken down from. So if he's just playing a little bit safer down on that bottom floor, maybe even having a teammate, I think they'll be okay. I like that they're running this back. I don't like that they still don't play bar games, but you know, if that's something they don't like in scrims, if that's something about this team that they're just not fans of, then fair enough. I think repeating this bomb site with the operator changes that they've made is solid enough. And look, Surf put down a shield. Right on the piano, where I said he should.
Excellent job. Look at it. It's like he can hear you. Like your voice is being piped into their headsets.
If he is, that's a big problem. Somebody should fix that. But I don't believe that's the case.
That is true. Who would want to listen to you for any extended period of time?
Wow. Okay.
Talk about it. As
Very
I
rude.
sit next to you.
Very rude.
By the way, it's a joke. Soniqs so far, though, in very firm control of this first half. Last opportunity for Beastcoast to narrow the gap before moving on to the more favorable side themselves. For Soniqs, obviously, a 4-2 half is fine, but 5-1 gives you a bit more breathing room because it's not common that we do see a 5-1 half, even on those really lopsided maps where bomb sites do not work in your favor. I don't know if Sweater got droned, by the way.
I don't know if that saw him either. It was right at his feet. He gets full blind anyways, so there's going to be some players that are droning him out now. Twitch drone going through.
So we think, by the way.
I don't know if it saw him there. Sweater, surely now he's known. He sprints out, almost gets punished. It's Rexon who opens the things up onto Slash. Big pick. Slash has got a lot of opening deaths so far in this matchup. He's died all 6 rounds. Another one from Grixer down below. Kansan on the Sweater. Boy, oh boy, this is starting to get rough. It's a 5v1, Parker.
Super needs a kill, Yeti needs a kill. There will be no team ace available yet again. These are the stats that we're going to track here. Half of the round for Soniqs to hunt down Anthony MGS. Old Metal Gear Solid himself. Right now inside a piano. He'll have to be very sneaky, just like Solids, just like we talk about.
That's true.
That sound effect.
That's
what is
true.
That? When he gets spotted.
Oh yeah, when he comes out from the box.
Yeah, you gotta. Somebody has to put that one into the actual gameplay itself. Kansan down as the diffuser being planted by Super. Anthony's job now gets even harder, and look at that crossfire angle. There's 4 separate people looking in that direction. Yeti doesn't get a kill. Super does. Super having a good game. Yeti having a good game. Things are upside down in Sonicsville. Somebody call the headquarters in Harrisburg because
please.
Things aren't going according to plan. You're doing really well. 5-1 half for SQ here on Chalet.
They're going to call attack timeout. I think it's about time. Maybe would have liked to see it a little bit earlier. Since you are switching sides, this is like already going to be a bit of a reset for Beastcoast. So coming in from the the 5-1 split now. We'll see. I think it's probably a mental timeout, right? This is going to be one where Mark jumps in and he's trying to calm these players down. I don't believe you're going to be calling attack timeout if there's like some real problem you're seeing in the server. Really, the problem was just that they weren't winning any of those roam games. Either it was being completely ignored, like we saw in that very first round, or it was being dismantled. Yeti having a great time there, Super even, popping up for a couple of times. The one round that Beastcoast won, they got that opener. They killed Super on the roam game. They had a successful early game. This match has been entirely early round focused, which means the site executes have been kind of obvious, kind of free for the team that has the advantage. And so this has been a game that's been decided early on in each of the rounds. Of course, switching sides now, maybe that will change, but that is kind of how Chalet tends to lean.
One thing that also really stands out to me is how poor the first gunfights were breaking for Beastcoast, despite the fact that the Soniqs weren't doing anything all that flashy. Half the time we saw it was Yeti or it was Rexon just peeking you. No utility being used. You weren't necessarily being droned out. You just had somebody jumping in a window and engaging off of you. How many times did we see Sweater trying to hold down the fort, just losing a gunfight? There's nothing more to it than that. He wasn't under pressure from drones. He wasn't getting flashed. He wasn't dodging nades. It was just him versus Rexon or him versus Grixer in a heads-up gunfight. and he lost. And everybody from Beast Coast seems to be struggling to shoot back today.
And it's going to get harder for Sweater because when he went off against SSG, when he dropped the 21 kill game or whatever his stat ended up being in that matchup, a lot of what he was playing was the best op in the game right now, Finka. He was rolling through the Finka time and time again. Soniqs have counterbanned that against him. He's going to opt for the Yana instead of the Finka. Could have gone for a Zofia or something here to continue on playing the LMGs. He's not going to have that available to him here now that he's playing on the Yana instead. One player we've seen do really well on Yana when Finka's been banned out has been Merc. I think Merc's done a really good job flexing onto that operator when Finka's not available on the board. Sweater, though, I'm not as confident. I haven't seen him play Yana too much so far this stage, so we'll see how it works out for him. But certainly the lack of Finka is going to be a nerf.
The NAL has been so close between these teams, as we've said on every single broadcast. Beast Coast with a victory today would vault all the way up to 2nd. Yes, that is correct. From 8th to 2nd with a win here in regulation. One more round, and they are denied the ability to do that as overtime will be required for their path on forward. If they lose here, Beast Coast's chance to go to the major takes a huge blow because their next two opponents are both Astralis, who sit in the top 4, and TSM, who, mind you, TSM had a very bad week last week, but other than that, have looked significantly better. That's not ideal. Surf walks in, and down goes Super, the first line of defense. By the top of Chimney, down he goes. Slash, a kill as well. Sweater taken out by Rexon means that the numbers for Beast Coast are still good, but not as good as they were. That's halfway through this round.
Surf's been really good so far for Beast Coast this stage, although he's gone now as Grixer takes him down, equalizing once again into the 3v3. We're in a position right now where it is the bar games. Bomb site, top floor is largely in control of Beast Coast. They have managed to work their way in. Slash is standing up there. Now Rexon's over in Piano, so they do have a player who's still pressuring up above. He's on the Oryx, so that does give him a lot of flexibility to move back down, jump up hatches if he needs to. There is, of course, the kitchen hatch back below him. They can try to play around, but they know he's there. He's deciding to back off instead. Yeti, the only person in sight. They're jumping in, though, and they're looking to go for a plant.
Very close, too. Yeti lighting him up right now, failing to hit the head. Come on. There he goes. Nice shot. Poor coverage on the window. There's another vault in from Beast Coast that will need to be had with the diffuser surrendered. Slash from above. He's got some pings, but not a ton of information. Nicely killed onto Yeti, and just like that, Soniqs actually decide to peek for the last 2 kills, lose both those gunfights, and...
All right.
Okay. Beast Coast win their very first attack, and it does indeed look like an attacker-sided Chalet.
That's good. Games is, again, typically the strongest defender bomb site that we have. So Beast Coast being able to open things up, win Soniqs' preferred map is great. That shot from Yeti, he had way too much time to kill Super as he was planting. You definitely wanted to see better window coverage to shut that down. Obviously, you know, wasn't aiming at the big window to stop that from happening. Had to cross through the angle as well. So there were opportunities to get that frag, but unfortunately it just didn't happen. Great planted denial initially. But Beast Coast still walk away with the round. They go to Kitchen bomb site next up for Beast Coast. This is a bomb site that they played 3 times when they were defending themselves, but Soniqs bringing up this bomb site, very high win rate. They played this bomb site 5 times in stage 1. They won it 4 out of those 5 times. 3 games that they ended up playing this. So this is a very good site for SQ. It's a good chance they push it to 6 here.
Again, that guarantees you at least 1 point as you go into overtime. 3 rounds to determine who moves forward. For both of these teams who are currently on the outside of the playoff bubble, not in a position to go to Berlin just yet, you have to imagine that overtime is like mutually assured destruction at this point. It's not a great result for either team. Even if you are Soniqs and you go to OT and you win, you're looking at a very strong schedule for some of these teams at the top. Again, it is so close that even the bottom place team that hasn't been eliminated yet, which is Spacestation, would be in position to go to the Berlin Major with a win today, depending on what happens with other teams. So it's a squeaker. Games are going to start to matter an awful lot. They always do. But today, tomorrow, and next week, this is do or die for a lot of these teams, because there will come a point where your fate is out of your hands and you just simply cannot make up enough points because your opponents are also not dropping points the way you need them to.
Beast Coast, 2 minutes, and they're still just getting into Library. They've got full control of it now. Soniqs not pressuring that very hard at all. You see the operators, they're bringing lots of site utility. You've got Toxic Babes, you've got Maestro Evil Eyes as well, you've got Banshees. You've got a lot that can really help out the anchors. They've got a shield up here around Piano. Rexon for the jump out, and he finds it. Nice little opener onto Sweater. He's the player that we were supposed to be watching for, but he's been quiet so far.
Oh my God, Rexon! What a phenomenal bit of teamwork on that play. And suddenly, you said 6 looking likely on this bomb site. Well, I mean, if you play like that, doesn't really matter what bomb site you're going to go to. Drip waltzes on in, executes Grixer. Could we see another from Drip Stan himself? No. Kansan has the lineup on that one. It's all up to Slash. MVP from 2 weeks ago.
That's true.
Very well-traveled player, a journeyman, some would say, and he's currently journeyed into a 1v4. So, Diffuser not within reach, opponents out of reach, clock still working in your favor, 1 grenade, but your sledge, you're not going to be able to do too much other than just grab the Diffuser and maybe go for a pick. And he has to be wary of exactly where these SQ players are, all of whom are going to exhibit great patience. As Yeti was the story on attack, indisputably the best player for Soniqs. Rexon has come online for this round, and it is greatly helping the chances of Soniqs. 20 seconds have been burned off the clock. Finally, the Diffuser picked back up by Slash, but he's still got miles to go to get into the bomb site. And they know where he is. They've been doing chip damage to each other all the while that we've seen Slash upstairs.
Soniqs are a very disciplined team. They are not going to overswing things when they don't need to. They could go for a flank at some point, 20 seconds on the clock. The nice thing about Slash is he's on the sledge, so he can create these top-down angles for himself. He can look through the floorboards when he has the chance, but so passive from Soniqs. They're playing this so smart. As soon as he drops, he's going to be in crossfires. 10 seconds. This is not winnable. Here we go.
Super to get the kill. Stat padding at this present moment. Again, I just want to tip of the hat to Yeti for the way that he played on attack, because we have spent a lot of time dwelling on how poor his performance has been for Soniqs so far this stage. His numbers are not great, but he's come awake at the right time. And the other thing too is that Yeti is a very capable player, so even if Yeti's numbers go underwater, similar to what we see at a Super, the rest of the team can pick up the pieces. I will say that while Yeti was the story on that first half, this has been a team effort the whole game.
Absolutely.
There's been nobody who has really done poorly. Kansan has been the quietest player on the team, but he's been playing utility. So it's his job was effective. He was playing that line on attack for so long, and now he's just flexing on defense wherever they need him to go.
Yeah, everybody even or positive on Soniqs, everybody negative on Beastcoast. I mean, in a 6-2 game, that's going to be expected. I'm really disappointed from what we've seen from Sweater so far. I mean, he's the guy that carried Beastcoast to a big win over Spacestation when they last played this map. He had a crazy good stat line in that game, and now he's 2-8. Hasn't gotten a single kill on attack so far. Again, I think Soniqs banning out that Finka was a really good call by them. They banned Finka instead of the Thatcher. That was kind of what I was expecting to see from them. That's what they usually ban on this map, looking back to last stage. And then not only do I think that that Finka ban was really effective, but I think Soniqs used Thatcher really well through that first half. It allowed Yeti to get a lot of those walls open. It allowed them to really get those entry points when they needed to. Made the Kaid from Drip completely irrelevant. So I think Soniqs played the operator bans really, really well here. Maybe a small thing to start the game, but I did really like that at the start.
I like that you highlighted Sweater's play on this team. Not that we want to send any undue hate to these players, but of
course not.
Sweater has really not fulfilled his role on the team, and his role has been to win early engagements, blunt the entry of Soniqs, and then on defense, hold map control as long as he can. On attack, he's going to be the main entry for this team on most of their executes. He has failed on almost all of his first engagements. Those stats are quite poor right now, and it does drag down the whole team, because if you are losing your most potent offensive force, who is also tasked with keeping the rest of the defense intact so that nobody has to reposition to cover for you, things slowly start to fall apart. And really, the metaphor is that Sweater's that first domino, and it's a big domino that brings the rest of the team down in a lot of ways. And you could see when we were talking about the Soniqs on entry, how fantastic they were at jumping in, getting those first kills with limited issue. And now is Sweater just not able to contest and losing those gunfights.
Sweater has the most kills per round of any player in the league right now, averaging 1.1 kills every single round that he plays. He's found 75 frags before this game. That's being bumped up to a massive 77 as of this game so far. Of course, not matching that performance. That stat likely to drop below first place after their game finishes today. But it's not technically over. They're down on the Wine bomb site, and as I've said a couple of times on this cast, I think this bomb site is bad. So if Beastcoast are clearing effectively, if they're willing to push this bomb site from the Wine side, which I do think is the strongest, they can find success. They've gotten control of the entire north side of the map, right? They've got this kitchen control, so they can go for a basic push in through Wine, slash the one-player garage. Anthony, though, finding Super makes that even better. They've got that kill. It was kind of the elbow locked in from Super. He's kind of played these death spots a lot so far this stage, and usually it has been working out. Unfortunately, not today.
People also commonly will think of Super's position on Oregon too, where he would play in that same elbow spot. Nade goes in by Sweater. We spoke of how he needed to start finding some kills, and there's 1 to his name. 3 kills for Sweater, though, here in round number 9 is not ideal. Nade goes in, Kansan can capitalize. Missed opportunity, wary of being shot from the other angle. There's Kansan with 1. How does he get away with those both? Servant Anthony just fed to the wood chipper, and Grixer gets a 2-piece. It's all up to Drip. Can he do any real damage? He'll chip away at cans and find the kill before heading towards the bomb site. There are plenty of players from Soniqs lining up for him, but it's Rexon on the re-engage to shove the dagger through the heart of Beastcoast. Wow, that was a quick one. 7-2 for Soniqs. They make light work of Beastcoast on a map that we know Beastcoast aren't usually that bad on.
That was their 6th time ever defending Wine and Snowmobile this year. It was the first time that they managed to win it. Very fitting for them. From the Soniqs, managing to clutch that round back. I thought it was looking so good from Beastcoast. I mean, those entries were very clean. The nade came down, it looked great. But Kansan's the playmaker. He's always been the playmaker on this team, the one that can step in late. Soniqs have talked about switching Super and Kansan's roles a little bit on defense, making it so that Kansan can stay alive a little bit later in those rounds. The fact that he was there late made all the difference to get those big 2 kills, equalizing things out, and then Grixer following it up beautifully.
Well, with those 3 points, they tie OXG on top of the standings. Yep. So Soniqs vault all their way up to the top. Not exactly the results that you want for Beastcoast. The loss to Mirage last week and now getting blown out by Soniqs. Things don't get easier for Beastcoast. They have Astralis up next tomorrow. That is going to be a tough match, but they'll recoup, I'm sure. They'll regroup, they'll recuperate, they'll figure things out. Soniqs, though, big 3 points today. Impeccable performance by everybody on the team, but Yeti in particular gets my tip of the hat today. That's it for our 3rd matchup. We got 2 more to come, but before we get there, a short break. We'll see you in a few.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rainbow Six Analysis Desk. Your host, Joe, along with Caliber Jacob and Tommy. That's right. It happened.
Tommy picked Beastcoast.
He did. And it did not go well. That was one of the
3 hours
most
in.
one-sided maps we've had this stage, I think, honestly.
Especially from Beastcoast. I mean,
tough.
Lost 7-2, man. Like,
Come on, dude. Every single time that the Soniqs and Beastcoast have played, it's been a 7-2 or a 7-3. And
has.
the only time that Beastcoast have ever won was last stage, and that's not going to happen again for a while.
Well, we've got Super standing by in Vegas to chat with us a little bit. So, Super, congrats on the win versus Beastcoast. Honestly, it was much more one-sided, I think, than a lot of people were expecting. I know if I ask you if you thought it was going to be one-sided, you'd probably say yes, right? But I'll ask you, on top of that, what do you think it is about Soniqs at the moment that makes them able to take down Beastcoast so one-sidedly?
I mean, they kind of helped us out. I'm not sure why they thought going to Chalet against us was a good idea. I think everybody knows that's our best map. And honestly, we're the number one. I think we're the number one attacking team in the region, or we were at least heading into our last game last week. I'm not sure. Oh, a move.
Earthquake.
Hello.
Okay. No, you're okay.
Yeah, but I mean, we're the best attacking team, and you take us to a map where attacking is easier. I mean, to be honest, they were lucky to even get one round. I had like a really bad sound. I don't know if the stream caught it, but I jumped in the window shooting. They immediately shot my drone. I thought he was prone under my window, so I jumped in the window like shooting the ground. So if the stream was watching it, they were probably like, this guy's like tweaking. But yeah, literally the only round we lost was because I got blooded with hard breach off of a bad sound. Besides that, I mean, Beastcoast are about as free as you can be.
There you go.
What's up, Seth? How's it going? Hopefully you remember me.
Hey, buddy.
How's it been? Well, I got a couple questions. One question, and the other one's kind of a joke. But first of all, ever since you shaved your beard, you guys been doing good. So I think that there's, something to do with that. And then the next thing is, what did you guys do to, leap from not being top 4 last stage, and then now, which you guys pretty much are top 4, and you guys are still fighting for a spot at the major?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody, obviously going into stage 1, I think we were the favorites, arguably, to win the stage just because we have such a history of great success on in NA. So, it was obviously a bad stage for us, and I think part of that was I personally underestimated the effect that attacker repick would have. So once the season was done, I mean, honestly, like halfway through the season, we pretty much knew we weren't going to make the major, so we just started hiding stuff, and I was already working on stuff for the next stage. So I just think I figured out how to use the attacker repick more effectively than I was, because I think I was underestimating it. And, we're number 1 attacking again, like we were pretty much all last year. And that's the Sonic strength. We're the best attacking team.
And you know what they say, you define a team by their attacks. So welcome back.
Yep.
But honest question, though, why the hell do you think Beastcoast wanted to take you to Chalet in the first place?
Honestly, I'm not sure, so obviously you got, I don't know if you've seen, Joe was there, you probably had an idea of, the kind of stats Joe has. So our models showed us that it was probably going to be, Oregon Villa, Bank, and we probably thought maybe they'd want to go to Bank versus us, but we're a pretty good Bank team. And our Villa hasn't been seen, but I think teams know we're good at Villa too. And our Oregon, we did lose it to XSET, and they smoked us on it last stage, so I thought that would probably be what they wanted to play most, so I banned that just to throw them off a little bit. And yeah, I don't know. I think they beat SSG on Chalet, and I think they got a false sense of confidence on that. And that's, if you remember, the game where I think Sweater had 21 kills or something.
It was that game, yeah.
Yeah, so if you eliminate his kills, what is the actual score of that game? Not to mention that, in my opinion, SSG are not very good on Chalet. We kind of handled them last stage, even when we were playing bad on Chalet. So it's you get an okay win, and it was somewhat close, 7-5, 7-4, off of the back of a guy getting 21 kills. Nobody's getting 21 kills against us, and that's the result. When Sweater doesn't carry, Beastcoast is buried.
Ooh.
There you go. Hey, it even rhymes. So I got one more question before we let you go there. So obviously, like right now, when we cut to the team, when we see you guys all sitting there at the desk, everyone seems a lot more animated. Everyone seems a lot more talkative. Like it's easy to be that when things are going well. Obviously, things seemed a little bit quieter back in stage 1, but I'm curious, is it just the winning making things more animated, making things more kind of energetic on that side, or was there sort of a revamp of how comms are working here for stage 2 as well?
No, I mean, obviously, when you're losing, especially when you go into a stage with the expectation that we had last stage, and it just is not working out no matter what you try.
Right.
You're showing up. I think 1 week we got 7-0'd and then 7-2'd, and it's just like, you're showing up, but we're a team that has major championship aspirations, and we're playing a stage where we're just getting manhandled. Like, it's your job, and yeah, you show up and you're trying to play, but the situation you're in, and it's hard to be as, I guess, dialed in or as motivated when, nothing, like you can't even qualify for anything, right?
Yeah.
Essentially, the only motivation we had is like, we at least can get these invite points because we know we're going to bounce back. Like, at least let's like strive to try to get some placing so we can get some invite points. And it's just a different energy, obviously, for the team since they've been on the Soniqs going on. This is the 2nd year now. That last stage was the first stage that we have ever had where we were bad. Literally, we've qualified, besides last stage, for every major. We made Deep Run Invitational. We won NAL Finals. It was literally the first time the team's ever been bad. And that's a learning aspiration, too, or a learning moment, too, because as a team, we never really learned to lose. We were just used to winning. So when you start losing, you kind of got to figure out how to do it and then how to use the losing to make yourselves better. And that was a learning experience, to learn how to lose. And that maybe sounds a little bit egotistical, but it's a situation we were in. And I think we handled losing well. I think we had like some, in a way, like come to Jesus moments. And, obviously we've rebounded well. The guys have strong mental. They're all great players.
No, I think it's a great point. I think that's something people don't talk about enough, is that like the ability to lose skillfully, as it were, I think is a major component of success in pro gaming, and it's illustration of a couple different things, right? I mean, I used to skateboard a lot. You need to learn how to fall as much as you need to learn how to stick the trick, right? Same with pro gaming, you need to learn how to lose and learn from it just as much as you need how to learn how to win and keep winning.
You might say, why do you fall?
Yeah,
so you can get back up.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
Sage words.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've seen the movies.
Is that Super or Gandalf over there? Oh, so smart. So
know.
wise.
I'm old enough.
There you go. You got to grow the beard back out a little bit more, though, I guess, before the Gandalf thing really happens. But thanks for taking the time to sit down and chat with us a little bit, and good luck in the match tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Super from the Soniqs. Doing well today, doing a little bit better than well. In fact, a 7-2 victory for them over Beastcoast to start their week off. No doubt they got to be happy about that. But Beastcoast, I mean, the Berlin hopes are slipping away fast, aren't they?
I mean, I'd say at this point, they're not totally dead, but they're probably within like the 20 to 14 or something percentile. It's down there for sure. And I was about to rag on Yeti. I think that was one of the points I wanted to make in the pregame was for some reason we're not seeing him show up. Look at what he did playing Thatcher today.
Right?
Thatcher, 2 opening kills, 11-4, as well as Grixer, 10-4. And I mean, look at Kansan. Even though we told him, hey, try not to die a lot on entry. I mean, he's positive on entry, so.
It doesn't fix Yeti's overall what seems to be a bit of an issue on entry, because coming into this game, Homie was 2-16 trying to read those kills, and it wasn't working out. But in spite of that, Soniqs are still doing this well. If that is something that they can shore up in these last 2 games, they already looked like they were on pace to do it today. But that kind of reading the entry and getting first into the building when you're on the attack feels like something that they could do a little bit better on. Rexon's been picking up the slack there for sure, but if Yeti does the same, this team might return to like stage 3 of last year for him.
I totally agree with what Super was saying too, as far as Beast Coast's rationale for going to Chalet again, and it's a little bit of recency bias, right?
Yeah.
Sweater had that amazing game on it. Now he's 3-9 today. They had that tough loss against Mirage. They come back, all right, let's go to a quote-unquote comfort pick because we did so well on that without necessarily thinking through what caused them to win that one. Just speculation, but it kind of seems to line up a little bit as we look at the standings. And now the Soniqs find themselves in first place here, tied in points with Oxygen, but just that slightly better round differential is going to put them there. Again, we always have to say for the moment because things are so close, but 13 points. You got to be pretty comfortable if you're Soniqs right now.
Yeah, and funnily enough, the result of the next game is actually going to determine whether we see somebody else get back into the top 4 in DZ, or if OXG then vault right back above the Soniqs again. XSET's loss today means that now they may be in a position where they're playing for 3rd or 4th, as opposed to 1st or 2nd, where they were for most of this stage so far. Even one loss, as close as that is, when we're talking round differential, is still going to determine if you're secure in 1st or just barely hanging on to 4th.
Yeah, I mean, as we could look at the board, DZ wins one game and they're above Parabellum. They take their 4th spot. Same with TSM. They win one game, they're above XSET. They're back in 3rd, so everything's close.
It's interesting because Oxygen still has yet to play their game today, and they're already a win ahead of Soniqs. But Soniqs, by virtue of having 2 overtime losses, has kept it very, very close. Their round differential, of course, looking really good. Let's take a look at a couple rounds in general, or specifically, actually, the opposite in general.
There you go.
For this one. The first one we're going to look at is round number 2. And this was one where, Beastcoast almost seemed a little bit timid. They gave up a lot of ground a little bit too fast, didn't they?
I mean, as you can see, right here on the office side, you can see Kansan entering through library. They have fire. And for SQ, basically means like if they wanted to switch into a dining take, they can just open up office walls because no one is playing office side. And it's already a 3v5. Nonetheless, even though, Soniqs end up winning this round by going through solar and getting the bomb down, but you can see as in, Beastcoast just giving up map control as much as they did on the SSG game.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the things that they tried to carry into this game that just didn't work. And that might have been the way that SSG themselves were playing it, where Beastcoast think that they can like relinquish a little bit of map control and kind of allow the other team to take control of it, so to speak, and then work from there. But it didn't really seem as though it was doing much because Beastcoast get found on every step of this defense. And then by the time we end up getting to this cross, funnily enough, it almost looks like Beastcoast might win it because they turn it into essentially a 2v1 because not only is Rexon going to die, but Super is going to start planting back in kitchen, which means it's all up to Yeti to find these last 2 cross kills. And look at how widespread Beastcoast get. Sweater has to come all the way back because they know that the attempt for the plant might show up. Rexon walks right in, doesn't have gun up. Anthony takes off his head, and suddenly Yeti has to find 2 kills, finds Anthony, finds Sweater, immediately transitions right into it, and it means that they get off their 2nd round in a row.
Yeah, I do have, speaking of Anthony, I do have to mention too, best numbers today on his team.
Yeah,
so
true.
We talked about Anthony struggling a little bit. At least for today, he was the top on his team, even though it's a loss. I don't know.
Or for the 2 rounds they won. That's not that
positives.
Great.
I'm a positive guy. Let's take a look at round number 9, and this is just Kansan putting it away. This is just great individual play for Kansan, and then the rest of the team following up to seal the deal.
I mean, funnily enough, it looked like Beastcoast probably had this round under wraps, but then we talk about Kansan's clutch factor. He swings in. Technically, there's somebody from Boiler who should, or from Pit Door, right there in Trench, who should have that cross, and he does, but Anthony is too late on the draw. That's more of the problem. Kansan not only pushes directly into bottom west main for free, but it takes Drip to be the one to finally remove him from the equation. And it feels like if you just watch the cross a little bit more, if you have maybe one more person in Trench to actually watch into Wine and the other one watching down toward bottom west main to wait and see if someone pushes, it feels like Crossfires were all out of whack in this one.
Yeah, I think there was a moment in time that Kansan saw the opportunity, and I mean, we've seen Kansan in international play, and now that's why you call the bank office little cubicle in open
You call
area.
that Kansan now?
You call it Kansan.
Yeah.
Pro teams can't find a
If
name
you get a spot
for it.
named after you and it's not like artificially done and people just call it that forever, that means you've made it.
Or it's not off of like an embarrassing thing. You don't want to be like, you get a grenade triple TK or something like that, and you're like, oh, I don't want that named after me.
Or just like Summit.
We'll call it the Doa, yeah.
You don't want to Summit, that's true.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, well, that's it for Beastcoast versus Soniqs. Soniqs taking that one in style, but do not go anywhere because we got 2 more maps yet to play here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Coming up next, Oxygen looking to retake that 1st place spot in the standings, but they've got a DarkZero team that wants back in the major a lot to contend with. We'll see who wins right after the break.
game to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, heading out to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block of powder or a glisten. Boring on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win in my I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a f what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting with the old well, need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 stick.
We have returned here at the North American Rainbow Six League. Doe, your host here, along with our special guest, pro gamer Tommy and Caliber Jacob as usual. And we are about to get
called me
into.
Jesse once.
I know, that happens.
Today.
And I call you a Gold 2 player.
Wishful thinking. Anyway, we'll move into our next game. It's going to be Oxygen taking on DarkZero. I'm just kidding. I didn't mean that.
No, but he called me a Gold 2 again. I'm not.
You play on a newcomer.
So you're learning how it has to be as an analyst. You call him like you see him.
Yeah, you know, I just be straightforward. Like he's on a newcomer playlist. Like, what do you want me to tell him?
Wow.
We'll
what
do
do you
it.
want me to swear to God?
I thought you were a nice guy.
You know what they say about nice guys. They're always last, just like I was last place.
Ooh, self-burn. Those are rare.
Self-owned.
I didn't have to do anything. He just did that himself.
You know what I mean? Like, why would I have you point the gun at me? I could just, do it myself.
Well, there you go.
Point the gun at me.
Perfectly balanced like all things should be. Let's talk about Oxygen versus DarkZero here. Obviously, DarkZero wants to get back to the major, but their results have unfortunately not put them in a place that is going to be easy. They can still do it, but going through a team like Oxygen that was, until a few minutes ago, #1 in the standings, standings is going to be a bit tough.
I mean, we called OXG really good at, or like kind of good at everything, or very solid at everything, and yet here they are, 5th and 4th on attack and defense respectively, and yet they're still up here in 2nd. Don't let the separation between 2nd place and 7th fool you, by the way. There's only a 4-point spread between the two right now. The big question is why in a Charlotte major dominated by DZ's attacks did we not see that then move into stage 2 and be the same kind of consistent thing? Somehow this team has gotten found out or shut down in some facet of the game, not on defense. They are doing perfect on defense at the moment, even though there still isn't a big separation between like 5th place and 1st place in terms of defensive rankings. DarkZero is still doing good there, but on attack, something's not clicking.
I mean, I think it's just, you know, getting used to the new meta with the zombie and, you know, attacking and, you know, having instead of Troy, you know, having to think of everything. I think everyone's trying to give in their input because Troy can't see every single zombie place or new things added. So, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I think they're going to get their
when you get the meta changed and you kind of have to micromanage a bit to find out how it works. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about Oxygen specifically. Like you mentioned earlier, Jacob, this is a team that we were saying, well, they're good at everything, but they're not spectacular at anything. I wonder if we might have to revise that statement because they are starting to look pretty spectacular in general. And although they are 4th and 5th in their respective categories of defense and attack, that's still been good enough to get them wins in nearly every game. They have more wins than anyone else in the league right now.
So far, and it's like, even the one loss that they had still was close enough to a point where I wouldn't really be concerned about that kind of thing. They've got best of ones figured out. They've got the ban phase, the overall strategy, the mentality, how they come into games, how they like come back out of it, go into strat books, and then understand how to play one game to the next on back-to-back days. Right. Everything about the NAL structure is something that it seems like they have locked in. The only thing is, sometimes attacks can be a bit unpredictable. Sometimes you're worried about how Newers is meant to fit into something. Sometimes someone plays a little bit reckless where they're not meant to, or sometimes an attack just kind of fizzles out before it gets there. And on defense, it doesn't happen very often in the same way, but it's also a case where like these halves can get like to a 3-3 and suddenly you don't know how the second half if it's going to swing. So it's about a strong finish for OXG. I feel like they're never prone to bad starts. They never get down on themselves there. They're usually up a couple of rounds, they're usually high on their mental, and then as the game goes on, sometimes it doesn't feel like they can close nearly as fast as they would like.
Yeah, and the man on your screen right now, Newers, like I would say he's almost simultaneously their greatest asset and sometimes their weakest link, because he can put down some of the greatest individual performances you have seen in Rainbow Six, but then also, like you mentioned earlier, Jacob, he has a tendency to get a little bit too aggressive sometimes.
Sometimes, but hey, credit where credit is due, the numbers don't lie. Highest rated player so far in the NAL to 1.33, plus 33 on KD, in spite of most of that still being on Finka. But even if you look at the other operators he's played in the one game where it was banned, he still picks up the Yana, still does what he can from a fragging capacity in the exact same role, even if it means it's without the use of an LMG. Newers is carving the path right now, highest rated even above guys like Gunner, like Grixer, who are still putting down good performances game in and game out. And he's a massive reason for why this team of Foxay and Laxing have been able to pick up the pace. Fox is back on vertical play. Laxing is still doing what he does.
Adorable.
Is that his? Aw.
I think it is.
I would assume he's not just showing like a picture of someone else's dog.
He's just showing a random dog, and he's like, I'm gonna fool Jacob today.
Sure. Remember,
he's become your grandmother, sending you random pictures of cute dogs, I guess.
Remember the time Kino had Uzi on and I called him Fish?
Oh yeah, that is true. That is true. Well, yep. While Fish was at the arena. But I will say about OXG, we don't see a lot of Vert this stage, and I'm not saying anything by any means because Vert is still a dog, and by dog I mean he still put up number every single game, or every other game and whatnot, but Vert is their saving grace. No offense to OXG, I feel like Vert bails them out of a lot of lost rounds and he brings it back, so you got to give props where props is due. I will want to see how Vert performs this game because, you know, he's the homie. I want to see him perform good, and, you know, it's always nice to see him help, you know, Fox, Lax, and Newer, since they have been the ones picking it up the last couple of games.
All right, fair enough. Well, on the other side of the arena, we got DarkZero, obviously our Charlotte Major champions. They are currently 3-3 overall in the standings right now. It's been a roller coaster for DarkZero. They have looked incredible certain games, and they've looked pretty fair to weak in some other maps so far this stage. And like you mentioned earlier, Tommy, sometimes there are changes that come through. Obviously, Azami shook things up a lot. It's adapting to that meta. Obviously, Sens as well, with what they can do with the wall. It's a it is tricky, but at some point as a champions, you got to figure it out, right? And you feel like Canadian is one of those people that is in prime position to do so, but it's looked a little bit shaky so far at the stage.
Well, I mean, we can go back to last stage real quick. DZ beat OXG on Oregon 7-4, right? I have no doubt in my mind that Troy's going to come out the gates, literally with counter strats up to whatever he wants. Like, DZ is a known team that always counter-stratted and loved the BO3 system, and always just like, even before any games, they always would love to counter-strat. If they have the info, they will counter-strat it. It does not matter. So, as we know, they won last time 7-4. So will DZ and Troy come in hand in hand and, you know, counter-strat it up versus Oxygen? Who knows? I hope, you know, they come out swinging.
I look at this for DarkZero as the same position we've seen them in for most stages usually. It's difficult to call them like the best team in the NAL, even back when it was like online stages when the team was almost completely different from what it is now.
Yeah.
They've always been a team that feels like somehow they'll scrape into like a top 4 position, or they will spend a lot of time within the mid structure or the mid pack of a league and then crack up and finally manage to get to that point. But it's always this kind of roller coaster. So even though it's a 4-point spread between them and the top and where OXG sit right now, and in spite of them not being at the top themselves, this still feels like old hat for DZ as far as domestic competition.
I mean,
it's kind of hard because DZ has always been a good domestic team, but they've always struggled international. And then now with Troy, they won the trophy. So who knows, like, what's the next step for them?
And keep in mind, too, like last stage came down to the very last map. It came down to Canadian having to beat his former team, Spacestation, to get into the major. They were able to do that. So yeah, if you're a DZ fan, you definitely are, you know, maybe a tiny bit worried, but you can't really give up hope. Not by any stretch of the...
This is just the roller coaster you're on if you're a DZ fan.
Exactly, yeah. You know it, you love it if you're fans of this team. Let's check out the map. Let's see where we're going for this next match here.
There's a couple
Fans
options
are in.
here. Like, I mean, obviously both of these teams have the permabans that they like. DarkZero, very typically, like, you won't ever see them play Skyscraper for any reason. OXG, for their own part, they've banned Oregon very consistently. They almost never play a Villa. They almost never see Chalet get brought into the pack. So if we're trying to work around the maps that we already know these teams don't appreciate playing, then we can narrow it down to like a couple very specific ones. Obviously, I feel like a border here would be an interesting play. If we do end up seeing an Oregon, that for some reason feels like it plays into both teams' strengths in a way, even though DarkZero's like not had very convincing performances on it as of late. No border. It looks like we're trending towards an Oregon.
It does look like we're trending toward an Oregon. You know what they say on Oregon? Bring out the Finca. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon.
Okay then. So if it's not the Oregon, we're stuck between Club and Vil. Club, I look at, and DarkZero have historically been very good on it. They played it back. It was against Astralis, and Astralis said they had good things for it. Turns out they didn't. That seems like where we'll end up going if DarkZero have the final play between that and Villa. But they don't! Proving me wrong. So this is a map like OXG traditionally do not play. The one time they've played it in the past several months was a group stage game back at the Charlotte Major, and it was a wash. It was the one time they ever worried about it, banned it out in both of the best of 3 series that they played. As far as DarkZero is concerned, they've not played it this stage, but they did play it back in stage 1 twice. One of them was that crazy Beastcoast game, and then played it once at Charlotte and lost it. So aside from the fact that this is one that is traditionally, up until now, OXG have banned it literally every single time this stage, DarkZero must have some very interesting reasons for picking this as opposed to Clubhouse.
Will we see a Finca ban?
I don't know. We've seen one already today, so the precedent has been set.
It's there. They could.
Yeah. Time to predict who is going to win this one. Is it going to be Oxygen? Is it going to be DarkZero? As usual, first we'll go over to our casters to get their opinions. Standing by are Antero and Edward Cullen.
Oh.
Wow.
He's so mad right now.
Listen.
What's your response?
Listen.
I'm sorry, Jesse. I meant Jesse.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Doa. I thought we had something, being desk mates for a whole stage and a half, but
you're not a,
it's fine. Parker,
not a Twilight fan?
Antero is my best friend now. Friendship over. Doa.
I thought I was your best friend.
It was worth it.
Yours duo.
Yeah,
best friend.
I guess Jacob is more my best friend.
Do I even have a duo anymore? He's never here.
No.
Ooh.
Oh.
No.
Sorry, buddy. It'll get better.
You abandoned me. Predictions.
Yes.
OXG in first place. TZ want to keep their chances alive. I want to give it to DZ, but I honestly think it's going to be Oxygen. I just think that Neur's going to have a good game today. I think Neur's going to do well.
This one's like really hard for me to predict because I agree Oxygen have looked better so far, but Oxygen have played almost entirely, almost entirely Theme Park, and DarkZero smartly banned that map for them. So I'm gonna lean DZ. Screw it. We'll keep we'll keep the separation going between me and Parker.
Remind me again, who was right last game?
Who's been more right consistently throughout the stage?
And who said he was going to copy his co-cast?
Also true. You're not copying me at all.
Those numbers have shrunk. Look at how it's so close.
Yet I'm still in first.
What's on Jacob's screen?
I just want to let you know that if
it's a picture of Edward Cullen.
Is that Robert Pattinson?
It's Edward Cullen.
Why is that there?
I can't unsee this now.
Did you notice the screen
it's the way he
rotates all
dressed,
the
it's
way
his
around?
hair, it's everything. It's Edward Cullen.
Amazing?
Come on, man.
See, we're inside, so that's why he's not glittering right
What
now.
a product.
We'll check back in with our casters in just a moment. Let's find out.
I didn't come here to be bullied, okay?
Yes, you did.
You leave the desk and you duel with Parker, this is what happens.
This is
It's
a non-bully
done
zone.
out of love.
Okay?
We love to
That's
do it.
not accurate.
The desk has less bullying.
If it's a non-bully zone, you're getting bullied. So explain that, nerd boy.
I'm gonna report this.
Oh.
I thought Canadians were supposed to stick together.
Yeah, what the hell happened?
I'm ready for the Intero solo cast at this point.
It's bound to happen. They're gonna run out of people who are willing to work with us.
Jesse, we're making you hate casting so much you'll eventually come back to me.
It's like a slasher film. Everyone's gradually being eliminated from casting with Intero until
sole
finally
survivor.
it'll just be you. Yeah.
The sole survivor.
There you go. You got to clone him.
There's only one left.
Maybe we don't. Anyway, let's check back in with our casters in just a moment. Let's find out what our desk has to say. Tommy, sorry for all of this, but you're going to have to deal with it for at least one more day. What is your prediction going to be?
I mean, just looking at it, I think Noors and Pem are going to have a lights out game. They've both been performing well this stage. I don't know. I'm going to go with DZ. I feel like they're going to come out here with the counter strat, and I feel like they always have a fight with Oxygen when it comes back to regional, battles. So yeah.
I feel
DZ.
like in Siege, okay, this applies to some teams, and Tommy, you can back me up. There's two reasons why you ban a map at 100%. It's either because you hate it and you don't want to focus on it at all, or it's because you're saving something. So if you're going to do that and you're going to bring it out and you're willing to allow that to go all the way through a ban phase against DarkZero and you pick it, or you let them pick it, and you're on attack first, very clearly you've got something in the works. I don't think Redeemer and Hopes were going to allow this team to face DarkZero on Villa without a plan, so I'll take OXG.
Yeah, you're not kazapping at that point.
OXG?
What?
Kazapping.
What's that?
Kazapping. It's like another word to cap. I made it up. Kazapping.
He's speaking a different language. He's Canadian. Can we get me out of here?
I've
He's
lost all
honorary
control
Canadian.
here. I don't know what's
No
going on.
kazapping.
Let's flip a coin. It's going to be heads, Oxygen. It's going to be tails, DZ.
Are you agreeing with me? Is that what's happening?
No, I'm disagreeing.
Oh, it's heads, Oxygen. All right, the coin decides to go with the higher ranked team right now. However, it's hard to bet against the Charlotte Major champions as well.
I could see Twitter going either way with this.
Yeah, me too. Let's find out what the Twitter
They're
vote
gonna
is.
go DZ.
I'm curious.
They're gonna go DZ.
Are we going to go split half? Half?
What,
No.
bro? Every time.
It'll go the Oxygen.
What was the
All right.
result on this, I wonder?
It must have been pretty close.
Had to be like.
It was 58% for Oxygen we're hearing. So actually less close than I think we'd imagined.
People have lost faith in DZ and they just won a major?
Yeah, come on. It's and they're not doing that bad this stage.
Are
either.
you
They're
true
still-
fans or not?
Do they not know how DZ operates? Well, who knows? Let's take a look at the community poll. What's the question going to be? Laxing barbecue or Panba Barbie? All right.
Laxing barbecue? Are you kidding?
All right.
Aside from what, he had like one that he didn't do very well a couple of days ago, but aside from that one time, Laxing barbecue every time.
I think Pambo Party's better.
Who knows? We'll figure it out. We'll chat about it during the break while we wait for our map to begin, but it won't be long. Don't go anywhere. Map 4 coming up in just a moment. Oxygen versus DZ here on Rainbow Six North American League. See you in a few.
what I gained from the Charlotte Major? Basically just experience. When you play in front of a crowd like that and everybody's cheering and like you get a kill, the stage rumbles, it just builds your confidence to a point where like when you come back to the NAL, it's like just a walk in the park. You just sit down and play. It's like playing at home.
The best performance to give Ethan, or the best way to get Ethan prepared for a match or to get him in his zone, is really just putting a drone in front of him and just letting him have free reign of some of those situations.
Composure and confidence. That's all you need as an entry. Confidence, and that's what Fox told me, because he used to play entry before he IGL'd. So he just gave me a rundown of like, you basically just need to think you're better than everybody in that room. Just go in the room, think I'm gonna win the gunfight every time. If I don't, I don't. But most likely I will.
Ethan is very confident. We have confidence in him, and those two going hand in hand into those rounds really demonstrate like Ethan's ability and his capability of what he provides to the team.
I'm Newers, and this is the NAL.
Matchup number 4 is about to begin. DarkZero versus OXG, a very pivotal matchup for both of these teams because we are still in the hunt to see which teams from North America will go to the Charlotte or Berlin Major.
Yep.
You've got the Charlotte Major champs going up against OXG, who currently enter as the number 1 team. I confused my majors for a second there.
It's okay, it happens.
It does.
This is a pretty close race, as you mentioned. So Oxygen Esports coming into this game were, at the start of the day, I should say, were the top team. They had the highest chances of going to Berlin, but they shouldn't feel safe. They were over 75%, but that doesn't mean that they're locked in by any stretch of the imagination.
We love those stats.
Absolutely. And DarkZero, of the 4 teams that I would consider kind of fringe teams, right? Ooh. Between 30 and 50% heading into today to go to the major.
Right.
Of those 4 teams, I would argue DarkZero have the hardest schedule coming up. They play Oxygen today, obviously a very tough team, top of the leaderboard right now. They play XSET tomorrow, who were in the top 2 coming into today with that loss to Astralis. I believe that's been switched up a little bit.
They're third.
Right, and then their third game is against Mirage, but I do believe since they've got those 2 like really difficult matches to start things off, I thought it would be a tough run for DZ, but if they can start with a win, that would be huge today.
The other team that plays Mirage is Soniqs.
Yes.
And they're in first place right now. So not that I want to throw shade on Mirage by any stretch of the imagination, but if Soniqs win that matchup, which in theory they should, that will lock in their spot in the Berlin Major, meaning that there is a fight for those 3 remaining spots, at which point you have OXG in the hunt, you have XSET in the hunt. So 2 of the 3 teams that DZ plays from here on out are considered favorites to make it to Berlin. That is a very strong schedule against them. That's not what you want. Operator bands rolling in as we go to Villa. Thatcher and Flores, joined by a Valkyrie and Kaid. Anything out of the ordinary here?
Yeah, I think some surprises here. When we last saw Oxygen play this map, they played it once in recent times. That was at the Major down in Charlotte. It was against Team 1, and they banned Jackal Valk, so the Valkyrie coming through once again. They go for the Flores this time around. Actually banned a lot of Mira. That was a possibility, but Mira's not super popular on Villa, so it makes sense they don't run it this time. A Zombie getting through is definitely notable. We see a Zombie played relatively often on this map as well. Very strong in kind of the study area, can block off a lot of windows. So we see a lot of use from that. Pamba's going to pick it up for the very first round. The other op that I thought we might see getting banned out was the Nook. Nook has been banned a ton so far in the NAL. Both Auction and DarkZero have banned Nook 50% of the time, but slipping through today as Thatcher and Flores go out instead. So no Nook, at least for now. We've got some repick coming in from Laxing, going Capitao to Zofia, rocking the double LMG instead. Very happy with that. And yeah, ultimately Operator ban, certainly some surprises, but nothing nothing crazy. The fact they went Thatcher and Kaid together does make sense for DC.
Zombie comes out right away, and always interested to see the way that new operators get brought. A very different story than Sens, the other new operator. Their impact on the NAL has been quite low. Not a lot of time to talk about Sens as we get underway in round number 1, but Azami will remain top of mind. Those Kiba barriers can be applied just about anywhere. General consensus among teams is that she is very formidable and extremely strong, but on a map like Villa, I like the Valk ban, and Kaid to match the Flores and the Thatcher ban are particularly crucial as well.
NJR trying to peek the study doorway. Nobody's on it. Canadian bottom floor might be the bigger threat. Newers and Vert both down there trying to hunt him down, make sure he doesn't go for any sneaky plays. Of course, Canadian has been one of those players that has flexed around from support to kind of fragger to roamer. He does like to play a little bit more aggressive when he's on the defense. Nice Kiba barrier from Pamba. Oftentimes people will run 2 shields on these main stairs, but utilizing one of those shield spots as a Kiba barrier instead does allow you a little bit more flexibility. They don't have to bring two shields this time, and that's a pretty fun angle. The way that he's able to crouch down there is very nice. It's Newers, though, who opens things up on a hyper.
Highlighted early on before we got into the matchup today, he will be an incredibly crucial player for OXG in this matchup, especially against the offensive threats that DarkZero has. Not every NAL team has a player who can go toe-to-toe with the likes of NJR, the likes of Panbazoo, the likes of Hyper. Well, 2 of those threats are no more for DarkZero as Oxygen stretches their lead. Number advantage in a 5v3. Half of the round still to go, so they're in pretty good shape for OXG.
NJ dying on the smoke is really tough here. Eclipse going down as well takes away another SMG-11 shotgun combo from the board. Fox with the F2 will grab that one, and we're even cleaning it up farther. Newers takes down one more, and it's going to be a flawless round as Vert finds Canadian for the final kill.
Just playing keep away on these defenders as they try to get back to the bomb site. OXG starting things off flawlessly, not allowing a single pick for DarkZero, even though the engagements were there. These were not target dummies that they were shooting at. DZ had opportunities to fight back. Didn't really work out all that well. We can talk about the stats of the different bomb sites, but taking a step back and looking at the broader way that Villa is played out, you'll find that as of this moment, it actually is the highest defender win rate of every single map in the North American League through stage number 2. It's actually the most played map, tied with Bank, Oregon, and Theme Park at 5 plays apiece coming into today. Every single Villa bomb site that has been played, which is only 3 of them, has a favorable win rate for the defenders. The only bomb site that we haven't seen get played at all is that Living Room Library. Not a single play so far through stage 2. 20 times teams have gone to Aviator Games, 19 times to Trophy Statuary, and 15 times to Kitchen Dining.
We're 2 rounds in, but I'll give you a little prediction. I bet DarkZero run it. I bet DarkZero run Living Room Library at least once throughout this matchup. They played it one time against Astralis in the major grand finals in Charlotte. They were able to win that bomb site relatively strongly. So if it's one they want to go to, they can whip that one out. Trophy Statuary, DarkZero played 4 times in that match against Astralis. It was a 15-round game, so they got to play it in overtime as well. Lost it every single time on defense. Still, they have confidence. They're going to run it back one more time against Oxygen. This will be their 5th play, hoping to maintain an above 0% win rate.
The Zombie obviously not being particularly crucial, but nobody on that round was for DarkZero. Utility work wasn't really the storyline, as it seemed like OXG just waltzed on in and got kill after kill after kill. We didn't see an attempt at an execute. I don't even think a single member of OXG actually made it into the bomb site. They didn't need to. I guess that just goes to show you that sometimes you live and die by the roam game.
I mean, that's what we saw a lot on Chalet last match, right? It was all determined based on how the roamers did. We might see that as well on Villaville. Definitely does tend to be a little bit more site-focused, and certainly trophy stats at bomb site, where unless you're trying to push all the way in through the game side, I mean, you are going to mainly be focusing on this bomb site. Pamba, the first one down from a nade, and he's likely to be, well, it depends. They could throw in another nade and probably get this. I don't know that they know that he's down either. It's hard to pick him up, and you can see Auction trying to swing to find that finish off, but they just haven't got it yet. They've got a ping on him as well, so they know he's there. Realistically, nobody's picking this up, and with the nade, they'll finish it off anyways.
So you expend another one of those explosives, but still OXG gets that opening pick, even if Panbazoo at that point was living to die. Canadian next one up as the focus from OXG onto the statuary portion of the bomb site. Canadian tucked in next to that statue. OXG will swing towards 90 as there goes an Adrenal Surge as well. First kill for DZ in this matchup comes from Hyper. It's on to Dream. A nice nade from Vertical. Should connect, but it's a little bit too late. No! Vertical walks right by Eclipse on those Astro stairs. Fox A answers back. The killing shall come with a minute to go, and it shall be glorious, friends. Hyper swung on by Laxing, lined up in so many bullets that he can continue to fire away. NJR's Nitro Cell and a nice SMG in his hand will be all that she wrote. And oh! NJR finds 2 with second on the ground. The explosive can't get it done, but as he pops up, the man, the myth, the Twitter legend, Newers himself, cleans up on that final 1v1. OXG 2-0.
Nice play from Newers. I actually really was impressed by Laxing pushing into Astro with the Zofia and finding 2 kills to make that such a difficult round for DarkZero to claw back. He really did have a huge impact walking in there. And it's not typically a role that we see Laxing try to play over on the Zofia. He's usually more of that flank watch. He's been a big Gridlock fan in the past. Obviously, as a flank watch, you're going to be playing a lot of Nomad. We've seen that from him quite a bit as well. Looking at the Zofia stats, he has never played that operator so far through stage 1. So his first time here on this map, and I think he's looking very, very good with a nice LMG.
Well, the old Finka crutch, as they call it. A target ban in our previous matchup, for those that didn't watch, which went up against Beastcoast in particular, and Sweater was off of the Finka, and his stats on attack suffered because of it. There's no Finka ban this time, so expect to see a 100% pick rate for this LMG-wielding operator that also gets the best out of the rest of the ops that'll be run on the team. There's another LMG on the board, or was rather, as it's an attacker repick for Laxing off of the Zofia. When you look at the sheer amount of bullets that a Finka and a Zofia can spray out of their guns, well, you look at the lineup for the defenders, and they've got 30 bullets in some of these guns, 20 bullets in some of these guns. You run out of munition way faster than your opponents do. And I mean, even in that previous round, Laxing's play over from Bathroom into Astronomy shows you exactly why having 150 bullets is such a benefit.
Canadian playing like he did in that first round, just being a little bit of a nuisance on this bottom floor. He's going to face a lot of pressure. He wants a kill. Oh, nicely done. Headshot on a vertical through the window. That's what you like to see coming forward for the opening pick on Canadian. Again, he's been kind of an aggressive player. He's actually got Hyper down here with him. Newers wants to trade this out, looking at the right angle. Can he spot this frag? As I believe that's Pam on the main stairs, hunting for these frags, but Newers just not able to find any just yet. They are retreating.
He still has marks for him. A Frost in play as well. So with the way that DZ is holding these choke points on the map, you cannot hop in without taking an engagement either with the mat, which will down you, or somebody who's sitting on top of it waiting, and that's exactly how DZ is structured. This, like so many teams before them, guard the Frost mat. Make them decide, do I go for the player? Do I go for the mat? Either way. Just over a minute burned through this round. DZ scampered off of the bomb site. Pambazoo holds above. We also saw the fade away from Hyper down through the basement. He'll run through that wine component of this map and still stay down there, actually holding these angles. Pambazoo biding time with those Kiba barriers, and now he is Canadian as well to support OXG's next steps. Clear out that top floor. Do they know of the upstairs focus from DarkZero? That's the question that'll need to be answered.
I mean, that is typically the way you go, but they're actually not clearing in through the top floor. Fox is going to work his way up Astro. This is a chance for him. Top the stairs, Eclipse wins the gunfight. Eclipse swings a little too wide, and Fox with the F2 will take him down. So that's a nice little pick there. But again, this is definitely a horizontal push. Newers all the way already outside the bomb site. Fox as well, looking down those stairs, willing to catch a flanker who might come down. It's actually Pamba chasing down from the top floor, working down Astro stairs. We'll see if they can find the pinch on him with Canadian working with Fox as well. He just runs away down the basement. He doesn't need to engage this.
Pambazoo's on the hunt, but man, that thing is a bullet hose. The F2 just crushing a triple kill for Fox, the leader, taking matters into his own hands, and suddenly OXG with the numbers advantage. Try to collapse onto Hyper. NJR's the next one to go. Laxing a kill, and ace denied for Fox. As Dream gets the diffuser down, it leaves Hyper in a 1v3 to retake through some of the furniture. Really nicely covered over inside a Memorial. Is damage done by Hyper, but he's boxed out by his own Kiba barriers. Well, not his, but his team's. Pambazoo has denied Hyper re-entry to the bomb site and will now be 30 seconds away from imminent doom. This allowed OXG to get away from the bomb site, get away from the diffuser, but they still hold true, and Foxay's fourth kill seals the round. 3-0 for OXG.
Oxygen in that 3v1 were kind of playing isolated, but I don't think that's a problem because there was no intel on the side of DarkZero. They were just holding kind of weird angles that were going to be difficult to pre-fire, difficult to expect. And so that was a great round from the Oxygen altogether. Fox, I think, having the biggest impact, just being a rat. I mean, kind of moving around those Astro stairs, picking up 3 big kills as DZ tried to hunt him down, tried to get that kill. They really were working for that frag on a Fox. They tried to go for the 2-person trade, but just didn't end up finding it. I like that they went for a horizontal push. Usually, as you mentioned, Parker, usually they try to take that top floor. But with the Azami upstairs, it would have been very difficult. With all the operators and the resources DarkZero were bringing to that top floor, it would have been tough. And despite the fact that Auction brought a lot of soft destruction, they brought a sledge on vertical, and they brought a buck being played by Laxing, they didn't feel like they had to go for that top floor clear. They still committed to that bottom floor clear. Of course, with the vertical dying first for their team as well, it was a little bit less soft destruction that they had to work with, but they still committed to the horizontal, and it ended up working really, really nicely for them. The top floor didn't matter at all, and they had a beautiful push that worked their way south into the bomb site.
Early timeout taken from DarkZero, and well, they appear to have a drone bug from OXG, so there will be a reset of this matchup. A tech pause will pop up. An interesting conversation that was had on social media by none other than our commentator, Mr. John Mullen, a.k.a. Blue, a.k.a. Bluecasts, said that in other games it's not uncommon during tech pauses for teams to be barred from speaking to each other. This is actually decently common across esport titles, and we pose to you, is that the case? I actually happen to fall on the same side of John. I think that if there is a tech pause, that in order to potentially get rid of some argument as to whether or not tech pauses can be conveniently timed.
Sure.
And I will say, we've seen some convenient tech pauses before in matchups over the last, 5 years that I've been casting. Certainly some suspect moments.
All right.
I'll say that it's better to just remove that ability. So I actually come down on the side of John. Not that I want to proselytize to you and try to change your minds, but if there is a tech pause, I know that it can be frustrating because oftentimes it is outside of your control. We don't want tech pauses, neither do the teams. But just to bypass any possible accusations of no do-goodery, I say teams don't get to talk. Lips are sealed until you're back in the server. I think that's fine. I think that's a fair compromise.
It would get a little awkward. I'll play devil's advocate here and say, like, if you've got like a 45-minute tech pause, which has happened on rare occasions in the past, not being able to say anything to your coach or your teammates or anything might really get into players' heads, which, you know, maybe that does more emphasize the mentally strong teams, but I don't know if that's something that makes a lot of sense to be challenging on. Either way, you know, we're in the system we're in right now. Players can talk to each other, their coaches cannot during a tech timeout, so they will have had some time to discuss. Hopefully, for DarkZero's sake, they've managed to figure out what's going wrong on these defenses.
And what's also going on with the drone bug.
Also that, yes.
Which seems to be a decently common issue that teams have been wrestling with. Teams have been, well, I guess not wrestling with, because you don't wrestle with something that can't physically move, which is,
I suppose,
where the issue is. You know, I'm not a pro player, so I don't have to deal with this. But difference between a tech pause and a tactical timeout, as you pointed out, which I'm glad that you made mention of that, because yes, coaches are only allowed to talk to the teams once to twice a matchup, and those are during each team's respective timeout. If DZ calls a timeout, which, by the way, they did at the tail end of round number 3, they and the coach of their opponent's team are allowed to talk to the respective teams. During the tech pause, they're not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
So OXG ends up with the team that ends up getting that tech pause, but it was DarkZero who burned their timeout right before that.
Yep. It's difficult for DarkZero being in this position because they, you know, we've talked about how they were a dominant attacking team at the Charlotte Major, and then this stage the script has been flipped. They've been much better on defense than attack. But I do want to say, I think DarkZero in their most recent matchup, where they were playing against, I want to say it was Astralis that they played last. No, TSM, my bad. I thought they actually had really strong pushes in that matchup, and so I'm hoping that the kind of strong DZ pushes we know them for have kind of made a comeback. Now, they're once again rocking the Azami. Okay, they've got a setup extended over towards game side. Pambazu and Hype are going to be working together. This is a tough nut to crack. This Kiba barrier that we see from Pamba inside a study, probably the most common use of Azami on this map so far. It's a very good angle to deny that study door. And after seeing it, Auction actually abandoned the south side push and have moved almost their entire team. In fact, yeah, they moved everybody to the master bedroom north side.
You know, it's not often that you encounter tough nuts, but when you're cracking nuts, you don't want one of them to be too tough, Jesse. So I completely agree with you. Excellent synopsis of what we're looking at. OXG have very quickly made their way into Master, and Newers might have an opportunity here as he sees for a fleeting second the gun barrel. But the shadows elude him. The silhouette's on the other side of the wall, but Pambazu does not and decides to peek the doorway. I will imagine DZ will be bamboozled by how close OXG were to the bomb site.
Pamba, that's the second time he's been the opening death in the exact same position on this bomb site. This time it was a wild swing, maybe not playing as passive as he should have been in the middle of the doorway, but he does get punished one way or another. Another fight. Fox takes the gun and wins it over Canadian. Bit of a scrappy one. Don't know if they were both expecting that.
I don't think they were at all. DZ gets a perfect lineup onto Newers and Vertical with NJR and Hyper credited with those kills. That allows DZ to push out of the bomb site a little bit more and hold on to some of these aggressive positions. Laxing knows that there's a player sitting behind boxes in astronomy, whichever one you want to call it, but it's a bit of boomer aim from Laxing. Not as well done as a stake that Laxing would certainly not eat. Suddenly it's Dream in a 1v3. Things started off very well for OXG, but they kind of lost the plot. And now Dream will need to swing, finds one. Another lined up inside of Astro. He'll push, but it's a crossfire from NJR. They didn't expect him there. Doesn't matter where he is, but he lays in wait. And DZ gets their first round. Still, OXG with quite the lead.
An extraordinarily similar round to what we saw in round number 2 the last time that they were here on Trophy Stat, in that it was, again, an opening death from Pamba in the exact same spot that he died in previously, and that came down to a 3v3 that really did rely on Laxing pushing into Astro and winning some gunfights. Last time, the Zofia LMG served him well. He managed to make it work. This time, dying in that engagement meant that his teammates were really not left well off. Fox dying on the south side of things didn't help much either. Dream in the 1v3 did his best, but ultimately that's not going to be one that you're coming away with very often. Maybe just a little bit of an experience from Laxing on this operator. Again, he's never played this op throughout this stage before today, so, I mean, not that Zofia is necessarily an op that most pros are going to be unfamiliar with, but still, it's not his typical operator. Usually when he's playing flank watch, he is on more of those standard flank watch roles. So, not winning out one way or the other today, and it's going to cost them their first round.
10 seconds.
It's working out effectively, but I think OXG, when they got in, they knew what they needed to do. They stacked up and just weren't as well practiced through that mid-round. I mean, it's hard to tell because of how frantic some of that action was as to what went wrong for OXG, but DZ, what went right? An awful lot. Pandazoo, by my measure, is still not on the scoreboard for a kill. I believe he was 0-3 before we saw that Rios come in.
Right.
You know, your eyes don't deceive you. This is not just a 1-1 game, no. NJR has 3 kills through just 1 round. That's impressive stuff. And that's because he was left all on his own by Trophy.
Based on this drone, you can tell Vertical is about to Gara hook up the 90 hatch, but it'd actually be NJR who takes down the man we were just discussing, Laxing, for the opening pick of the round. He's going to go through the window instead of the hatch, Vert, depending on what he's feeling. There's nobody there, so he shouldn't get punished for it. Eclipse is over by landing, so that could be a problem, but currently not going to be holding the angle. He should be able to get in safely. It all depends on what Eclipse is looking at when he jumps on in. Of course, doesn't have to either. Just because you've got the Gara hook doesn't mean that you have to use it.
I think Laxing's death might actually stop Vert's brazen play because it is a very risky gamble to take, and if it doesn't pay off, then your team ends up in an even worse spot. Good news for them, though. Newers on one today. Down goes Pambazoo, still searching for his very first kill. Vertical awaiting the call to go towards 90. Could somebody be in that particular area? We'll wait to find out. We're still halfway to go in this round, so plenty of time left. Another Adrenal Surge, 1 left for Newers, 2 times, burned early on. Vertical is in. We'll close in on one of the DZ members, but look at nobody nearby. A second kill from Newers. He has been the big threat, but that's all she wrote in this round. Eclipse takes him out. Vert's in the midst of the bomb site now, just wandering right in. Down goes Eclipse. Suddenly it's the offsite play from DarkZero. Canadian downstairs being that nuisance as you discussed, and Hyper will contest against Fox-A, leaving Dream all on his own to get the diffuser down. Canadian sees him and engages. Fox-A splays out onto Hyper, and now Canadian is gone too. Suddenly, DZ's attempt to get back falls short, and OXG will claim the first half no matter what happens in the final round as they're up 4-1.
Gorgeous push. They had a 2-2 split going on. Gorgeous! 2-2 split. 2 players going in through study, 2 players coming around kind of the 90 area. We saw, of course, the entry coming in that 4v4 with Newers walking in through study, taking down NJR. Did get traded from Eclipse, but then who was there right afterwards? It was Vertical, who had done the Gara, who jumped in through the 90 window, managed to get the trade in, and then they had site control. Dream, that other study player, was able to walk on in. I like his plant position. He went right in the corner of Aviator in the northeast corner, was able to put the kit down. We did see Canadian swinging that, and I think the idea was that it would be covered from Vertical, who was back behind the bar, was able to get an angle on it. Dream just said, screw it, I'm going to take the gunfight anyways, and worked out for him. Got a lot of damage, got the kill. But ultimately, yeah, that was a really well-rehearsed push from Oxygen. That's something that you just don't see unless a team's at the top of their game when it comes to coordination.
Well, DarkZero's had some good games. They've had some off games. I feel like their consistency has been their biggest issue so far this stage, which is a bit odd because there weren't any real consistency issues with the team when it comes to the Charlotte Major. And furthermore, the one thing that I think is the most damning for DarkZero at this particular moment is that they are the best defending team in the North American League, and they are on the most favorable map for defenders, and they are defending on the most favorable map as the best defending team, and they have a single round. That is the most troubling thing. If the #1 defending team on the #1 defender-sided map, who is currently defending, cannot get more than 1 to 2 rounds on defense, that is a huge loss. And honestly, kudos to OXG for cracking that tough nut.
We've talked a lot on the desk
I thought you were going to say we talk a lot about nuts, and I was like, they're hard to crack.
That they are, but typically the nut talk is saved for after the desk. Typically on the desk, we talk more about DarkZero and their slow starts. They've lost every round one, barring one game. Parker's holding a laugh. Barring one game, which was their most recent win over TSM, they always tend to lose that very first round. So this is no surprise that they've gone down early in this game, but in best of ones, it's very hard for them to pull these back. Canadian hunting for a kill, it's free. Vertical on a drone will find it. That's the Capitao gone. Again, Canadian's been so consistent on these bottom floor roams. And also, I want to say, I called it, Living Room Library.
It's the first time that we're going to see this bomb site. Why not? Go for a Hail Mary. You've already failed at your task of winning the better side, quote unquote. So go to the bomb site that is showing off today. It's its debut. Misplay from Vert, though. That's a lot of utility off the board as Canadian had gotten that pick as you talked about. Capitao down means no smokes, no fire, no displacement as well. When you look at the two panels in the back of Living Room, there's great opportunity to get your smokes down and try to get a plant off. There are no smokes available for OXG. It was all on the shoulders of Vertical. So now that tool is just unavailable. And you've got to imagine, with this being the bomb site, how critical Capitao could have been and how much this will hurt. Oxygen will have to just go for kills now, as utility might not be in their favor. But never mind, sorry. Go for kills is absolutely correct. Dream's in the bomb site. He's got the diffuser. He can go for a plant. But DZ being off-site is gunning down the OXG players. Dream's position given away. They might collapse on him over by Vault. What's he going to do? Out goes a drone. Canadian still off-site. 30 seconds left. DZ know that he's in the middle of the bomb site, but Dream is not getting the diffuser down because there's a lot more work to be done. Laxing, punishing Canadian off-site. They know that the Jaeger is trying to re-enter. Dream will go for a plant. Panba walks on in, being baited perhaps, as he can't control the recoil. Adrenal Surge comes out from OXG. Newers pushes up. Down goes Pamba. It was indeed a bait, so Eclipse will have to drop. Can't get to Dream in time, but he's trapped now inside of the bathroom. Laxing comes in, flushes him out, and it's Hyper in a 1v2. By the door, diffuser miles away. Jiggling back and forth. Two good guns from OXG still up, including the raid boss of Newers. It's Laxing to seal the deal. A big play from OXG, and just like that, the most defender-sided map, well, it's a 5-1 first half for the attackers.
That was another amazing push from Oxygen. What they did there was Fox got a drone right on NJR, who's playing smoke inside of Library. And instead of Fox trying to get in and get this kill for himself, they sent Dream with the defuse kit. Full sent it through the bomb site and found the kill onto NJR, who wasn't even watching at the correct angle. Really well played. The coordination was fantastic. Then they tried to move around and take care of Pamba, who was over by the front door. Now Fox did die to that angle, but again, Dream had control of the site, so he was doing perfectly fine on his own. Meanwhile, we saw Laxing down on the Astro Stairs side of things, cleaning up the roamers, making sure Canadian didn't have any more impact than he already had in that game. Just really well put together push, and I was worried because Auction Esports weren't clearing out the top floor of this bomb site. And typically, when you're attacking on Living Room Library, that's what you do. You take control of Vault, you take control of Aviator Games, and then you've got a pretty free push down to the bottom floor. Auction completely ignored that. They went for a really interesting push. They utilized drones. Dream was bold and got into the sites. I thought that was perfect. Newers maneuvered around the east side of the map very well as well. Just a great push from OXG, and because of it, a 5-1 split, which statistically is hard to come back from.
Very hard. no more nut talk. So we can't talk about tough nuts to crack, no more nuts at all. But this one will indeed be, and I will say it for the final time, this will be a tough nut to crack too. DarkZero will climb up a very steep hill to try and equalize against OXG, who've now positioned themselves in a great spot to not necessarily clinch a Berlin major spot, but pretty much do so.
Realistically, OXG winning this in regulation would be huge for their chances. Not 100%, but it's got to be above 90, I'd have to estimate. OXG looking very good right now for the major. But again, DarkZero known for their excellent attacks, and I think last game we started to see that come back a little bit. We've got the Lion play being pulled off as they try to push forward into the sites, trying to clear out this bottom side as well over by the south. Pamba's inside of the Red Hall in 90. We've got Fox up of the top floor as well, trying to roam about. Eclipse with the defuse kit actually over by Laundry. They're just clearing out roamers at the time being. Oxygen have mostly retreated from their south side roam. They're mostly pushing back towards their own site now, thinking that the Lion charge was enough to scare them off and fall back a little bit.
All right, well, we can talk about strength of schedule later on. OXG does not have a cakewalk, by the way, moving forward. They still have Space Station and XSET, so there is potential that they could lose both of those matchups, but these 3 points in regulation would be a massive cushion. Again, it starts to be less about how well you do and how well your opponents do, because for a team like DarkZero, a loss here still keeps them at 9 points. Parabellum is at 11 points with their victory today, so there's still a chance that they can make it through. But you then need both XSET and Parabellum to not win their games, and that's where it ends up out of your hands. So do or die for both teams. Effectively, OXG, those 3 points would regain the lead. They'd sit at 16. That would be a huge boon for them. Vertical going down first to NJR. Fox answers back. So DarkZero's entry upstairs not working out, but look at this. Pambazu's in the middle of the bomb site and finds 2 big kills. Suddenly, DZ have control. And OXG's off-site players will need to get to the bomb site. Down goes Eclipse. Lion goes out. Fox A still dancing around from above. DZ an advantage. They'll hunt for Fox. For sport. For honor. Whatever you'd like to say. Pambazu, after those 2 kills, has the diffuser in hand. Those were his first 2 kills. Newers wakes it back in, but Canadian is watching. Fox A will need to do even more. And it will indeed be a Fox hunt, as that's a beautiful shot from him on the Canadian. Canadian's not exactly known for their Fox hunting prowess. Fox A will get shot in the back, though, as there's 2 different players from DZ positioned beautifully, one inside a bike and the other sitting on top of the diffuser, and DZ stay alive.
It's crazy what happens when you give a kid an LMG. Pamba switches over to attack, and he is having a party.
Are you saying something about LMGs being
Parker, I think
strong?
I think Finka is a strong operator, and I think that's a big reason why players like Pambazu have been so successful. Not to take away anything from Pamba. Obviously, he's a great player, and he was picked up before LMGs dominated this game. There's a big reason for that, but he has absolutely been utilizing those LMGs to their fullest potential. He's been great there. That's that little push in through the south side. That's the great pushing power that we know from DarkZero that we talked about coming into this game. It may be a super attacker-sided Villa. I know your small sample size stats say otherwise, but I do think that Villa can be a little bit more even when you look at the broader scope of these of the sites that we have inside of Rainbow Six right now. Certainly is defender-sided, but again, in the meta that we're in today and with the teams that we've got playing right now, I definitely do think the attacks have been looking very, very good. So, all in all, big start from Pamba, but there's a long way to go when it's 5-2 on the scoreboard.
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, well, well. Up top to Aviator Games, played so far twice in this matchup, won by the attackers both times. The only bomb site that went in favor of the defense was Trophy, and that's in fact the only successful bomb site and only successful round for the defenders up to this point, which is such an oddity to say, because while we look at small sample sizes for a lot of these maps, Villa has been played the most. It's in a 4-way tie with 5 plays through stage number 2, and it is so decisively defender-sided that having these numbers be flipped on their heads is a bit odd, especially when you look at the operator bans. Thatcher and Flores being banned out should be a boon to the defender. Valkyrie is a pretty typical ban. She gets banned quite frequently here. And Kaid is not enough as well to really tip the favor in this being an attacker-sided Villa. I'm not really sure what we're seeing. Anyway, that said, first minute of action. Nade gets tossed out by Pambazu, does not connect with any target. So, a little bit of utility used.
Jackal from Canadian has been one of his favorite operators here on Villa. It's one that Oxygen banned the last time they were on this map against Team 1, the Charlotte Major. It's obviously been left up now in favor of a Flores ban, another one of Canadian's favorite operators. So we'll see if the Jackal can find any value in clearing out these roaming players. Fox is kind of on that side of the map right now. NJR from the bottom floor trying to work up with Canadian, maybe do some cross-map pinching vertical the other player on this north side in Noir setting, trying to roam around and take down Canadian.
We have indeed traveled back to the 1920s, where we have lost all color in our visuals. There we go. Oh, nope. And, well, they're still red. So this is very Schindler's List-esque, actually, if you've seen that movie. It's all black and white except for the girl in the red coat.
It's true.
This time around, it was the reticle, of course, that was red. Colors return to our screen, as that's a minute off the clock. Nades have been used by DZ to no effect whatsoever. 3 tossed out. 1 still remains in the hands of NJR. There was an EE1D burned earlier on as well by Hyper, and a second will come out. It had found the smoke, if I remember correctly, of Dream early on. DZ now hitting the gas. There they go. Adrenal Surge goes out. Down goes the cam on Astro stairs. But Pambasu's wary of being flanked out. Maybe that was Newer's job. NJR, the very first kill for DarkZero. And oh no, it wasn't intended for him, but Vertical goes down as he rotates back to the bomb site. Foxay now will have to deal with what lies below. That's NJR. DZ staining the walls of Villa with the blood of OXG. Laxing and Dream to clutch. This is a big ask for them. Diffuser still in the hands of Eclipse. Nitro Cell ready for Laxing. Dream in a pivotal position. And he takes down the Diffuser, but he's the only one left, and he knows that. They'll push him from the back. He needs to get that deployable shield, but he can't do it in time. The leader of DZ, Canadian himself, ends up shutting down an opportunity for Dream to clutch, as we've seen before. And DZ have now taken 2 rounds in a row on attack.
A wise man once said, slow and steady wins the race. And DarkZero definitely adhering to that mantra.
Wasn't that a turtle?
Wise,
didn't a turtle say that? A tortoise in the hair?
A wise
the
turtle.
Tortoise in the hair? The tortoise was like, slow and steady wins the race.
DarkZero took 2 minutes, more than 2 minutes to roam clear that north side of the map, but when it finally came through, when the Lion charges happened, when Canadians started pushing through, when NJR and Pamba were pushing through that bottom side, they got so many of those kills. Both the north side roamers falling on the side of Oxygen, plus 1 more, meant that DZ had that control. They had a massive man advantage without losing a single player. They had, I believe it was Hyper, up on the window on the east side looking towards landing to cut off any crossfires or anybody running back to the bomb site. They had Canadian pushing through the master side on Jackal, and then they had Pamba coming up the Astro stairs to clear out those roamers. And that really well coordinated clear of those roamers made it so that DZ won that round. If I was Oxygen, I'm looking back on that, maybe you want your roamers to fall back a little bit earlier. They'd already denied 2 minutes. You don't have to keep playing on that north side if you've already gotten that value. If they'd fallen back, stayed alive a little bit longer, the push for DZ would have been very difficult. But of course they got those man advantages anyways, and we saw DarkZero run away with the round. So I'm telling you, Parker, although it's a 5-1 split, both these teams are so good at attacks, this very well could go to overtime or even 7-5.
And if you look at what happened as well in that first half, while OXG did win 5-1, there were some warning signs. Number one, early leadoff picks that were in favor of DZ through 3 rounds. So 3 rounds DZ had an advantage, and some small thing fell apart. It could have been the mid-round. It could have just been a big clutch moment. It could have been a pretty fast trade back in favor of OXG. But still, it was not as decisive stats-wise when you get into those advanced fancy stats. It was still not as decisive for OXG. OXG was indisputably the better team, and they had some, as you called them, beautiful executes.
I did.
But I mean, it's been closer than the scoreline would suggest. And now with this timeout from OXG, can they right the ship in time? That is going to be the question.
I think Auction took a little bit longer to heat up on their attacks. The ending of that first half was really, really good for OXG. The start definitely was a little bit scrappier, but 5 rounds, they'll be happy with that. DZ have started a lot hotter on their attacks, and they've gotten the undefeated streak to prove it through 2 rounds. They've rocked the Nook now, and this is the operator that we see banned quite often from both these teams. Canadian jumping on it. He has been that flex player from DarkZero who rocked a lot of different operators, bringing it out today here to try to clear over from the south side. And we see a bit of a roam. Fox and Vert both here on the south side in Aviator Games, both retreating as of now. Fox a little bit slower, but he gets out no problems. NJ on the 90 window doesn't catch anything, so everybody's back towards the north side of the map. Everyone's back to site. Laxing below, but ultimately this is a 0 gain roam clear other than time.
And time is exactly what we're looking at right now. Approaching the halfway mark of the round, which means that we're out of discovery. And into the mid-round. Canadian lurking underneath the bomb site with 2 nades in hands. We effectively refer to these as depth charges.
Sure.
Rampy, a fan of the depth charge. Most nade kills in the league right now. They're up against TSM in the next matchup. Canadian has 2 in his pocket. DZ's nades on the 2 rounds that we've seen so far, not as lethal as they could be. And I mean, there's partially some theory to that about drone work, but additionally just common spots being naded too. OXG holding backside of the bomb site, over by Astro, over by Bedroom, but they've got some roamers too, and that's Canadian who's on the hunt. He thinks there's one down in Kitchen, but look at this, almost back-to-back. Canadian and Laxing, but in very different places. The more time that Canadian uses down here, the less is going to be spent on the actual execute. So that's incumbent upon the rest of his team to pull something off.
Laxing bringing the barbed wire instead of the C4 means he's not a crucial must-kill operator down here, but of course if he takes down Canadian and flanks up those Astro stairs, could be a problem late. They're going to be pushing this from landing side though, and with everybody ready and flashes going in, it's not long for the push.
Canadian will check this corner, and it's an easy kill for Laxing. He can head back up Astro. Newers hits his shots as well. A double piece for him playing by the bomb. DZ falling by the wayside. Diffuser not quite within reach. Laxing gets another on the stairs, a fight that he maybe should not have won, and a flawless round could be had by OXG as long as Hyper is unable to drag one down with him. He gets his kill, but it's traded out by Vertical, and OXG secure themselves at least 1 point by picking up their 6th round.
There's something that both analysts who have come on as guests so far in this stage have said to me about Oxygen. Tommy said on the desk that sometimes Vertical bails out Oxygen, and Joe said something similar when he said that, you know, sometimes Oxygen kind of rely on Vertical. I'm going to disagree with both of our former pros and former coaches. I really think Newers is the real deal. Some people say, okay, maybe Oxygen's putting him in positions where he's able to get more kills. But even without an LMG, you saw it in that round. He's playing perfect positions. He's hitting so many great shots, and he talked about in the video prior to this matchup how confident he is. He goes into every gunfight believing he's going to win it, and more often than not, he does. 6-4 since the rehost. I don't recall exactly the stats before rehost, but I promise you he was positive. So ultimately, he's going to have a very good KD after this match ends out, unless things go very, very bad for Oxygen following this. But I just think Newers is such a strong player and has been so good for Oxygen throughout this stage and last stage as well. He's making an extremely strong case for Rookie of the Year this year.
I completely agree. I think that the bigger issues that Newers had was just simply mental, right?
Yes.
He had that lull at the end of stage 1, but he seemed to bounce back mentally for the team during the Charlotte Major, and now his stats so far through stage 2 have been frankly impeccable. And I know that you said, well, he's going to make a good run for Rookie of the Year. Obviously, everybody knows that Troy Canadian is always in the hunt for that. He's looking for Rookie of the Year 7 years in a row.
True.
But I mean, you look at his rating. He's a 1.33.
Yep.
Next was Sweater at 1.23. In terms of KD, he's a plus 33. Next was Gunner at plus 26. In terms of entry, he's not on the list, but that's okay. He's not on the list for cost either. But that doesn't matter because his role, while maybe not main entry, his role on Finca has been better than every other Finca in the league, and I think that's really what needs to be noted. Yeah, I think you can probably admit that Finca is a bit overtuned at the moment, and players excel on her not because of their own skill, but because of the operator. I honestly think Newers is a player who can excel on other roles too, and should something ever change with Finca, it will actually be very entertaining to see how he accomplishes his goals on other operators. Speaking of accomplishing their goals, Foxay gets a kill, immediately peels off. Hyper to walk up next in another challenge, but they don't have any information as to where Foxay is. They want to fight him inside of games? No, they don't. Instead, he'll spray over and do damage to Hyper. Negates the entire Adrenal Surge that had just been used by Panbazoo. It also means that Hyper now, with half of the round to go, has used all of his EE1Ds. I think that's a smart move, given that he could be 1 foot in the grave.
In the first half, we saw Oxygen come against a very similar setup, and what they did is as soon as they saw the Azami, as soon as they saw there was a roam on the south side, they said, screw it, we're not doing this, and then they hit Master. Instead, DarkZero tried to force that south side push. They walked in with a Finca charge, they walked in with a Lion charge, and then they just lost NJR. And it was a really tough gunfight for them to win. Fox abused beautiful swing. Now they've given up and they've gone to this north side push. They're just going to be trying to hit the bomb site, but it's a little too late, right? You've already lost one of your key players, and this is going to be difficult for them to push into the bomb site without that man advantage.
A slew of Capkin traps is the trail for DarkZero to go from bike to Memorial into the bomb site. Watch your ankles, lads, or else they could be removed. From above, Newers doing work with his firearm. Pambazoo wanders in aimlessly, gets gunned down. Eclipse is the next one, who could be fed upon. Newers is having a hell of a game. Hyper goes down. OXG have this one in the bag. At least it sure seems. And in fact, it does. It was almost as if I foretold a prophecy. The final 2 kills come in, and OXG close the door on a DZ comeback. 3 huge points as OXG get back on top. And while they haven't secured a spot to Berlin, it seems like their ticket is in the process of being booked. 3 points, OXG, triumph over DarkZero.
I think it's safe to say Auction Esports are the best looking team in North America right now. Obviously, it's an extremely tight...
physically?
Well, yeah, physically as well. I would say more in the game was what I was talking about.
Oh.
Yeah, but I do think that ultimately, Auction Esports look very good, and it's a tight contest at the top. DarkZero, this is a really tough loss for them. Obviously, with the way things are on the standings right now, they've got another tough game tomorrow. You said, was it XSET coming up next?
I believe so. I mean, they've still got Mirage.
Yes.
Right. DarkZero does end Playday number 9 on Mirage, who should be statistically the weakest opponent, but it's XSET next week.
That'll be very difficult, despite the fact they lost.
And if XSET wins tomorrow, that effectively removes the possibility for DarkZero to make it to the major.
Yeah.
So the defending major champs might not even have, and certainly looks like they won't have, an opportunity to defend their crown. That's tough, but honestly, with how close the NA League has been, honestly, a game or 2 off, that's enough to make it so that you don't get to represent your region at the next major. That's it for game number 4. We've got TSM versus SSG lined up next, but first, a break. We'll come right back.
Time will only tell. You can try me if you want. Life can get real crazy. You can try me if you want. We gon' find out soon. We gon' find out soon. We gon' find out soon. Look me in my eyes. You can try me if you want. We don't got the same drive. You can try me if you want. We gon' find out soon. 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 Look, I'm in a solid state. We ain't got the same drive. I know it's hard for you, these moments make me feel alive. Texas beating, built different like a G5. If I'm not the one, you better doubt the 99. Let me get back. All I do is win, I got dubs in rotation. See that I can lead, I should send the location. Okay, find me on the hill, yeah, no miseducation.
Can I got you feeling wavy? Way too early to be easy. Start a 10 job cause you crazy. Yeah, you back in the game and you don't feel ashamed. Always want me at your party. Like me next to a Bacardi. Cause you know I'm spinning faster than a Harley. Yeah, you're still in the game but you don't feel ashamed. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up your doll in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, but you work for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away. Your illusions, I got no perception. What is real, what's your projection? I make you dizzy in your head, got no protection. You're lost in the game, can't remember your name. Calling on the horn and my ship will come to play. You can get no sleep, stay awake to numb the pain. Make you save your problems for another day. I'm your getaway, but you can get away. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free.
Welcome back, everybody. The Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Your host, Doa, here, along with Caliber, Jacob, and our special guest, Tommy, pro gamer. And guess what? Over in Vegas, we have none other than Newers standing by from Team Oxygen, fresh off, I would say, a dominating win over DarkZero. So, Newers, first question for you. Oxygen, you look like you're headed back to the major. Obviously, it's not 100% decided, but seems like you're on a good trajectory to get there. If you do, you gonna win it?
Yes, I'm so dedicated. I cannot lose the next one. When we lost to Astralis, I put my head down, almost cried. Like, I can't feel that pain again. I have to win the next one, 100%.
All right.
So yeah, how are you feeling today after dropping that the big numbers today?
You know, it's a usual day for me, Tommy. You know that.
You got me next
But
time, huh?
I miss you, Tommy. I miss you.
You got me next time?
Oh, I got you next time. Don't worry.
All right, so DarkZero today, 2 more games over the next couple of play days. I've liked what we've seen from OXG so far, but one thing we've said on the desk a couple of times, and I want to know if this is something you agree with, good at essentially everything, but not spectacular at anything. We usually equate that to like both attack and to defense. What's your opinion on that statement?
I mean, just look at the Wikipedia. That's all I gotta say. But I did hear that before, and I was like, okay, that's kind of absurd because even before I was on the team, OXG gets top 4 every time. But I guess the stats do say like attacks like 4th, 3rd, defense 4th, 3rd. Just depends on the day. Like if we're feeling defense, we're feeling defense. If we're feeling attack, we're feeling attack.
Well, let me follow up on that a little bit before we let you go. So what would you say is Oxygen's #1 strength out of everything, as far as like fighting, attack, defense, executes, plant percentages? What do you think Oxygen is best at in the game of Rainbow Six?
Attacking, definitely. I feel like we're one of the best attacking teams in the league. I don't know who's the best statistically right now, but
sure.
I feel like we are 100%.
What makes
you saw the
you
Bill
think?
attacks today.
What makes you think that? What makes you think the attacks are the best?
I feel like basically just warming up the comms, because like if you go into defense, you basically are just kind of, I wouldn't say lazy, but you just expect more out of a defense and an attack. So if you get a good attacking half, that's usually just how like everything starts.
Okay, all right. So yeah, it kind of helps you get the ball rolling, that mental momentum, as it were. Yeah. All right.
Yes.
Cool. Well, thank you for the insight. Always fun to talk to you. Congrats on the win today. Good luck tomorrow, and good luck with the rest of the run towards Berlin.
Thank you, sir. See you there.
Take care, big dog.
All right. There you go. Newers from Team Oxygen. As Tommy said, putting down the big numbers. 11-5 on the day. A little bit behind Foxa, but still a great showing ahead on Koth, at least ahead on entries anyway. So still, the numbers happening that give them the 7-3 victory over DarkZero. Kind of tragic for DarkZero. It seems like it's going to be very difficult for them to make the major at this point. Obviously, things are not 100% decided yet, but it is going to be unfortunate if we don't see the Charlotte Champs back in the next major.
I mean, honestly, this is the kind of thing that DarkZero, if they were going to lose a game in regulation, it may have been this one. Logic being, OXG were already top 1, 2 in the league. They already had 13 points. It now puts them in, I think, it's back up in first, but if DarkZero had to lose a game, it's this one where OXG are already up at the very top, and they weren't going to be competing with DarkZero for like the 3rd or 4th spot or anything. So it's difficult to find a game that you have to lose, but this is kind of like the last one that you can definitively lose and still think that there's hope for the future.
I think we're kind of getting off track. We got to remember, it's DC. They like to make it hard on themselves.
They do like to make it exciting. That is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, I mean,
boy.
wow.
Okay, so look at this. The minimum threshold for teams to qualify for the Charlotte Major last stage, was 17 points. That was the minimum you had to have. Now, the difference between 4th and 5th was 3 points, because SSG was in 5th place with those 14. So it stands to reason OXG with 1 more point would be totally fine, but because there was that difference, maybe if at 16, if they didn't get any more points, maybe they'd be able to weasel their way in. The minimum threshold, again, was 17 last year, but in the past, we've seen teams qualify for Copa Elite 6 or the European bracket, sometimes with 15 to 14. So if you can get up there, there's still plenty of time, and it's to a point where still SSG themselves have a chance through 3 games left to play.
Yeah, yep, and now you see TSM also going to play soon, and I mean, you never know, they could jump to third spot.
Could happen.
Yeah, you look at DarkZero as well. If they get regulation wins in their last 2 maps of the stage, that would end with them at 15 points. Yep. That might not be enough. But again, with things as close as they are, maybe that threshold comes down a little bit this stage, but remains to be seen. I mean, the only thing we're sure
or it's like
of,
if you don't get 20 points, you're not going. Like that. It's weird how this is getting distributed currently.
I mean, the only thing we can be sure of is what we've been saying the entire time of the stage, is that it really will come down to the final day.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at one round from that last map that stood out. It was round at number 6, and this was one where OXG's entry, especially Dream specifically, kind of baits out the DZ defense and kind of puts things in the Oxygen favor.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see here, you have NJ being occupied with a drone. You guys can see on the left side of the desk. And Dream just enters from Mud. And, NJ's looking at B1 while just Dream comes in. And then look at Dream right now in sight, waiting for his teammates to come. Pamba picks off Fox. And then now you just have Dream waiting. He's not going for playing yet. He's just chilling, just relaxing, waiting for his teammates to regroup. And then, he's just waiting for the perfect opportunity. Newers push into Mud. Takes Mud, they kill Canadian, and then there you go.
Yep, you had to wait for Canadian to get killed from that moment before the rest of OXG could push from that side, which is why Dream is waiting for so long. Almost dies there. Dude, if he dies there, chances are DarkZero actually win the round because he's getting shot presumably from those holes from above, but now it takes a second for the rest of DZ to reposition, try for the retake. OXG have 2 guys watching for flanks, and as nice as the play is there from Eclipse, he's only good for 1, doesn't see laxing back in Mud trying to make the play from the opposite side. So here we find OXG winning the one time we saw anybody play a library defense so far for this entire stage. It's the only time it's been played. It's one that has such a rickety win rate overall. We see almost no one like defend it properly, so to speak. And it's like anytime it does, it's maybe 1 time out of 4, and the other 3 times are just no one really has any proper method of defending it because of all the different ways you can play around it, and it's difficult to also play it vertically because it's not directly above the site. So if you want library, you have to have a very specific plan, and OXG kind of saw through that.
Seems like OXG too now prime position to go out in first here if they can keep the momentum going. Obviously, DZ may be a bit softer opponent than we expected for them, but they really are looking like the team to beat this time around, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, OXG has always been the regional top 4 team. If you guys remember stage 1 of last year, they're also number 1, and then obviously they fell out, but they're still making the majors and such.
Yeah.
But OXG has always been good regionally. It's just always the best of 3s internationally. When they get to the playoffs, they kind of fumble in. But as you could say, that OXG will always be a top 4 team, even going way back to Reciprocity and Cloud9 when they won the DreamHack Montreal.
It's the same kind of vibe. And look at this, dude. This is the same way I had OXG as the favorite to win the Charlotte Major. They were doing something very similar to this, and I thought they were going to do it. And then they get to that one semifinal and it falls apart. But it's still the same lead-in to the major. It's demonstrating the skill, the coordination. They've got everything on lock, and they're not having problems integrating new guys into the lineup because it's producing numbers instantly. So if that keeps on happening, maybe they'll be my major favorites for Berlin, assuming they keep this up for the next 2 games.
They're looking like the total package right now, but can they take that through the rest of the games in the stage? Can they take that to Berlin? We'll have to wait until tomorrow and next week to find out for sure. But you only have a few more minutes to wait before our final map of the day. It's going to be Spacestation Gaming versus TSM. We'll see who takes that. Both teams need the win. Don't go anywhere. Rainbow Six NAL returns right after this.
is really ours. It's time to get the bag, yeah, it's time to get the bag, yeah. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Ask for it, you receive it. Got it locked, put the key in. Got them looking, yeah, they praying. She like, I like what I'm seeing. Now we up, they agreeing. Play full, yeah, we eating. Now you can't ignore this feeling when you got it from him seeing. Why these be your den? Find love, why you cheating? She know that I'm never leaving. They want beef, but they vegan. I don't know why they on that. Get a pack, then I roll that. She got, tell her throw that. Start her on, it's a throwback. Just a straight roll, I don't even pay tolls. The boy a genius and I ain't talking yay though. Been a living legend since I was like a day old. I remember days though, listening to J. Cole. I remember days though, listening to Drake though. Had to up my profile, had to up my payroll. Getting too high, yeah, you know I had to lay low. Getting too fried, eating on some bake though. Yeah, I came through and you know I had to make do. Yeah, I came through and you know I had to make do. Getting all these dollars, yeah, you know I had to make them. Yeah, I came through, yeah, you know I had to make do. Beat by Apollo, stop at New Apollos. Cop a Henny sour and I'm puffing Jack Sour. Yeah, I feel a black power, yeah, this time is really ours. It's time to get the bag, yeah, it's time to get the bag, yeah. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On the mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On the mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it.
I dip in the corner and something imported. I'm copping the land at the sand where the shores. Beautiful women who time in the mirror to show up the shows and see me perform this. Used to ignore me, I'm all the day here, but I used to be timid. I don't know what fear is. Just taught at my dog and he told me he got me. I hopped up the line and went straight to go get it. I got us. Building this up out of mortar and brick. The way that it's going, I don't see it ending. The pigment is tinted. I'm really that. Go figure. I'm tapped into a higher power, feeling bigger than me. It's centering me. My enemy silent. They see that I'm fire. Can't put my energy. I got some real ones on my sideline, abiding by them guidelines. I'm way up near the skyline. You so barely fine, right? Only kings around me, all this go now. Why I shine bright? Yeah, you hella fine, right? Hey, you looking like the wine and dine type. I'm basking in that limelight. Brody, get your chip stack. I'll teach you. I'm the wise guy. I'm getting right back that shit I'm sending out with vibe wise. You know we good on this side.
I feel a black power. Dollars coming, let me see it. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Ask for it, you receive it.
Like glue, the leather stuck on me. I wanna move. And you, yeah, they all want a piece of me. Everyone in the crowd wanna feel it, they wanna be me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rainbow Six Analyst Desk here at the North American League. Doa, Tommy, Jacob with you as we go into our final map of the day. It's going to be Spacestation Gaming taking on TSM. And the weird thing is that with TSM doing so well this stage, you would think they'd be cruising coming into this one. Yeah. But they're coming off of that 3-7 loss to DarkZero because Geometrics was not able to play. Had a bit of a health issue coming up. He's healthy today. He's in the lineup once again, but that loss for TSM really could not have come at a worse time, could it?
It genuinely couldn't have, and this is the time where I would call this the best rivalry that we've had in North America for quite some time, but it's being diminished because both teams are in such a desperate position right now. For TSM, you wouldn't think they're that far behind the curve. And to be fair, they're not. They're only in 6th place and they're only 2 points behind getting into top 4. For Space Station, it is a much different story. If TSM were to get a win, then they get a 69% chance to actually qualify. Nice. And then for Space Station, if they somehow lose and TSM gets that chance, they're down to just 2%.
Yeah. Yep. It's looking grim, you know, for Space Station. If they get a regulation win, they still are going to have a 35% of making chance of making it through. It's 1-3. It's not the end of the world, right? And Space Station, one of those teams that I think a lot of people were surprised to see not at the Charlotte Major. But you know, it seems like a new era in NA. It seems like the best teams are shuffling a little bit right now, and you know, maybe this is just kind of going to be the new normal here.
I mean, for like, I'd say a shuffle is usually only about 2 teams out of what we normally associate to be like a top 4 or top 5.
Extensive this time.
Yeah. This time it's way different. Yeah, I mean, we saw 2 teams get cycled out in Latin America because like W7M qualified, and then like Furia is always in the top mix, but NIP is not there, FaZe isn't there. Kind of the same thing in Europe, where we'll usually see like the same 2 teams qualify for events over and over again, like your BDS will, and then suddenly Heroic comes up, and now they're taking center stage. Same thing here, except we already had a shuffle, and that was when XSET came in. So are TSM and Soniqs actually going to be able to come back and reclaim that glory, or does Parabellum qualify for Berlin?
I mean, we'll find out. Let's see what the tail of the tape has to say about our next series between Space Station and TSM. Again, you know, like on paper, based on what we've seen in Stage 2 here, TSM would be the shoo-in for it. But at the same time, Space Station, we know they've always got that chance to kind of bring things through. There's a lot of good players on that team, even though they haven't done as great this stage. And, you know, maybe you could say this year to a certain extent, although Stage 1 was close. But I feel like when it comes to predictions, people are probably going to lean towards TSM with Gio back in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, TSM has always been a phenomenal team. I think they really like progress and are amazing in best of 3 environments and like, you know, international, because you can see they were really bad Stage 3 of last year, and then guess what? They wouldn't invite. They qualified. They wouldn't invite. So now we have 2 world champions playing each other, and you know, SSG won last stage on Oregon 8-6. Gio not being available last week, TSM lost. So I don't really see that as a big loss at TSM. But for them, you know, having Gachin, they still see that as a loss. So, you know, we'll see what will happen. But I will say, hopefully this game, it won't be 2 ace mains fragging out.
I mean, I'm always down for the shootout. Like, they're fun rounds at least. You like to see something a little bit more strategic. But once in a while, TDM is a fun way to go, right? I mean, it's all I play in Rainbow Six. So it's, you know, so there is that. Here we go. Space Station Gaming versus TSM FTX, 9th versus 6th ranking at the moment. But look at that. First in attack for SSG, 10th in defense.
Yeah.
This team is wild right now.
This was very interesting to discover. Obviously, Space Station are, as of coming into this Playday, we're tied with the Soniqs for who was the best attacking team, but technically they edge it out. But for them to be one of the best, most creative, most innovative teams on one side of the ball and fall as flat as they do on the opposite side is the kind of paradox we don't see from very many teams. Even though we've actually seen DarkZero in a similar position where they're a very good defensive team, but on attack it doesn't qualify, it's not really been to this extent. It's like, why are you so good at half of it, but the other one doesn't seem like it's nearly caught up as much.
Right, it's like the dude who's like really good in fighting games, but he's only good from facing one direction. Like you turn him the other way and he can't get any of the moves to work. Yep, it's rough.
I'm sure that works in your world.
It does, it does.
I'm sure it does.
Playing a lot of that. Yeah,
that's true.
But it remains to be seen if this is something that Space Station can fix in the next 3 maps, right? Because if they're gonna go to the major, they gotta get this solved in a hurry, don't they?
Yeah, everything at this point is a must win, which funnily enough is a term we haven't used very much for many of these games because we know it's always going to come down to the wire. But the time for Space Station at this point is running out. And you're looking at a situation where if you were to lose this game like completely without any points back, your chance is practically nil because of how crazy the competition is in the top 4 currently. I'd say for SSG, guys like Bosco, Fultz, and Rampy, the core 3 have been the ones I've honestly kind of been the most disappointed in. And I don't want to say they're relying on hot and cold flash plays, but it feels like he's been a massive contributor, and guys like Rampy and Fultz have kind of fallen off the mark a little bit, which is weird because this was the best entry duo in the world only like a year and a half ago, and it's a very similar composition, same coaching staff, same mentality, and yet we find ourselves here.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been an issue within, I think, the core itself. Not always, but I think whenever they made the pickup for Hein and then after Nade, I think the roles were changed a lot because at times, we saw Rampy being the best Buck main, best Sledge main, and then now he shares it with Han Cole, and he's on a different role, and then Fultz on a different role. So I feel like there's a lot of role issues. But I mean, their attacks are good. They're ranked #1. So I mean, I can't just say anything and then not have proof to back it up.
No,
you know what I mean?
It's totally true, and I think they've also been a team that's been very fluid and very accepting of attacker repick overall.
Yeah.
But you're still looking at a case where because stuff gets split up, now it's Skies on Sledge, Bosco is looking for ways to innovate as an IGL playing support. I'm not really concerned about those attacks, but what happens on the other side of the ball, to me, doesn't make sense. We credited Hot and Cold as being probably one of the smartest roamers this game has seen in a long time, back when he was in those initial stages of the NAO, when he was on this team after DarkZero, and yet still, what's not working here?
Well, that's the question, right? I think part of it revolves around things that are outside of this team, too. Obviously, sports is never a static thing.
Nope.
Spacestation Gaming may be playing at that same level, but there are other teams in the league that are clearly improving at a rapid rate right now. And sometimes you can be good for a while, and then you just get left behind. Do you think that's maybe a situation here that Spacestation needs to think about? Are they being left behind in comparison to the rest of the league right now?
I think defense-wise, I believe so, because I feel like, I mean, they're ranked 10th, so obviously they're having really bad defense setups and such like that. I think in this day and age, with the attacker repick and such, you're not subject to playing setups anymore. You're subject to playing zones instead of playing this wall or this operator. You got to find out which operator you can play here to help benefit the team, and that's something a lot of teams start to realize later on. So I feel like they're getting the grasp, but I hope they get the grasp sooner than later, because a major is really on the line for them.
Absolutely. Well, on the other side is a team that is no stranger to majors. In fact, they won the 6th Invitational earlier this year. We're talking, of course, about TSM. Again, things were going swimmingly, I feel like, overall in stage #2. Last week was a bit of a misstep. Geometrics unable to play at short notice. Their coach Gotcha subbed in, and Jacob, to say the least, it did not go well.
They would much rather just forget that one ever existed, but here's the problem. That game is still for placement points in an ever-competitive league where even losing 1 point could be the difference between going to a foreign country to compete, which is the reason you play video games professionally, or not doing that and staying in Vegas again, which they don't want to do. And considering the pressure that's already on them, this team just signed a really big contract extension with TSM, and they want to perform. Luckily, they have. You want to know the hill they had to climb over the past couple of months? Not only did they have to really figure out attacker repick and the 3 new maps, which they kind of use stage 1 almost as a primer for how to play those, not only did they have to catch up with what the meta is, they had to exceed the meta in order to have a chance to beat some of these teams that are on a high pedestal, that got a lot of momentum back in stage 1 to even have a chance to compete. So not only did they have to come level with everybody else, they then had to go even further than that. They use stage 1 as a testing ground, and they're doing considerably better. Even if they're not spectacular on either side, they still look like a far more complete package, and that their heart is actually in it. I hate that it took this long to get there, but they still did, and they're not that far off from actually qualifying for the major.
They took their SI break. Time to get serious. Stage 2 is kind of looking like that is that time. In your opinion, Tommy, do you think they have what it takes to make a deep run in Berlin?
Oh, 100%.
If they make it there?
100%. Even though this is going to be biased because Tommy's, TSM, fanboy, or his best friend's on TSM.
All right.
Listen, they put in a lot of work to get here. They went through a lot of issues from the moment they picked up Bolo till now. They had to go. They had so many hills and so many lows. It took them a while. Then bringing on Gotcha, it made it easier for them. Obviously, with his knowledge coming from EG and from a CL team and such. But I just got to talk about Achieve real quick. He's been an amazing person, amazing IGL. Even though he's -10, you got to respect that his entry's +6. So it's something to watch for.
True enough. Got to keep putting up those numbers. They're trying to get to that point anyway. But let's find out where those numbers will be attempted to put up on. It's time to see the maps. That was smooth, wasn't it?
That was
there
great.
we go. No bank, no border.
No bank, no border.
All right, man. Battleground time. Space Station continuing to ban bank. Last time they played it was back last stage. Played Mirage, then tried to play it against Beastcoast and said, "No, let's not do that again." I want a neutral battleground here. I want a map that we've not seen and played very much this stage. There's not that many options for that. Something like a chalet or a club or a theme or something, but I definitely know SSG are not going to, oh sorry, TSM would not be the ones to play theme if that was the case. No cafe, you want to ban that against TSM every time. TSM have not been fans of skyscrapers, so.
TSM is a really good cafe team. Tell me about that. I was 14-0'd by them, so.
That'll happen.
Yeah.
Just tell me we're not going to theme park.
You still have Vietnam flashbacks?
Yeah, it's like you say cafe, I see my teammates screaming, running around.
Don't do it again.
Oh, there we go.
Nope, there's the theme ban. I think for Space Station, if they did that confident in a chalet, then I mean, I don't know.
Is this a 2018? Will we be able to go to a 2018 dub house by Space Station? Will we? I don't know.
It's made its way very far through so far. It's Villa, Oregon, or Club.
Oh.
Maybe in Oregon. Maybe.
In Oregon, I don't know. I think last time they played, SSG won, so I don't think TSM would do it.
True.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Oh no, dude, this was the map. We saw
Dub House.
We saw TSM play this against the Soniqs earlier, and that was where we called their attacking coordination impeccable. They looked like they were so synced, you couldn't break them apart if you physically got between them. They were radiating the kind of energy that meant that they were completely at one another's backs. But for Space Station, we call this dub house because of Space Station. There are numerous examples of them taking this match in clutch moments or in big series, international competition, and this is just their playground.
Yep.
So for both teams, I feel like, hey, why don't we just slug it out for a couple for a couple more rounds and see what happens here?
I like it. I like it. It's a bit of a flex from both sides. TSM saying you can find me in the club, but let's see if we can find our casters and get their predictions for this final map of the day. Obviously, we have Intero and Jesse J. Chick sitting by, not standing by, sitting by comfortably to tell us what they think. TSM, Space Station, what do you think? Gentle Pat.
What do you think, Intero?
I think we're tied.
Oh, son.
Ooh.
I was in the lead literally all stage.
I'm 25%.
Sorry, which one of you picked OXG and which one of you picked DarkZero last time?
Doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Listen,
I picked OXG.
Throughout the
I'm
day,
smarter than him.
Throughout the day, I've had to predict without my typical analyst prep. I've been doing caster prep.
I was gonna say.
A lot different.
That
Doesn't
sounds
really
like an
entail
excuse.
Good. It's not an excuse. It's the truth.
I had to do caster prep. Okay. I know it doesn't sound like an excuse, but
Where's your giant laptop? I feel like you're missing that, and so you're
That's
missing
the thing.
data,
My
right?
laptop's gone. I don't have space on this desk for a laptop, so how am I supposed to make good predictions?
Parker, why did you pick him to fill in again?
they didn't really have options.
List was short.
Last resort.
Good to know. Well, what are the picks going to be? Is it TSM? Is it Space?
I'll go first.
Okay.
So that
all
you
right.
can copy my homework.
I might.
In hopes of you getting a better grade than you've gotten so far today.
It's a reversal. Originally, it was Parker copying Jesse's
correct.
homework. That didn't happen. Now it might be the opposite.
Well, Jesse's a numbers guy, and so here's a number for you. 0, which is what you are through the last 2 matches on predicting correctly. So I'm going to say TSM for this one, and watch as you have no choice but to shamelessly copy me so that you can salvage a bad day.
Caster Jesse is
You're
at
trying to bait me.
0%.
You're trying to bait me so hard. Because you know that SSG is not the safe pick, and I've been going for the off picks all day long. No, if I'm wrong, I'm tanking you with me. TSM as well. We're going TSM.
Mutually assured destruction.
That's the idea.
All right. Well, does the T stand for Titanic? We'll find out.
It stands for
Probably
Thomas.
doesn't. I think it stands for team. Yeah, we'll use it anyway.
Thomas.
Either way, Thomas Solomid. There you go. I don't know.
Ladies.
We're going to check back in with our casters in a little bit for the game itself. But for now, Thomas Jacob, what's it going to be? What the prediction?
Thomas.
What the
prediction?
It's TSM. Thomas Solomid. Simple.
Yeah, it's Thomas Solomid. Pretty sure.
And you're trying to avoid this appearance of bias, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid
now
it.
Your name is Tom Solomid.
Yeah,
You don't have to
Thomas
avoid
Solomid.
anything. You could have been like full on the Mirage train from earlier, and everyone would have been like, "Yeah, Tommy, let's go." But no, I mean, I obviously TSM is the smart pick. Or sorry, TSM is the safe pick, but it also is the smart pick. The two of them are one and the same. That's what I was looking for.
You got there. All right, Tommy, what do you think?
Oh, 100% TSM. And the reason why, is, I'm just telling you, it's just like they're ready. I think they want Berlin.
It's because Achieved paid him for this.
Come on, man.
Well, that's some money has to go to something.
I will say, these guys, you know, their dinners are good. But I will say, Achieved and Geo, obviously Achieved needs to step it up. He's my boy, but he step it up in the kills department, especially on a map like Clubhouse when it comes to TDP a lot on downstairs. But I'm really expecting another big game from Geo because this is where. And infamously, if you guys saw the invite where he entered in through Church Wall and made it an amazing play to win and plant the bomb, I think he's going to do it here again. I think that's his room.
Yeah.
Church is his room.
I just remember that Soniqs game and how good TSM were, and I'm not going to pick against them because of that.
Well, we got the TSM huddle up right there. They're getting serious. But let's find out what the coin has to say. It's going to be heads. Space Station, it's going to be tails. TSM. Do the flip. Oh, I had to reach for that one.
I don't want to see. I don't want to see.
My fingers.
I don't want to see. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared.
It says heads. Head Space Station. The coin going for the counter pick.
Does this mean anything anymore? It's at 41%. It can't climb back.
Yes, it means something because it is a litmus. It is a benchmark. It is the literal coin flip. The force of chance versus our expert analysts and casters.
That's true. You have been saying that. This
ultimately, the results don't matter. It's basically a litmus test to judge everyone else by. That's what you keep in mind, including our fans out there, who of course have chosen on Twitter who they think is going to win. And obviously, as with any fan vote,
it's a Twitter poll.
TSM. Even when you ask if they're going to lose or not, it's TSM.
TSM.
That was the greatest bait and switch ever. Was that Twitter poll?
Well done. Well done.
When does Bullet play again?
Right now. Well, actually, just in a few minutes. We're going to check out the community poll first. What's the question? It is, which team will not make it to Berlin, Space Station or TSM?
You're doing it again. You're doing it again.
That's right. They're going to try to catch them again. And I would love to see that happen because it's hilarious. TSM fans just clicking. Oh, I see TSM. I'll click that one. Ha, fools. Well, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see if TSM can get themselves one step closer to Berlin or if Space Station Gaming will become resurgent here in the end of Stage 2. Don't go anywhere. The NAL returns right after this.
A little bit better going into this stage compared to the last one. We all got some time to kind of reset, kind of reevaluate how we are as a team, how we are individually. It's a good start, but we need to keep this momentum to be in major contention. I think one of the persistent issues that we had last stage was just like our executes. Our executes were kind of a little bit weak. The main thing is like countdowns. Any good player, any good team will really work on a countdown so that we're all on the same page. Because if you say go compared to an exact countdown, you can really get everybody kind of in sync together, and as you guys saw on the blue takes, it storms them throughout the stage. The weeks and weeks of games. Hopefully, we'll just keep ironing out and make the major.
right, it's time for our very final matchup of the day. I'm Intero, and I am joined by Loser Boy. That is correct. Really? You are Loser Boy because you are 0-2 on your predictions so far today, and I am 2-0 in my predictions today, and therefore you are a loser.
This is how you treat a valued guest onto the casting desk.
You work on the analyst desk.
I can make fun
should
of
be
you
better.
Too.
Those are my glasses.
Look at me. Look at me. Oh yeah, I've got a little tablet I can point things and draw things on instead of a cool big laptop from Predator. Ooh. That's what you sound like.
Production says you look like Tom Holland.
That's an attractive man. That's a compliment.
I think that's a compliment. This is a bully-free zone, so while you might be a loser statistically, you're not a loser personally.
Thanks,
or
man.
emotionally.
Appreciate that.
You're a winner. We're all winners here. And we both picked TSM to win this matchup, so we will either both be winners or we will either both be losers. They go up against SSG in today's matchup, and both teams are fighting for their lives because they want to go to Berlin. Who doesn't? Have you actually ever been to Germany before?
I've had layovers in German airports. Does that count?
That absolutely does not count.
Then I've never been to Germany before. So,
I mean, it technically counts because you've technically been in Germany.
I don't count it either. I'll say that. I don't really count that in any way. But SSG definitely...
Just like how you didn't count the 2 matches that you lost today.
Those don't count. I didn't have my laptop for my analyst prep. This one doesn't count either. I hope production heard that because it's how they need to...
Production, you heard that. So this one doesn't count. So by the way, if TSM wins this match, he has already forfeited his points.
Hold up.
So he said this one doesn't count. So if TSM win, everybody gets points except for Jesse. It will be considered a loss.
I think SSG...
Production has agreed.
SSG doesn't... Listen.
Sunk yourself
SSG is motivated because
they're in 9th place.
That's why they're motivated, Parker, because they have a long road ahead of them. They've got a very tough schedule to get out of their 9th place position and shoot for the major. Obviously, coming into today, there were a couple of teams that were like not looking great. They were in the 15 to 25% odds. SSG was one of them. Astralis was one of them. Parabellum was one of them. 2 of those teams have won so far today, PB and Astralis. They've boosted their odds. They're now in pretty decent positions. Not great, but they're like definitely still in the race. SSG, if they can beat out TSM, the world champions, then they will of course also join their fellow league mates in jumping up in the percentage points. It's a very tight race for the top right now.
If Spacestation gets all 3 points, they will have 11 points, which will tie them in 4th place in a 3-way tie between Parabellum, Astralis, and Space Station, which it becomes a mini league where you have to break down which team is actually the better team.
Well, it goes to round differential first.
And then...
So round differential first. And if round diff is also tied, what's round diff looking like right now? SSG minus...
Don't say round diff like you're close friends with it.
What does that even mean?
It's like the kid down the street's name is Jeffrey, but you call him Jeff or Jeffy. And they're like, because we're close friends. It's like, yeah, round diffy.
I am close.
I'm an analyst. I deal in the round diff every day.
I literally am. This is not a mocking point. SSG -2 on round diff. Astralis +3, Parabellum +4. So it's tight on round differential
and
as well.
Depending on what happens in today's matchup, if it is a one-sided stomp, SSG can end up in a tie with one of those 2 teams based on the round differential itself. But obviously, we don't want to wade into that because you have no visual reference point as to what is going on. We will say this, though. Things are starting to spread out in the NAL. As close as they were for a little bit, and teams were within 1 to 2 points of each other from 2nd all the way down to 9th, that is not the case anymore. And there are only 2 play days remaining, as we have harped on in every matchup that you and I have casted, at least so far today, and maybe Stokes and Blue did talk about it too. There comes a point where your fate is no longer in your hands.
Well, it's in their hands now. TSM instantly locking in a Maverick ban coming forward here. This is what they banned the last time they played this map. It was, where was it? For TSM, they played earlier this stage, so they managed to play it against the Soniqs, and they managed to get the win there. Habana then coming in next from SSG, makes 2 hard breachers off of the board. Thatcher's still up, but on Clubhouse, it's actually like not that uncommon, and then Bandit gone. So Thatcher gonna be even more powerful. Now, typically Bandit is the operator that kind of counters Thatcher if you can Bandit trick effectively, but with Bandit up the board, Thatcher is gonna have no problem getting those walls open, but maybe they won't need to. There's no electricity in this game.
Yeah, the power has gone out, apparently, as there's no Bandit and there's no Kaid. So 2 hard breachers off the board, 2 wall denial operators also removed. So say goodbye, so long. This will make the walls a lot easier to open up. I don't even know if teams will want to bring a Mute on some of these bomb sites. Mute obviously has a very high pick rate on most maps, sitting at a pretty respectable prevalency rate when it comes to the North American League, but do you want to bring him on certain club defenses? Is he a stable pick? He is, in fact, the 5th highest prevalency rate at the moment in the North American League with a pick rate of 58%. That is actually the 2nd highest pick rate after Smoke, who's at 60%. So do expect to see a Mute likely upstairs on that gym and bedroom defense, and then of course as well extending over to CCTV and Cash. Those are not going to be the bomb sites that round number 1 is fought on. Instead, on defense for the first 6 rounds, TSM will take us to the basement.
The 2 most popular defensive bans both getting through, Azami and Valkyrie. Azami, interesting on this map. I don't know if I've seen any great Azami positions, but there's always room for innovation. Valkyrie, very good here on Clubhouse. You've seen Merc rocking that operator start. This is an anchor setup, so they're not going to be like roaming like crazy, but they do have some top floor players. As I say that, never mind. It's not a drone denial setup, but it is a bit of a roam setup. Bolo on this top floor, and he's joined by Merc up around the main stairs as well. So they are trying to roam a little bit. They don't have a lot of that drone denial tools. So what SSG want to do here is they want to try to roam, drone out these roamers as fast as they can, and ideally catch them as they escape. And that's exactly what they tried to do for both Gio and Bolo. However, both get away as Bolo sneaks around the corner into blue.
It's a pretty good entry for Space Station to the map as they've cleared utility, they've opened up some of the wall, and now they've flushed out these roamers back to the bomb site, banishing them from holding map control within 45 seconds. Good pace for SSG.
It's fast, but it's like most of the utility TSM are bringing is site utility, right? They're bringing a Maestro, they're bringing in a Rooney, they're bringing Smoke. A lot of the utility that TSM have brought to this defense is based around the site. The roam was kind of just extra, right? The roam was almost biting for a little bit more than they deserved. And the fact that they fell off really quickly doesn't lose them anything, but it just kind of resets us to a default game position. So SSG, not happy, not sad with that, I would say. They would have liked to pick up a couple of kills. That would have been a big advantage, punishing such an aggressive roam from TSM, but since TSM retreated so quickly, that's not going to happen. You see the power of the Valkyrie. Merc on that cam himself and can flank up these stairs. The drone will stop him, so he's going to fall back down, but in theory, if that Valk cam stays up, he could have more opportunities to get kills like that in the future.
Default Nitro cell at the bottom of that landing, leading from bar to the basement, blows up. Nothing wagered, nothing lost really there. Now hot and cold, potentially baiting out a C4 to see if another explosive will be used. You can tell quite a large diversity in that secondary gadget for TSM at the moment, as they've only got the 1 Nitro cell. So while SSG might not know this, we do, and we know that there's no real worry.
It's hard to catch this. They're going to use the utility to clear the Azami gate. The camera, of course, on Skies, but who's going to swing this? Once the wall gets opened, maybe. This wall being opened could actually be a big problem for Skies. If somebody swings out while he's on the camera, they'll know when he's not looking for this direction, and there he is. Ooh, Toxic Babe just forces them back.
And first kill comes to Bolo. Bosco has an answer back inside of Moto, down by Achieved, who pulls out the sidearm for more, looking towards blue. TSM emerging from the first scrap in good shape. SSG answers back, and suddenly their guns are superior. Everybody from TSM gone except for Chala. In a 1v3 with an Alda in hand, an operator well suited for these clutch moments. As he makes his way back towards Church, the diffuser goes down to hot and cold, and it's Skies to stop Chala. It's one appreciation post versus the other. That's Space Station, who comes out on top. First round is theirs, 1-0.
You're seeing the power of the Bandit and Kaid band. That wall getting opened up so quickly, right? They didn't bring the mute, as you talked about at the beginning of that round, which meant that that wall was very easy for Skies to open up. 3 Selma charges, and I was hoping that Valcam could maybe have some impact and stop, not necessarily stop the wall from being open, but turn it against the attackers, right? If they have that intel, maybe they go for some swings, they could take Skies down. But unfortunately, with the Toxic Babe coming out, it just kind of eliminated the potential for that, and then Bolo got in deep, managed to get a kill before getting traded out, open up the can of worms for SSG to start things off with that nice little trade from them. And then following that, the push was pretty clean. So it's going to be a good start from Space Station with both the Bandit and the Kaid taking off the board. I do wonder if this is going to turn to a relatively attacker-sided map.
Not sure. Good speculation to be had, as any could possibly. Azami finally emerges, and Mute, the operator that we talked about in round number 1, also pops up. Gio running with the British information and potential gadget denial operator. As we tend to see on this gym and bedroom bomb site, teams will extend outwards to cache and CCTV to hold those really crucial parts of the map, which denies the opportunity for attackers to easily pinch you. As you can see from this bomb site, that jacuzzi wall is the most crucial component for teams wanting to get into weight room and get a diffuser planted, unless they want to hop in the actual weight room window, which is usually significantly harder to do. Once teams can open up that jacuzzi wall, you as a defender have to rely more on that intermediary part of the map, which is construction. And if you've lost cache CCTV, there's pretty much nowhere for you to go. So the first step for Space Station is open up that CCTV wall that we talked about. That's been done, and they can continue to move in that direction and eventually try to pinch this TSM defense.
A lot of players over on this jacuzzi side. I do wonder if SSG are going to try to full clear cache. I don't think they will. Just based on current positions, they could switch things around and maybe throw Rampy in there late or something. It's Bosco for the opener onto Chala, however. So that's going to be the kill over in Memorial.
It's Logistics.
Logistics? I'm not a caster. I don't have to know these things.
That's okay. We pulled you in reluctantly today. He owed me one. That's why he's here. And that's why you have to take my abuse on this broadcast as well. This is just perverse repayment.
I think it's bullying, but...
Hey, remember when you ordered a wrap from McDonald's with absolutely nothing
Okay,
in it?
I was in Quebec. It was all in French. I didn't know sans meant without. I thought it meant add. So I said sans everything in the wrap, and they delivered a like.
So instead of getting a wrap that you thought would have twice the amount of stuff, you got it with 0.
Well,
for a numbers guy, you would think that addition and subtraction are different things.
Hey, that's a language problem, not a numbers problem.
Okay. Halfway through the round, Space Station still got that first pick. They add to it again, hot and cold, taking out old Geonidas. Yes, he goes by a variety of different names, but it's Geo now, back on the bench after his medical issues prevented him from playing last week. Gotcha stepped in, and TSM did not have the best result. They're not having the best result through the first 2 rounds here either. Bosco's in weight room. Diffuser in hand, could easily go for a plant. Space Station right now, keeping the members of TSM out of the bomb site. Merc the only kill, the Nitro Cell to go out. Diffuser surrendered, will need to be retrieved as Merc gets back to the bomb site, or, never mind. Instead, still playing downstairs. Will SSG have a set of eyes on this? Yes, they will. Hot and cold, a nasty shot. Even though Merc knew where he was, you might know where your fate lies, but fate still comes for you either way. Space Station are up 2-0.
So, I mean, you know, the Valkyrie deny from below worked out. Just nothing else really panned out in TSM's favor. They were spread across that top floor, as we saw. Of course, the one player in the north side of the map going down first, and another player isolated over in the east getting taken down. Not ideal to start things off. It was a 3v5, only 2 players on site. Cleaned up by Space Station. SSG, as the desk talked about, the strongest attacking team in the league right now. The highest attacking win rate sitting at 57%. And TSM, the second lowest defending win rate in the league at 43. Only one team worse than TSM on defenses. It's SSG. When things switch up, maybe we'll see that punish them. But for now, SSG on the favored side, they're looking pretty good. I think the reason why Space Station has been so good at attacks so far this stage is their creativity. I think they were one of the first teams to really start using attacker repick, you know, to their benefit, and they really started getting the most value out of it. Whereas some other teams maybe took a little longer to heat up with it. And the attacks that Space Station Gaming have brought out this stage have been really, really creative, some fast stuff going on, and I think they've done a great job so far adapting to this game, which has a really interesting set of bans you don't see very often.
No, I mean, you don't usually see 2 hard breacher bans followed up immediately by 2 of the electricity boys being banned out, but that's exactly what happened now. You can reference the particular parts of Clubhouse. I know, once again, you love this. You don't need to take such a sigh, all right? Clubhouse has only been played 1 time
so its stats
so
are not
far,
really
so
relevant.
Correct. This is only the second time that this map is being brought out as of the start of today, and the win rate for the defense is quite grim. But again, it's just a single match.
Indeed.
Go back to the Charlotte Major if we really wanted to look at it. But for the defense, they've got work to be done based on matchup number 1. And just like that, Bolo starts things off. Down goes Rampy. First pick breaks in favor of TSM. First round, it was a trade. Both teams got a kill immediately. Second round, it was SSG to lead things off. Third round, it's TSM.
So this is the same setup that TSM were running the last time they were on Church, and last time, like, they didn't really bring any DD, they didn't bring much drone denial. They brought a little bit more achieved on the mute this time around, and it allowed them to get that kill onto Rampy. Not 100% sure on his positioning there, trying to walk into the lounge, just not really finding the angle from the top of red stairs. Ultimately, since this is, again, a bit of a site-focused setup, that one kill on the defenders, like focusing down Rampy, is a huge value pick. It means it's going to be even tougher from SSG, because now not only do they have a numbers disadvantage, but they've got to deal with Evil Eyes in the site. They've got to deal with Valkyrie cams around the site. There's Surya Gates, there's going to be Mute Jammers, there's ADSs, a lot of site utility from TSM. It's going to make it very difficult for Spacestation to have advantage during this push.
Before, there was a Nitro Cell burned a little bit early by TSM. They've still got 2 in their back pocket. 1 goes off. Just as I say that, that's Merc's expended. A second from Achieved is there too. Merc slaughtered from Hot and Cold from above. Not a single death to be had on Hot and Cold's side. That's a nice pick for him.
A bit greedy. I mean, again, you've got a good site utility.
Why is he greedy?
Well, because, like, you don't, I mean, you're already in a man advantage. I get you're a Valkyrie, what else are you going to do? But, like, you've got Evil Eyes in the site, you've got a lot of utility there. I don't know, he dies.
Oh, a Nitro Cell at the bottom of main stairs would be a 3-piece right now. Space Station instead just break into the bomb site. Look at that, they're in. They've got control. They're able to exclude the TSM players from any kind of conversation. Fultz picks up 2 kills. Sky's taken out by Geo, former teammates. Geo, a bit of a missed opportunity. Shaky aim and a sidearm out is all he'll be able to do. Nade goes in and down goes Achieved, leaving Geo in a 1v3. Diffuser almost planted, but Hot and Cold finds that first kill for his team, and then the last kill for his team. SSG, 3-0.
3 players walk down main stairs. They break in through the pulse spot through Ashwall. They manage to get into the Armory bomb site, and they're immediately greeted with a bulletproof camera. It's on. Their info's
Did you call that Ashwall, by the way?
Yeah.
You know, teams also call it Pulse Wall because that's where Pulse
I called it Pulse Spot. Kind of, you know, it's got a lot of names.
It's got a lot of names. Continue onward.
They see a bulletproof camera. It's on. Their intel is all being called, yet it doesn't manage to line up any kills for TSM. You saw that swing from Geo, which sometimes that happens when you're rocking a DMR. You're just not going to hit those shots. You don't really have a lot of leeway when you don't have as many bullets that you could rapidly fire off. Ultimately, he misses those shots. A couple more swings coming through dirt and from around Armory that don't manage to pan out. The intel was there from TSM. They have a lot of advantages. If they just called that a little quicker, if they'd responded a little bit better, if they hadn't missed all their shots, maybe they could have stopped that push, and I think they definitely have the tools to do it with. But SSG, a smart little rush play, clearly catching them off guard, and it works out.
So timeout by TSM, and somewhat strategic, but also I bet motivational as Pojo walks behind them and gives them all fist bumps to keep their heads a little bit level. Finally, we see a cache CCTV defense. In terms of Clubhouse, we did not see that bar stage bomb site show up at all on the one play that we had on Clubhouse, but it did appear quite a lot at the Charlotte Major. And again, you might wonder, why do we keep hearkening back to the good old days of Charlotte, North Carolina? Well, that's because it was the last time that we saw international competition with the full breadth of the map pool that we can then take information off of, because there's only 9 play days for the North American League. And if we want a regional sample, then that's the best way to do it, because trying to pull stats from just APAC or LATAM or EU might not be as relevant.
Yep.
I mean, hell, 2 teams playing on Clubhouse with completely different bans and a completely different style of play might not even be particularly relevant either, but here we are. It's all we really have to go off of.
To add to your point of relevancy, that one game we saw in the NAL was Soniqs TSM, so there was at least a common team there.
So TSM still played off of it before. And to add to your point of relevancy, you fell off plus L plus ratio. So there you go. I like the Azami play already. Oh, no. Bolo gets back in. Nitro Cell gets put out by Rampy. I would have loved to hear Rampy's comms at that exact moment. Space Station, if you were listening to me, release the tape, my friends. I want to hear what Rampy said when Bolo breaks out of secret window and slaughters Rampy. First kill goes to TSM.
Yeah, a big one onto Rampy, certainly a frustrating one as well. We talk about the creativity of SSG's pushes, and the Candelas are getting prepped by Fultz. We might be about to see that. He had it in his hand, he put it back away, so maybe not at this moment. He's going to be coming in through Jacuzzi, trying to clear out these roamers. Geo's over up by the main stairs. Going to be a really annoying thorn in the side of SSG if they choose to push over in the construction side of things. That looks to be where most of their players are. Bosco's kind of on this north side of the map. Going to be repelling up now as we see him hot and cold coming through the dirt as well. Their goal right now is to find Geo and clear him. Ideally, this won't take more than about 45 seconds. But if it takes more, it's okay. It's fine if they can get this kill. Maybe they just go into construction anyways, though.
Fultz also yet to die alongside Hot and Cold. It's a combined 9-0 between these two. Can't say the same for the players of TSM. As you can tell from the deaths, objective play has not exactly been the forte of TSM, or for SSG for that matter. Hot and Cold picks off Geo down below, 1 minute or thereabouts to go in round number 4, and SSG have answered back that early death. They still have the Ying on the board. They love this operator. They love the absolute chaos that a well-tossed Candela and smoke can cause. TSM might be the unfortunate beneficiaries of a Ying push. Nades from below, Hot and Cold is another primed and ready, but none will go off and do any damage. Bolo still playing below. Suddenly, TSM, take out Bosco, take out Hot and Cold. Fultz is the only one that is yet to die in this matchup. Sky's inside of construction. Beheading achieved. One playing panel at the top of red, another will join over in that direction. Here come the Candelas from Fultz. He could go for a plant, or Skies could go for a plant while Fultz covers, but they don't have information. In fact, the two TSM players look to have rotated, and I think SSG are looking in the wrong direction. Bullet Tracers get Sky's attention as one player from TSM heads up the stairs. There's the diffuser in hand, a 3v2 is to be had, but Bolo does Bolo things, and Chala takes out Skies. That's a role reversal from round number 1. Sky's taking out Chala. Chala takes out Skies. Long drawn affair, but finally TSM gets their first round.
A great response to the Candelas that came in through CCTV. We saw TSM playing very passive as those Candelas all came through, and they allowed SSG to gain position. Of course, it was a 2v3 push when those Candelas finally came through. We saw Skies pushing in through construction, and then jumping in the CC window was the Ying. They managed to get like really good spots. They got inside of the site, but everybody on TSM backed up, waited for all 4 of those Candelas to go off, the blinding effects to wear off if it hit anybody, and then they moved back in. They started to push back as a unit, working together in what was really a retake of the cache bomb sites, and they managed to clutch it out successfully. Really nice way to handle that from SSG. I think Spacestation probably wanted to make that push work with a few more players alive. Then they could have spread out around the bomb site a little bit more. They could have pushed deeper to make it so that TSM wasn't as successful when they tried to fall back. But, of course, that's not how things fell down. Bolo getting a kill on the bottom floor, another one dying top, meant that they didn't have a lot of pieces to work with. Nice reaction from TSM to get their first round on the board.
Well, timeout worked, and back downstairs they will go. This bomb site, an experiment for TSM, played now a 3rd time, and both instances not really in their favor for very different reasons, but still, it's been quite lopsided by Space Station, obviously. Space Station have just looked sharper so far. You said on the desk, it was either last week or 2 weeks ago, that you no longer have confidence in Space Station.
Yeah. I mean, they're starting to build it back. Again, this is attack. Fultz not really wanting to build that confidence. Eventually, Rampy goes down as well, so this might be the perfect round to illustrate why the Roamers really, or the Roam Clears is what it is, not having a lot of success against TSM, who have found 1 and 90% of a second kill.
Despite the fact that TSM trail on the actual score, they haven't in First Bloods. They've got 3 of the 5 so far. 1 was a trade, the other went for Space Station. So TSM get an early advantage, but it's all for naught. The advantage might have been squandered now as Chala's been down, finished off by Fultz. Bosco has diffuser in hand. He's planting. By the way, Sky's covering. There's a flash that'll go out. Achieved a shotgun pump to Hot and Cold, but now the timer starts to run. And Skies and Bosco together will need to hold down the fort. It's not working out so well for them, and it's not working out at all. Geo comes back down the main stairs, and 2 players from SSG pulverized from it. That's 2 in a row from TSM, based on the retake. Diffuser deftly handled, and it's Bolo to defuse.
When TSM played this bomb site against the Soniqs earlier on in the NAL, they played it 4 times. They won it just once. This was not a successful bomb site for them. Against SSG, they were struggling as well, but round number 5, they switch up their strategy quite a bit. They're no longer running a bunch of site utility. They switch it to their own. They bring Oryx, they bring Vigils, they're bringing a lot of these really operators that can run around the map and have a huge impact. And SSG tried to take advantage of that by just hitting Armory quickly, getting that kit down. They did both of which, but the retake for the second round in a row really favoring TSMs. Both times they've not been afraid to let SSG into their bomb site. Both times they've punished hard by coming back in, making sure that SSG pay for it by having better positioning and basically doing their own push against their own bomb site. It's been really nice to watch from TSM, and I don't know if this is what they talked about after round 3 when they started to bring things back, but clearly the adaptation to their strats has been working very, very well, and they're on path to make it a 3-3 split.
Suddenly, a much closer matchup on Clubhouse, which had a 25% defender win rate heading into today. What an abysmal showing.
Yeah, and that's mostly just TSM failing to defend against Soniqs. All it is.
I was just doing it to get you mad, that's all, because you'd be like, well, actually, it's not.
I mean, it's kind of relevant here. I don't mind it in this because it was a TSM game. So we can at least look at TSM.
Be consistent in your outrage.
I'm consistent in that. Like, if the one game was like Parabellum versus, like, I don't know, Mirage, like, who cares? That doesn't really affect this game. Those stats don't mean anything. But it was TSM, so it's fine.
I'm sorry. I care about Parabellum and Mirage.
I mean, I do too, but I don't when I'm talking about
about
the stats of TSM's defenses.
Sure thing there,
Thanks, bud.
boy.
Thanks, bud.
Well, very final defense for TSM. Their stats overall looking quite good. Even if they do trail, Spacestation had them on the ropes the first 3 rounds. Timeout seemingly worked, settling TSM down. And as they've been able to find a groove on this side, they're going to lose an opportunity to hang on to it, because they'll move on to attack next. Kiba barriers, reinforcements, and a whole host of bodies are what's currently holding this cache and CCTV portion of the map in favor of TSM. That's where SSG's first attempt to get to the bomb site will come from. They've already opened up the wall leading into CCTV, and with the right amount of drone work and a little bit of gumption, they can begin their assault towards the bomb site.
Cool zombie play. You just give up cash after a little bit, and you use a bunch of Kiba barriers to make it so it's like harder to push through and to clear through that side of the map. I like it. It is a fast retreat out of cash, but you can tell like they didn't really dedicate a lot of resources to it. Most of the resources are back towards the bomb site. They also have ops like Valkyrie and Oryx, who don't necessarily have a lot of on the map resources anyways. Valcams can be kind of hard to spot out, and Oryx just jumps. So, yeah, I like the setup so far from TSM. I like that they're falling off. SSG gained some ground, but it took them 1 minute and 50 seconds. They're still not even really pressuring the site. So I think TSM were in a great spot here, especially if Achieved or their Oryx want to flank.
We see the fabled levitating Miro window right now inside of Logistics in the cubby. That looks into construction. SSG have used explosives to shake them off of that position and can now just continue around it. And that's because you see both the hard and soft destruction. Wary of what might be beneath them, there goes what is either a Nitro Cell or an Impact. I believe there was a Nitro from Bolo, and suddenly Chala's in a very powerful position, but SSG answers back, as does TSM. Bolo finds 2, suddenly. Space Station trail, but they equalize with Hot and Cold's beautiful shot. Merc stops it. And Sky's in a 1v2. He loses out on the Miro window, but manages to take out Geo, and he clutches onto Merc as well. Ice in the veins of SSG, and they deny an even 3-3 first half by knocking TSM off their stride on TSM's final defense. 4-2 for Space Station as they switch sides.
I'd written that round off, but Sky steals it for a Space Station. Man, he's been such a good pickup for Space Station since they brought him in a little while ago. Just slightly mistimed. You saw in the replay from TSM, they tried to peek him together. They tried to do the right thing, but the timing just a split second off, and Sky's punished that so beautifully well. He had a great half, 7-3 as we head into round number 7, matching the scoreline of Hot and Cold. Really nice from them. The other player that I was going to highlight until TSM lost that round was Big Bad Bolo, who ended up having a really bad stage 1. I think the biggest reason, or the biggest player that struggled last stage when TSM had their abysmal first stage of the NAL after SI, but been having a really good stage so far here in stage 2, and this game particularly has been probably his best so far.
The Bulldog,
That's
as
him.
they call them. We got 2 dogs in the lead. We got the Bulldog and we got the Yog Dog. Because he sounds like a bulldog, and then Yog and Dog just rhymes. That's how it works.
Yeah, it works
What was
out.
it that Bolo's stats last stage remind me of this?
Uh-huh.
He was either quite poor on attack or quite poor on defense. One of them he was terrible on.
I believe it was attack. He was really struggling. Maybe it was defense.
Exactly.
No, I think it was
So you don't have any of this information available.
Okay, I have
I'm
it.
not a caster. I don't know the names of these rooms. Okay, so pull up a stat for me. I don't know that either.
I'm getting you your stat. Give me 5 seconds.
Are you doing it on your Acer Predator laptop?
I am. Excel's loading because I have very complicated Excel sheets.
I'm sorry, you can't say the name of the program. Acer Predator pays us, not Excel.
Bolo had the worst defensive rating of any player in the league last stage. He had a .61 CGG rating on defense specifically, was often dying when he was out on the roam. He was getting caught by a lot of clearers. He was trying to work with Merc, trying to work with Achieved, especially earlier on when they were trying to play these theme park setups. It just wasn't really finding very much success for him. So there you go, Parker. There's your stat. Sorry,
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sorry I didn't have last stage pulled up immediately.
Took you a little while, but that's okay. We got there either way. A drone bug is why we are currently in a tech pause. TSM calling for it, so we must reset and then go in, as it's 4-2 in favor of Spacestation for those of you that haven't been following along. For these teams, they are both on the outside of the Berlin Major bubble, and that's the one event upcoming that we will reference time and time again because it is the most pressing, I suppose you could say, event for these teams. Space Station enters the day in 9th place, 2 wins, 2 losses in overtime, 2 losses in regulation.
Yep.
That right there is good for 8 points. The only team below them is Mirage, but because of how tight the NAL has been, a win in regulation for Space Station would push them up to a 3-way tie in 4th place with Parabellum and Astralis. TSM started this match in 6th place with 10 points. A win for them would shoot them up to a tie with the Soniqs in 2nd place. So, ultimately, still quite close for both of these teams.
For sure.
TSM would be firmly in the Berlin Major chase, and then Space Station would be on the bubble.
Space Station, this is a very important game for them, not only because it's so important to get those points on the board, but also because their schedule ahead is tough. They've got Oxygen tomorrow, who we just saw dominate DarkZero. They're looking so good right now. And then they've got Astralis for the final Playday, who have had their stumbles, but I think of recent times, they've actually been looking quite good.
You did it again. You tried to trip up the TSM fans last week by saying, which will TSM lose or whatever it was.
No, they did trip them up last week.
They did successfully trip them up. This time, not so much. Which team will not make it to Berlin? If you happen to be a TSM enjoyer and you can read, then these questions are not a problem for you. But so many fans seem to just see TSM and they can't resist clicking it, even when it means that your team is going to lose a poll.
Well, the North America's favorite team is rocking the newest operator in Rainbow Six, Bolo on the Sens.
Glad you brought that up.
Sens has been played 5 times so far in the NAL, and through those 5 games, they have acquired the lowest win rate of any attacking operator in the entire game. Just 1 round win makes 20%. Sens has not been successful so far in the NAL.
And it's been TSM who keep bringing Sens as well. We've seen Sens be played by TSM on 2 separate occasions. Now it's Bolo to take up the mantle instead of Merc. The first Sens play I think we saw was TSM on Bank, if I remember correctly.
SSG first, then TSM was second.
There you go. See, I am happy to be corrected because you are the numbers guy. That said, the ROU device, which is the little roly-poly that's tossed out, has a mind of its own. Well, you're not going to see it in action, by the way, because down goes Bolo, the very first casualty. It's a cleanup from Merc to at least keep things close. Very first defense starts off quickly as Chala's in the midst of the bomb site with Diffuser down. Here's the coverage. Can they recover in time? Suddenly, SSG are on the wrong side of the aggression from the attackers, and it leaves Skies again to clutch out. Diffuser not down, though. It was close, but Merc silences Skies before anything can happen. The sky is indeed falling. TSM take their first attack.
So that's the second time we've seen Sens win a round in the NAL. The Sens didn't contribute at all, but that still counts for the stats. And
literally could have been any other operator. You could have played Recruit there, and they still would have won the round.
With that nice little win, Sens is no longer statistically the worst operator in the NAL. So congratulations to Sens. Big dub.
many bombs as they can.
That push coming in from TSM, the idea of it was the Sens comes in through blue, right, with a couple of teammates, and then Bolo, was it Merc? It was Merc. Merc sneaks in through dirt on the Glaz and utilizes the fact that Glaz can see through that Sens wall to shut down a bunch of the players inside of Armory. Merc kind of had to work without the wall, but of course Merc still had his own smokes, and of course had that sniper rifle, which did claim the final kill in that round. So the idea of the push didn't really pan out, but still credit to TSM for being able to push all as a unit, get in there, kind of disrupt what SSG were trying to do on that setup, and win the round regardless.
All right. Upstairs to Gym Bedroom, we still have not seen the fabled 4th bomb site emerge. TSM has played Clubhouse both times that this map has been brought to the North American League, and we have not seen bar or stage show up once. That actually happens to be the part of the map that you're looking at on your screen right now. As you got the stock room, then the stage leading into the bar component, stretches all the way over to the billiards table, which is underneath jacuzzi and jacuzzi wall above it. So that said, we'll continue to ride with the 3 most reliable bomb sites. As we talked about when it was TSM on defense, you want to take control of CCTV and cache quite quickly, because once you open up jacuzzi wall over towards weight room and gym, it's very tough for the SSG players to find a safe place to play. They will very quickly lose out on the parts of the map that are friendly to theirs. If you can push them out of cache and CCTV, then you're in great shape.
A lot of weight on the shoulders of Fultz right now. He's either going to get out or he's going to die trying to take a fight. He gets out. And again, there's that Azami used to cover the escape from cache. Azami on this bomb site is proven to be really, really strong in getting players out of cache alive. You saw how they had to rotate to top red, and as soon as they lost red, boop, keep a barrier up. You no longer can get through that that rotate, at least not without a sledgehammer or some form of destruction. And that's beautifully done.
You know, one thing that we didn't really talk about, how Space Station didn't rely on a Finka for most of their executes.
They didn't. You're right.
Finka was absent for Space Station. Instead, they went with a more reliable, familiar composition prior to Finka being the staple that she is for these teams. In fact, achieved running Finka is a bit of a rarity because of how little rounds we've actually seen her be used so far in Clubhouse.
Yeah, it was Rampy who was filling that role of the LMG player. Usually on the Zofia, it's hard to fit in both Finka and Zofia with these bans because SSG were running 2 hard breachers and a Thatcher most rounds, so it's really tough to fit a another LMG into that lineup. So they just had Rampy. Rampy, I believe, had 1 round on Finka, didn't really pan out. So maybe just preferring the stuns of the Zofia, preferring the destruction either way. Not going to opt for that. Operator Achieved instead bringing through with the Finka, and Achieved has tried to flex a little bit more throughout this stage, and he's had pretty decent success. He's previously just been the sledge hard stuck, but this stage has really been widening his horizons.
Hard-pressed to find a better operator to kill on than a Finka. Fultz will take the heat to Merc. That's the first kill of the round, and it comes with 30 seconds to go. That jacuzzi wall still intact, so the challenge for TSM is to funnel through construction and get into the bomb site, and it isn't really working out so well. Beautiful double piece from Bosco as that Nitro self finds 2, leaving Achieved and Geo as the 2 men standing from TSM. Down goes Fultz, so TSM are keeping the numbers close. They've got more work to be done. Geo shrugging off a shotgun blast over towards the stairs. He's their last hope as Achieved is removed from the round, and with 7 seconds left, Geo's not able to get a single kill nor get the diffuser down. Skies again gets the exit kill for his team, and that will be it. The very first round that goes into the column of SSG on defense.
Sky's got the finisher, but I would argue Bosco was the MVP of that round for Space Station. That C4 into logistics, I've heard it's called, was crucial. In
who told you that?
I think Jacob.
Somebody smart and handsome.
Jacob probably, yeah.
So not
I
smart
agree.
and handsome.
We saw the C4 go through into Logi and take down 2 of the 3 players.
He's probably fuming at that. I'm kidding, Jacob.
No, we saw Jacob's a beautiful and smart man. That's why he's on the desk. But we saw the 3 players in Logi. 2 of them fell to that C4, and we've seen a lot of pushes throughout this game come from that side of the map. Not a lot of players choosing to push in through Jacuzzi, which is kind of where you see the other style of push onto Gym Bedroom come through. But a lot of these teams so far today have been favoring the Logi push instead. And so that C4 had the value. And we've talked about how important the mute is when both Kaid and a Bandit are banned out. Hasn't been like insane in stopping walls from being opened. Mute never really has that type of power, and I think the effect of the bans here with both Kaid and Bandit being taken to the board has really shown itself because walls have been opened up so quickly. You'll probably see it again this round with that CCTV wall being opened quite quickly. But yeah, it's nice that we see SSG bringing that operator a little bit, and who better than Bosco to rock the SMG-11.
Well, CCTV cache. I'm just, at this point, just praying for a bar stage defense.
It's not going to happen. That site's bad.
I will say this. The 5-3 score line is obviously close. It's not as close as it could be, but this has been a much closer matchup than you might think from these numbers. I've really liked some of the rounds from TSM. I've really liked some of the rounds from SSG. And the way that they have changed up the pace and the tempo, that was one thing that SSG, I thought, thrived in, was the chaos that they could cause by being very quick to get to the bomb site, but then also taking their time, isolating the TSM players, and then pulling off and execute. TSM tried that right away. First round, they were in the bomb site, lickety-split. A minute in, they're in the bomb site trying to get the diffuser down. SSG almost rebuffed it, didn't work out. But then the next round, TSM were a bit slower, maybe a bit too slow, but still, again, change up the tempo, try to control the pace of the game, don't let your opponent get too settled in.
Currently nobody actually in the bomb site. Skies changes that and Bosco does as well, as they both run in through construction. They were quite extended. There was a potential for maybe somebody running in like red or something, but TSM didn't have that intel, so it really wasn't a risk. I like that SSG were willing to spread themselves out throughout this map. They've got faults, of course, down in the basement. They've got a heavy construction, kind of master side extension as well. Then hot and cold, of course, over on rafters. They've pulled that construction pressure back, allowed Volo into their bomb site, or at least into construction, and now we're going to see TSM start to finally work on this execute.
I just want to say before we get into the cut and thrust of this round, if you play Valkyrie on this map and you are looking for great Valk spots with those black eye cams, that ceiling inside of construction is perfect for you to just put a cam in a position where they will never see, and it will have a very narrow view of where you're getting pushed from. It's a great spot. And speaking of construction, Bosco is being watched quite intently by numerous players from TSM as the bomb site is within their grasp. Just a couple steps away from being able to get the diffuser planted, shepherded in by Chala, but the rest of TSM will have to follow and cover effectively. The hop out from Fultz is about a second too late now as we hit the final 40 seconds. And they know he's down below. They've isolated him, but they can't do much. They just have to wait. That puts Geo on permanent flank watch. NA not as keen to flank as other regions, but still, it is Geo's attention somewhere else. The rest of his team will need to clean up the kills. You start with hot and cold, first to fall. TSM have all 5, SSG, still, Bosco and Fultz low on HP, Rampy down. Things are not looking good for Spacestation as Geo gets Fultz achieved, taking out Rampy. Chala in the midst of the bomb site, and it could be flawless unless Skies can stop this in its tracks. There goes a Nitro Cell, but it won't connect. Geo gets yet another. TSM keep this one close, and they win that round flawlessly.
Achieve's got to be playing the Finka more often. Merc was rocking the sledge that round, typically Achieve's favorite operator, and Achieve walks in through the breach and platform wall, gets the rafters player, swings in, gets a player at the top of red stairs, goes down red stairs, and gets another player who's about midway point on the red stairs. Really nicely done from Achieve to get 3 big kills as they're executing onto that bomb site. And you love to see it. Again, this is the flexibility that TSM have been playing around with this year. It's really been something that they've been working on. Achieve has talked in the past about how he will initially pick Glaz, and then the fact that he's on kind of a bad operator, an operator that he's usually not actually wanting to play, it kind of forces him to remember to switch things up, to play a different operator, and to you know, bring something else onto the field. Because if he forgets to change his operator, if he doesn't change to something that he's more used to playing, well, then he's going to be stuck on Glaz. And maybe that's the play, but without an Azami on the board, or sorry, without a Sens on the board here for TSM, I think it's likely that Achieve switches off, and there he goes, picking up the Finka. So just what I asked for.
You called it correctly. Say, play more of that, please.
And there he goes.
Your prayers immediately answered. Again, I don't know if he can hear
Never mind.
or not.
Never mind. Attacker repick baits us all. He goes back to the operator he always plays.
You lose it. What a bummer.
Oh well, that happens.
Anyway. Downstairs to church. Again, you said the bomb site was awful.
No, I said bar was awful.
No middle floor. I was just...
Oh, okay.
Let me finish before you jump in.
Usually you're trying to insult me, so I gotta, you know, I gotta be quick with that.
Oh my goodness, you're such a victim.
When you're on the cast, yeah.
That's it. You're a good Albertan. You're always the victim. That's how it works, isn't it?
Okay.
The rest of Canada's out to get me. You Torontonians.
That's a good point.
There's a Selma charge used on the CCTV wall. A nade from Rampy will answer it, and only a small window into that part of the map is accomplished by TSM. as they lose one of their hard breach gadgets. TSM are in the building, though, so that's some progress that's been made. Still in the discovery phase, and they will determine the location of that Azami of Rampy that we talked about. Bolo almost gets baited into a kill inside of construction. There's a drone to go with him, but they will run headfirst into a mute jammer, and Bosco can still hold this spot. It's a pre-fire from Bolo. He doesn't often lose those, and he doesn't indeed. Again, TSM with the opening pick.
Opening pick has been really good for Rampy in particular on SSG. Of course, not the one engaged this time. Bosco usually more of an anchor. Bolo looking for a second. The Azami up here on Rafters is the player that's been in the most opening engagements for SSG. He's been the most successful as well. Not quite taking this gunfight just yet so far, though. Rampy 13-7 on entry, second highest in the league. Lots of those coming on attack. Ooh. Almost a kill and followed up by Achieve. Faults goes down, and there's another Merc finding a final, and it's 1v5. Parker, this is going to be tough.
This is going to be tough. Is absolutely correct. Another flawless round shaping up for TSM, unless Skies has something to say about this. He's been put in these unwinnable situations often because of the rules that he plays, but he does tend to excel in them. Both he and Bosco have so many clutches that you can never really count them out. I guess against maybe 5 players of TSM, the odds are in TSM's favor. We can put it that way. Skies gets a single kill, flawless denied. It's on to Bolo. That's the thanks that Bolo gets for the earlier entry. Another to be found. There it is. Ring around the rosy. Back into church. Sidearm out. Wary of what might be coming from behind him. There goes an exothermic charge. Skies has an idea that there one might be at the bottom of main stairs. A second will join, but Skies is looking at the ankles. He knows he's there. Good patience. Waiting for yet another, but he loses out to Chala. A great attempt from Skies, but TSM just could overpower you with the sheer volume of players they had left. TSM have lost their lead, and they burn their timeout now to try and keep things cool as TSM are gaining momentum.
All right, I get it's a 1v5, but TSM could have played that a lot better. They had 7 drones that had yet to be destroyed, a couple of them in dead players' pockets, but like, you have time on the clock, you have the resources to find Skies, and still felt like an entire clutch, they had no idea where Skies was. Skies was a ghost as he moved throughout that bottom floor, found 2 big kills with a shotgun. I love the way he used the soft destruction to be able to get a couple of kills into blue. It was almost a third main stairs, just not quite there. And we're in a tie game, 5-5 Spacestation TSM. How much better could it get? I'm excited, Parker. I think we're headed towards an overtime with both teams looking so good in their executes, with both teams looking, I think, solid in their defenses. I think particularly the Azami usage has been really cool to see from both squads on defense. This has been a fantastic game so far. I'm very pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, it really has been, and it hasn't been characterized by bad play or missteps. These teams have obviously made mistakes. Every team at this level is going to. It's not perfect Siege, but it's really entertaining, and it's, like I said, the tempo and the pace of these teams have tried to establish leads each round to be different from the next. Their takes upstairs might look a little routine. Yeah, if you're taking gym and bedroom, you're going to want to open up that CCTV wall. Yeah, if you're taking CCTV and cash, you might want to open up the jacuzzi wall. That stuff's pretty similar. But the roams that we've seen from both of these teams have necessitated the attackers to enter in different ways. And they've taken gunfights and they've taken engagements in manners that are diverse enough to make every single round feel completely different. So I suspect that we're going to see that again. We've seen a couple rounds where the attackers have gotten into the bomb site very fast. Spacestation did it on their attack. TSM did it too. Originally, there was a blitz showing for TSM. I don't know if they were thinking maybe a rush strat, but they go with something a bit more reliable. Again, though, Finka has not been really all that impactful for either of these teams, and her pick rate so far through this matchup has been quite low, which is always an interesting thing to note.
I think it's just how Clubhouse works. Like, you need so many things on attack. You need Thatcher, you need Hard Breach, you need, I guess, Flores in this case for TSM. They're going to value it here, which is fair enough. You do need Sledge on the majority of bomb sites as well. So it's very tough for sure to fit a Finka in many times. This round will not be one where we find a Finka. It's a bit of a roam from SSG. They haven't brought a ton of drone denial. They do have Bosco in the mute, but mostly they've brought site utilities. Sky's on that alibi. It might be the only one who's really looking to run around and cause some havoc on the roam. He's actually fallen back to site already. Started on the top floor, but very quickly retreats back into Armory. So not going to be any engagements early on here. They're going to forfeit that top floor to TSM. They've got a Sledge up there who can start working on these floorboards. They've got a Flores as well who can start sending some drones downstairs and hopefully start working towards this execute.
Halfway point through the round coming up.
Yep.
TSM in that bar stage area. 2 hard breach to their name. They're 2 common hard breach and the only 2 that are available. We did see a bit of flirtation with that Sens coming in with the secondary hard breach gadget. Buck can bring it, Ying can bring it, but that's not really what either team wants at the moment. Instead, they're just going to go with the more reliable hard breachers, which does kind of limit your flexibility, frankly. Like, you could very easily bring a Buck or a Ying if you want to hit some of these bomb sites in a certain way with that can opener to get the hatches open. There's no Kaid. You don't need to use an exothermic charge to open up those hatches when a secondary hard breach gadget will do.
In a 5-5 game, we're seeing SSG play very safe. They don't want to take these fights when they don't have to. We saw faults on the smoke at the top of those blue stairs, backed off, had Rampy to cover him on the retreat. They're all back in sight now. TSM are going to send 1 towards the main stairs. They've got a lot over by blue as well. Toxic Babes start to slow this down. Moto is opened up. There's many different angles they could go through as the wall starts to get opened.
And I mean, some of the Selma charges aren't as effective as they probably would have liked on TSM's side of things. Geo is not going to be too happy about that one. And he's choked out by the toxic gas at the bottom of main stairs. He's still got 1 Selma that's now been thrown out. Could we see Hot and Cold lose a little bit more of his protection? First kill goes to Spacestation. They need to stop this bleeding because TSM has picked up momentum, and like that, they're picking up even more. Steamrolling Spacestation. It's Skies again to clutch. How can he pull this off? Merc has been down. It's achieved, and Chala's the only 2 members up, and Chala's getting the diffuser down. Suddenly, he walks right in. Skies has such a good thing going, but achieved is a party pooper and spoils SSG's chance of doing anything right. Oh, what a heartbreaking round.
Maybe if you're SSG, TSM didn't look too heartbroken.
It's a heartbreaking round because I want a clutch. I just want it so bad. We haven't really seen it. I wanted to see a clutch. I don't care if it's TSM. I don't care if it's Space Station. Just give me a clutch.
I want to give a lot of credit to Merc in that round.
Give the credit to Merc.
Merc walked down blue alongside Bolo, and Bolo's the first one in. Bolo ends up dying in blue to a player around blue and Armory. Now, Merc is able to clean that one up, but there's another player in Armory really threatening Merc. Despite looking at that player and Merc getting that kill onto the player inside of Armory, Merc focuses in towards Church and gets a player that was trying to contest over towards Moto. Then he flicks back around and gets the trade. Gets downed himself, but also gets a kill onto the 3rd player that was challenging him over by blue. I thought it was a really, really smart play from Merc. Little risky because he could have gotten shot at any point in time from that guy in Armory, but the target focus from Merc works out for him. Ends up being 5-2 post-rehost, and really did find a ton of value for his team clutching up in the end there. And because of it, TSM guarantee themselves 1 point. Overtime, as you've said a couple of times, Parker, is not really good for anybody, which means Space Station Gaming, 3 points off the table. This is a really bad scenario for them. They needed that round.
They absolutely did, and the fact that SSG's ceiling now is 2 points, I think they've got to be very cognizant of the fact that their chances of going to Europe, as some of our European colleagues would have said back in the day, as unfortunately
Which colleagues?
dried up.
Which European colleagues?
I was thinking BK201 actually. He used to say
Okay.
He's from Germany.
It's a throwback. Fair.
He's still lurking.
We have the bomb
BK
set.
is always watching.
We have the bomb set that I don't like, and you do.
I know.
I think the site is bad. I think you just take the top floor. It's harder to hold than, like, say, if you're holding CCTV cache. And once the top floor is controlled, going in for a stock execute, it's harder than it was, but it's still relatively simple. There's also an angle if you want to take him through Strip Club. That's absolutely a viable take as well. Rampy, I think, on the Azami is going to be really crucial on this top floor. You see the Yokai drones from Faults helping him out.
Did he just see the drone go scooting?
That was the Yokai. That was the Yokai.
Oh, that was the Yokai.
Yeah,
I saw that for a second. I was like, what the?
No.
I was like, are my eyes deceiving me? The answer is yes.
He's got the intel to help him out here and to make him survive as long as possible. I would say he needs to get a kill. If he doesn't waste a ton of time or get a kill or two, then it's going to be tough for SSG to continue to hold this top floor.
There's an alibi Prisma that's been thrown outside that will continue to show up, that TSM will see as an enemy has been detected, which means that it allows you to jump out a lot easier on because it will be revealed already due to that Prisma being out there. We've seen this a couple times. I think DZ was the first team that started using it. I want to say back on Border way back in the day, but I might be mistaken. Either way, just a little bit of a cheeky strategy. You have to be wary of that strip club jump out. That's what'll get you, and that's exactly where somebody from Spacestation could strike. TSM now, well, the clutch master himself, who's been the last alive for Spacestation time and time again, will not be in that position this time. Bosco, as well, a similar circumstance, but fate does not befall him well, and he's gone. TSM have an advantage. They've done an extensive amount of damage to Rampy. Adrenal Surge will keep everybody back up. Finka comes out when TSM needs it the most. No healing potential for Space Station. They still have those Yokais. Whereabouts unknown, though.
I said that we need to see Rampy get a kill. He did get one, equalizing from Hot and Cold.
Merc down for the count. So there goes the Finka, as we talked about. Yokai's still up. 30 seconds left. This is where those Yokais become particularly crucial. They can deny you a plant and knock your opponent off. You see the alibi of Hot and Cold still lurking. TSM, they need to go quickly because they've only got 15 seconds left. And Chala will drop onto the stage. He absorbs a ton of damage from Rampy, finds safe shelter, and will instead go for the defuse. Fultz running back up top. Is somebody from TSM positioned to greet them? There's Achieved for one. Fultz cannot be outmuscled. Bolo to the rescue. Hot and Cold in the midst of the site. They call him Fraud and Cold, but he's on the diffuser. And Achieved has been downed. So just like that, Hotton can secure. Wow. What a re-entry for Space Station. We have our first match of overtime today.
You thought that was gonna go the way of TSM. It's never a good sign when an Echo is sprinting through the bomb site as a plant is going down. That means that all of his gadgets, all of his utility have been destroyed. He can't deny that kit with the Yokai drones. He got shut down pretty nicely, Fultz did, but the big clutch coming through from Hot and Cold. And you said you wanted a clutch, Parker. You said you wanted to see somebody pop off.
I said I wanted the clutch. I said, you know what? That round really just gave me everything I wanted. I wanted a clutch. I didn't care which team it was. And I wanted a bar stage defense, and I got both of them at the same time.
And I wanted bar stage to lose, so we're both happy.
Well, I mean, I don't care if you're happy. That's actually a loss for me. But
well, I was trying to make a sweet moment.
Thanks, man. You know we get to do this again tomorrow.
Please no. Please no. Oh boy.
You can thank Nick for that one.
Thanks, Pengu. Please come back. I don't want to be here anymore. But actually I do, because it's been a really fun game so far. I think both SSG and TSM are showing each other a lot of respect. We see SSG playing pretty passive on their defenses, not wanting to take really aggressive, kind of risky fights on their roams, and TSM as well. When you watch that round, they were very slow to clear that top floor because they didn't want to just run in and get gunned down by Rampy. They were really respectful in the way they were clearing out Rampy and Bosco top floor. They managed to trade 1-for-1 top floor, and then of course that big kill on Disguise down in the basement was also quite helpful for advancing their numbers advantage. And that's what you want to see from two top teams. Even if these are not the squads that we are seeing currently in the top four, currently close to being locked in for Berlin, these are still teams that have dominated North America for a very long time. They're still extremely competent squads, and they've got a lot of history behind them. So, of course, you're always going to see that respect.
I like that you mentioned that they've been paying respect to each other, because it is very common for one of these teams, or just any team rather, not SSG or TSM in particular, to just kind of let up in one round and not troll, but just not be as careful as you need to be. And I don't think either team has made any real boneheaded plays in this particular matchup. They have played at a very high level and have done so because they know that there's a lot on the line for them and for their adversary. So you gotta give props where props are due. We do tend to spend a lot of time dwelling on what went wrong, and I'm glad that both of these teams have highlighted what can go right in so many of these rounds, and it's been nice to be able to pick up on that.
Once again, we're seeing the exact same gym hold with the cache extension utilized with the Izami. Hot and Cold playing this operator right now, and I just think it's so good. This angle that he's created onto the breach, it's very effective. Achieved, however, has a crossfire. If he tries to retreat back into construction, Achieved, in theory, should catch it. Nade goes through, doesn't land. There's a Wamai in there, so those nades unlikely to find anything. With the wall being breached open, they have the opportunity to maybe get a good angle. Hot runs back, and again, it's the Izami barricades. These are being so effective to cover the retreats of these roamers who are playing instead of cache, delay that time, throw it on rotate, throw it on walls, throw it on doorways. It doesn't matter. It's going to slow down the defenders and keep you safe as you retreat. I love Izami on Gym Bedroom.
Wow, you just had to fit that in there at the end.
I think it's great. I think both teams have really shown how good Azami is on this bomb site for...
Oh no, did Fultz throw the magnet and it immediately got blown up by the Rotero drone? I think it just not ideal timing. The playmaking potential of Azami is huge. Yes, she might be a very strong operator, but there's no doubting what she brings in terms of site reconstruction and the ability to extend off the site too, as most teams don't actually like using her in the actual bomb site. So if you can extend your position and create a much larger bomb site, obstacles that the attackers need to overcome, then you're in great shape, just as TSM is. They get the first pick on the hot and cold. 30 seconds remaining. TSM were not able to seal the deal in regulation. Spacestation stopped them with hot and cold's miraculous clutch in the previous round. So now TSM, with the numbers advantage, need to pinpoint the remaining players from Space Station. And there's one to fall. Sky's down for the count. First player for TSM to hit the mat is Merc as the diffuser gets planted by Chala. Bosco, with a nitro cell in hand, can stop this at the last second, but he misses out. Chala off the diffuse, back on he goes, and there's nothing Bosco can do. They'll bring the fight to him as Geo drops, but Bolo's there for insurance on the stairs, and TSM go back to match point.
Really nice take, all flooding into the bomb site together. Not a ton of utility to really help out with that anchor play coming through. We did see Toxic Babes, and it did force TSM to run through some of that toxic smoke, but they just did so anyways. The window play from Merc was fantastic on the south side to get a couple of kills and then vault on in, have more impact there. There was there were deployable shields and such inside the bomb site, but we didn't see anybody playing behind them. A lot of the operators that they brought, like a Warden, just didn't really find a whole lot of value in the utility that they bring. It wasn't really an attack that was focused on smokes or flashes. Really, it was more of a flood, take those gunfights, and we just didn't see SSG having the same firepower to stop TSM from flooding in there. So nicely done, despite the fact that Azami was used beautifully over in the cache side. If you can't hold down the bomb site when the push comes through, it doesn't really matter.
TSM now move to defense. If you want to go back to TSM's defensive stead, you got to go back to the first 6 rounds. TSM got blown out in rounds 1 through 3. They went to church downstairs twice, didn't work. They went to gym bedroom upstairs, didn't work. Space Station seemed like the superior of the two teams very quickly. But then TSM took a timeout and everything started to break in their favor. The next 3 rounds, they get the opening pick, and then they get rounds 4 and 5, ultimately losing Jim in heartbreaking fashion. So while this is a very attacker-favored clubhouse, and that holds true with what we saw in the very first round of OT where TSM took the attacking round, there's still some promising signs for both of these teams on defense. Not all hope is lost. The only concern I have is that TSM are 1 and 2 on this bomb site. We're going to need to see more of round number 5, which TSM won on Church. Then we're going to see out of rounds 1 and 3 if TSM want to lock this up in 2 rounds of OT.
And the 1 round TSM won, it was a really heavy roam strat, and then SSG, they kind of hit armor kind of quick, and TSM won it in a retake. So it wasn't even like a dominant winning it early. They had to come back into the bomb site, retake control of the site. They've once again brought a really heavy roam combo, and the first kill goes to Merc running on that Oryx. There's no better roaming operator than Oryx, or at least no operator that is so committed to the roam as Oryx is. And he finds hot and cold. The sledge going down on this bomb site, especially when there's no buck and play, is huge.
Really, really is. Hot and cold was also an integral part of Space Station's executes onto that church bomb site, because not only do you need sledge to tear open the floor, but Hotton could then sit in kitchen and patrol those openings.
No more nades as well, as everybody else falls off. Even if Rampier Faults had brought nades, they're both dead now thanks to Geo and Shala.
They're in on the action. Space Station have watched as they stormed back in that final round again. Hot and Cold's clutch was phenomenal, but it looks like all the good luck has run out. Bosco and Skies as the 2 hard breachers, the support-oriented players, and look at Merc. What an end that is. They're both on drones, and Merc is completely invisible. TSM seal the deal in overtime, 8-6. They don't get all 3 points, but ultimately they still get the victory, and sometimes they matter.
And TSM will get more value out of those 2 points than Space Station would have anyways, because TSM are a bit higher up in the standings. Parker, you can explain to me, or maybe the desk can, who actually is ahead of, or where their actual placement is currently in the leaderboard. But with those 2 points, their hopes definitely stay alive. Their odds going to be decent enough as they head into their final 2 playdays. TSM looking very good and feeling good too.
Well, for TSM, a big win. I mean, again, going to overtime is not the result that either of these teams wanted. You're at a point now with the standings being the way they are. You got to pick up these points in regulation. That's just how it works. Space Station still get a point to their names, so they will at least get out of the position that they're in. But they can't be happy with that result at all. And again, it looks like it's going to be another major that Space Station just are not able to get it done and be a part of.
It's unfortunate for Space Station because they've been at the top for so long, right? They were always North America's top team. They won the 6th Invitational at one point. So for them to miss back-to-back majors would be a big hit to them. You got to wonder, is it time to bring in some new bloods? Not questions for me to answer.
Absolutely not. That's for the team to decide because we don't know what's going on behind the scenes at all. All we can do is speculate. And for Space Station, I think it's safe to say that this has been a disappointing stage for them. It's been a disappointing year for them as well. And they've got some things to figure out. They're not completely out of the running yet, but the likelihood of them making it is not great. So that's it for our 5 matches. We got the desk to send us off, but before we get there, a short break. We'll come back in just a moment.
Don't give up on me, yeah. Don't give up on me, yeah.
Rainbow Six North American League analyst desk. That's right, back Doa, Jacob, Tommy here with you. And over in Vegas is Achieved from Team TSM. That's right, so Achieved, you got the win today. It was, what? Was it? It's Achieved. I don't know. Don't mess me up.
I didn't say anything.
Everything's fine. You got the win, 8-6 over your opponents, over SSG. Obviously, it wasn't the win you wanted, but you got it done in the end. Like, what are the comms like when it comes down to those overtime scenarios? Like, who's doing most of the talking? How are you organizing things there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think the comms changed too much between like overtime and like, just the regular rounds, I guess. So, I mean, it's pretty much the same as usual. Merc's calling. I'm helping out a lot with adaptations and stuff like that. Chala helps call the execute, so does Gio. I mean, pretty much, everyone just doing the usual thing. If they see opportunities, calling out, just looking at these avenues that we can take, and basically just the same as usual.
All right.
How's it going, Matt? I mean, I hope you remember me.
Hello, Tommy.
How's it been?
Good to see you. Good to see you.
How's it been?
I hope you remember me.
Good.
So Master Kim's tonight, huh? Like there
Master
you
Kim,
go. So obviously, like I was really hoping for you to do good today, and you did, especially on attack. You were going crazy on Sledge. Even though I taught you how to nade. Let's just be honest. You're an amazing Sledge player, but I taught you how to nade. Why are you laughing, Jacob? Yeah, your fink around too. I will say, what did you do in order for yourself to prepare for this and give yourself a leap back into attack, especially against SSG and having a tough couple play days?
Yeah, so obviously I haven't had the best season so far. So I mean, whenever you're not having a good season, I know I can do good and stuff like that. I just gotta get out there and play comfortable, I think, and not like quote unquote play my spot. Which I think is like a hard thing for like me personally in like the NAL, is sometimes I just get autopiloted and I don't, like run around and find these openings and picks like that and move around like freely, because it is a best of one, and you don't really want to lose a round because it's just a best of one and every round counts, every round means a lot. But other than that, I mean, I just told myself, play my game. Clubhouse we're very confident on. Obviously, SSG. I mean, Clubhouse is like SSG's map, but we're very confident on it. And
how many bowls of oatmeal
I just like switching up. I'm sorry.
How many bowls of oatmeal did you eat today?
Both of them. I actually didn't have anything. I had a Jimmy John sandwich. That's about
there you
it.
Go.
Hey.
Oh, there you go. Shout out.
So I remember back when there was a big concern over TSM and not being able to take these best of ones, maybe not at the same level of seriousness, but definitely not wanting to take a lot of those risks. Because the NAL has been so close and because you guys are just cracking back into the top four, just barely with this win, does that make you want to try and go like full force into these best of ones as if you've got nothing to lose? Does it spark more of that kind of play style?
I mean, obviously, like, best of ones rounds mean a lot, but I don't really think that, like, we necessarily don't try as much. I think that we just maybe put a little bit too much pressure on ourselves, honestly, especially, like, me. I can only really talk about myself. I can't talk about, like, what other players experience. But, after coming off of an SI win and coming into the NAL, and it's just a completely different atmosphere and stuff, like, just play BO1s and stuff. Not to make any excuses or anything, but BO1s are, they can go any way. It just depends on, I guess, just a few rounds. You know what I mean? It just depends on whose day it is. But other than that, we still give it our all in BO1s, and we still get out there. We try to find picks and stuff. Just, I think maybe we don't play as free flow in best of ones as like we would when we go to like an international LAN. That's all.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit more punishing. We'll let you go in a second, but got one last question for you. You've got Parabellum and Beastcoast for your last two maps of the stage. Now, what is it going to take from TSM to get those wins and to take those strides towards hopefully a major appearance?
Yeah, so obviously our game tomorrow is like really important against PB and even the following game against Beastcoast. But tomorrow game is obviously really important, just like today's game was super important to us. But I mean, we're just going to come out. We're going to play our game. We're going to give it all we got and just give it our all.
All right, there you go. Well, getting the win today, that's one step in the right direction. Thanks again for taking the time to sit down and talk with us a little bit, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, so Achieve from TSM, they got it done in overtime. Again, like we were talking about, like Achieve was talking about, not the win they wanted, but hey, a win is a win, right?
Yep. 2 points is still 2 points, and you're still ahead of many other teams, so.
When it's this tight, dude, when it's this tight, you need literally every point possible.
It might make the difference in the end, but
I don't want this to come down to a situation for any of these teams where they realize that if we had gotten just the one more point, or in TSM's case, the one more round, because this is still round differential based, for them to suddenly realize, wait, we're in 5th place, we didn't make the major, and it's because Hot and Cold clutched a 1v2 against you guys, and now you're not going to the next major. That would suck.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, though, if you're a pro gamer too, you got to look at it like, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong on this one, Tommy, but you got to look at it like, if you don't make the major, it doesn't matter if it's by 1 round or 100 rounds, right?
Yeah.
It's like you just got to do the work to get yourself there in the end, you know?
Vin Diesel said, inch or a mile. There you go.
There you go.
Are you quoting Vin Diesel?
He lives his life 1/4 mile at a time.
On my debt, I'm gonna leave.
Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or by a mile, man.
It doesn't matter if you're
you
too
crossed
fast
the
or too
finish line
furious.
first. Congratulations, but there's still a chance other people might do it ahead of you. Something to look at on the scoreboard, by the way. I just did a cursory check at my timeline and saw Rampy immediately tweet saying that this stage has kind of been like an embarrassment, and he's shouldering a lot of the responsibility for something like this. It's very rare to see somebody of that performance caliber, somebody who we have lauded as being one of the best players in the world, 6th Invitational 2020 MVP, and he's this down bad. And I don't mean that in the weird sense. I mean that on himself. He feels like he's got a lot of Space Station's recent failures have been on him. I don't necessarily think it's all on one guy, but I look at this stat sheet and I have to wonder what the next step is for this team. If they're not going to the major, which they're not even confirmed to be out for, this isn't the SSG that we know.
Yeah, I mean, you got to realize for a lot of players like Rampy and the OG members of like TSM or even SSG, like it takes them a while for them to like reassess and or like fit into this new like generation of Siege players. You got players that have never touched Pro League and they come from CL and they're fragging out, or not even CL, like Gunner. He skipped CL and he came through. Newers, same thing. He played a couple seasons of SCS and came through.
Well, I think it's just more evidence of just how competitive the region is at large right now. You've got a lot of new blood coming up. You've got other existing teams playing better. It's a struggle if you're a former dominant team to stick with it. But I mean, that's fun. That's what we like to see, right? So what else we like to see are cool replays, specific rounds in general. Round number 5 is one we're going to look at from this one. And this one was basically Space Station getting the plant, but then struggling a little bit post.
Yeah, as we can see soon here, you see that Skies dropped the hatch. They're planting the bomb. Skies is focused on the guy Dirt, but Han Cold's actually pushing him at the same time, and it's a 4v4. So I feel like they have 2 players focused on Dirt, and then Han Cold dies to Achieve, and then, from there,
Nah, it spirals out of control from this point. You're just like, wait a second, how do we manage to get a post plant? And like, but it's a 2v4, and then suddenly TSM swarm back. It's like, you can be tunnel visioned on what you focus on when you're in a post plant moment like that, but you gotta watch out for the retake, which I do feel like SSG, even if it's not necessarily their intent, they're good when it comes to these retakes.
Yeah.
As soon as bombs gone down, or if they let somebody get into their zone, if they plant, they obtain map control, they usually plan on getting that back. It doesn't always work, but you always have to watch for it, and this time it didn't really seem like it did.
Yeah.
Obviously hindsight, but it feels like if Han Cold didn't try to go for the kill and just wait for the guy to come back Dirt and then just told his team, hey, stay alive, I'm going to come down main. Could have been a different result. But like I said, I don't know. We're not in there listening to the comms. We don't know what's happening. But it feels like he was taking a one-on-one fight, close range, in Dirt to a smoke, and he lost it.
The best part about this game was it did feel like everyone at SSG was communicating.
Yes.
In various other games, you can kind of tell when someone's not relaying a callback or giving a position or giving a full call on where you died or things like that. This team, even if they're down mentally, doesn't feel like they're doing an inadequate job of relaying what's happening and how they need to respond to it. But it's just that method of response feels like it's not where it needs to be, considering what we know that these guys are capable of. It's just a matter of getting back on I guess, I don't know, the strategy horse, finding a way to improve from that perspective. I wish there was one easy fix for this Space Station team, but it doesn't seem as though there is.
Hopefully they do find a fix soon.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, close game. Space Station, one of the best team performances we saw to them, but TSM ultimately taking it in the end. But you know what? It's time to crown our MVP for the day, and there's a lot of players to choose from. So I know who it is. Any predictions? You want to make any guesses, Tommy?
Newers.
Newers? All right. Solid choice. Put up some good numbers today. Jacob,
didn't he have 16 kills or something?
Yeah,
it's all day.
Is that not enough reason to just kind of give it to Newers off rip? Maybe it is.
Let's find out. Who's our MVP?
It's him or Kansan or Grixer, I'm pretty sure, because Soniqs had a good game today.
Or it could be Iconic. That's right. Iconic coming up, having another great day today.
Wait, is this the first time somebody has won MVP 2 Playdays out of 1 stage? I don't think anyone repeated in stage 1. I don't think anybody did.
I think you're right. Without going back and looking, I believe you are right. But Iconic not only is
Dude, the two-time?
It's 2
Which
weeks in a
this
row.
technically makes him the 3-time back-to-back. Well, not back-to-back, but still.
A Vertical didn't stay.
Vertical.
Yeah,
Vertical.
I thought so. I thought we had
Hey,
one.
but he's in very fine company now. Like, the club of people who've won MVP like this many times in one stage is super minimal.
Yeah,
I'd have to go back to like last year to see if this was even a thing too.
Can we say that Sir Dave Ifadon is back?
I think we can. I mean, this is not only his second MVP, it's the second MVP in so many weeks as well. He was our MVP for Tuesday last week, too. So, yeah, I think we could definitely say Iconic is back. Yeah, Vengeance has returned to the NAL.
But can they make them major?
I don't know. Well, I think they can. I think they can, but it remains to be seen because it is going to be so incredibly close, obviously. Yeah. Speaking of that, I think it's about time we look at the standings just to talk about how close things are. Now, we're starting to see a little bit more of a spread. We're starting to see the top separate from the bottom as the stage goes on. But it still means that we have 2nd and 9th within 4 points of each other.
Yep.
Tomorrow, we will have opportunities for some teams to qualify, straight up. There will be some people. I'm curious about what that looks like. OXG are obviously the closest. Yep. Soniqs with 3 points get up to OXG's current level, so we're going to essentially set what the minimum threshold is, or about what it is. XSET, I still have full faith they're going to make it. Soniqs and TSM are just the only two. Like, it's a matter of Soniqs continuing on this very positive attacking trend, and then TSM using this level of coordination that they've had from the beginning of the stage till now to prove that that revamp has been successful. So the 4 teams going to the major, to me, probably are going to be the current top 4 that you see right there, unless Astralis can roar back, DarkZero get some help from some other teams also losing games in addition to them winning, or Parabellum pull off a crazy upset and suddenly make their first major and fly overseas.
I mean, you just got to like show the respect to Oxygen, Soniqs, and TSM for right now. Obviously, anything could change, but a big shout out to XSET coming from last year to this year being top 4 in 2 stages, even though it's not done. But by the looks of it, it pretty much, like, in my opinion, XSET will be top 4 by the end of the stage.
Yeah,
so shout out to them.
It's a great organizational story. I mean, obviously, you got to acknowledge it's a totally different roster than the one that we had last year in NAL that got relegated. But on the organizational standpoint, talk about making the right management moves, right? Dropping the old roster, picking up a bunch of new players that are just working out fantastically. Like, yeah, that's the kind of success you want to have as a GM, as someone who's kind of putting the squad together. So props to XSET for that. But what an insane turnaround it would be for Soniqs and TSM to go from like bottom of the pack last stage to bouncing back to the teams that we all thought they were going to be coming into NAL this year and making it to the major. Obviously, there's a lot of games to play yet, but it's looking a bit better, especially on the Sonic side. But let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule and do some theory crafting about what the results of that might be. We got Astralis versus Beastcoast, big one for both teams. DarkZero, XSET. Well, we'll see if XSET can continue that dominance. DarkZero may continue to struggle. Then Oxygen, Spacestation. Spacestation came so close today, but I just don't know if they can take down Oxygen. I'm kind of doubting it, to be honest. Then Parabellum, TSM. That is going to be, I think, the match of the day as far as the closest playing, perhaps, and the most implications. Both teams neck and neck with each other in the standings. That'll be a great one. And then we got Soniqs versus Mirage. Obviously, Soniqs looking for a quick 3 points there, and Mirage looking for signs of life, I guess you could say.
I will say that is the game of the day right there, 5th game.
Yeah?
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That really game of the day.
Yeah.
Right. Marm versus Super game of the day.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
Hey, Marm's popping off from time to time. Fun to see.
Not today.
Let's take a look at our probability as far as major berths go. And I mean, the thing is like you said, Jacob, tomorrow Oxygen do have a chance to punch that ticket for sure to the major in Berlin.
All they have to do is beat SSG, and they're going to Berlin 100% confirmed. However, the opportunities for both the Soniqs and XSET also does exist, but that is something that we will update on a game-by-game basis as tomorrow goes. It'll be a little bit of, crazy math done behind the scenes, and it'll be updated only as these results go because we have to factor in the round count and make sure that isn't a determinant for some of these spots. The top 3 could get locked in tomorrow, and then we'd have to wait until next Wednesday to figure out who would fight for that last spot. Very similar to what we had for Stage 1's major overall.
Yeah.
I mean, other things to keep in mind too, tomorrow DarkZero and Beastcoast with a regulation loss would be out as far as going to the major. So there are possibilities on the other side of the spectrum as well, where two teams might just be straight up eliminated.
That is possible.
Because DarkZero plays XSET, so not only would that catapult XSET into a really good winning position, but it also would knock DarkZero out completely. And then Beastcoast, who do they play?
Astralis,
they play Astralis.
Yeah.
So for Astralis, it's a little bit different because they're still not there. Even with the regulation win, they only have a 62% chance of going. Oh my God, this is tight. We've been building to this for weeks, and this is what it comes down to?
It's what we were hoping. I mean, honestly, as far as pure entertainment factor goes, like I know it's super stressful for these players, but for us who get to watch, this is great, you know?
Yeah.
This is awesome. Now, you're seeing it from the other side.
Oh, trust me, if I was on the other side, I'd be like, man, I can't go to the major.
But here you are, getting to enjoy the entertainment like the rest of us.
Yeah.
It's great. You know what else is great? Predictions. Predictions are great. They're fun to look at. They're fun to think about. Let's see where we are. Tommy.
I'm with the coin. I'm with the coin. I'm with the coin. I'm with the coin.
Is that a good thing, though?
Yeah, that is a good thing. 100%.
Are you sure you played this game professionally?
Oh, mister, I'm
are you
playing
sure?
newcomer.
Professional player, not
Newcomer
professional
playlist.
Over 5 games? What is this?
You can't even play a T-Hunt correctly. You lose in T-Hunt.
Look at
You're
Stokes,
playing
though.
T-Hunt on my desk right now, dog.
Look at
What's
Stokes,
up with
though.
you?
60%. Destroying everybody right now. Yeah, not too bad. And then we have a two-way 57% tie between Jesse and Intero. All right. The current casting duo and Jacob, of course.
I cracked back up
are
above
tied
50%.
up with the
We're getting there.
fans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
the fans right there.
Twitter and I are still on the same page, especially when you voted against TSM in that one poll. That was funny. By voting for them, you voted against them. It was so good.
There you go. Well, it's time to close out our first day of the week of Rainbow Six North American League. Before we do, though, real quick, Tommy, it's been great having you here. You'll be back tomorrow here, but how was your first day on the desk?
It's been amazing. Obviously, like, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes, I'm just not, looking correctly at the camera, which I gotta look at sometimes.
You'll get there.
Hey, I'm looking at you right now.
We didn't bring you in for your camera looking at expertise.
But I will say thank you to you guys, for the first day, and shout out to Adam and Jasmine, and then the rest of the crew. If I name them all, it's gonna take too long. But shout out to them. And,
You're not accepting an Oscar, all right? Let's move around.
Thank you guys. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate Face. I appreciate you.
Thank you to the Academy.
Don't worry, you'll be able to do the full Oscar acceptance speech tomorrow. But hey, it's still first day.
There you go.
I think
you're still goal 2.
It's working out, bro. Get your prediction percentage above 50%, then we'll talk.
Get your KD above 50%.
Everybody, I actually don't think it's above 50 right now.
Exactly. It's -27.
We'll figure that out at some point. But
there you go.
3 teams can qualify tomorrow.
That's right.
3 of them. Whereas, so hold on. I think last stage was it 3 teams qualified on the same day last stage, and then we had the
I think it was very similar
game?
last stage.
I think it was. So even though we didn't call the NAL nearly as competitive last stage, we're on a bit more of a trend. We've built up 7 play days leading into tomorrow, and some teams are about to lock down their destiny. If OXG keeps on playing the exact same way they did, I'm going to call them favorites going into Berlin because of how ridiculous they continue to be playing at a consistent level. And then we also might have the Soniqs and a very, very consistent XSET to join it. That last spot, though, I kind of hope doesn't get decided, and it can't tomorrow because we got to have something to play it for on the very last day. So that is what I'm looking for.
I think we're going to have multiple spots, honestly. Yeah. We'll see. We don't know for sure, but
I guarantee we'll lock down at least 2 tomorrow. I'll say that much.
All right, spicy.
But let's just say this. Even 2 stages after invite, NA is still on top.
Yup.
There you go. There you go. Well,
Tommy,
NA, best region in the world.
Could you do the whole world and Bartosz a favor and say EU sucks, please?
EU, you are horrible.
Here's a gift. That's a great gift for you.
That's going to get used in a promo package somewhere.
There you go. Well, the end of the day is upon us. Thank you so much, everyone out there, for watching. Thanks to our crew behind the scenes for putting this all together. Tomorrow, we'll be back with more great Rainbow Six North American League action, so do not miss it. Until then, play some games, be excellent to each other, and we will see you tomorrow.
first night, I'm the best. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet.
Wavy, way too early to be easy. Start a 10 job cause you're crazy. Yeah, you back in the game and you don't feel ashamed. Always want me at your party, like me next to a Bacardi. Cause you know I'm spinning faster than a Harley. Yeah, you still in the game but you don't feel ashamed. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky.